Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Yeah, busy Wednesday. A lot going on in the NFL circles. As we said, the 18 teams that aren't playing in the playoffs are trying to figure out their situations. A lot of coaching news and maneuvers. Mike Vrabel out in Tennessee yesterday. That's now 6 coaches' positions available. I'd also say, as I mentioned in the headlines, 3 organizations are coming after the Cowboys, with the Commanders, the Chargers, and the Panthers all putting in requests to interview both Dan Quinn, the defensive coordinator, and Will McClay, who's done such a great job as the vice president of player personnel.
Package deal.
Yeah, maybe both.
That'd be great if you want. I think that's what some of them looking for. Like, hey, man, can we get both of y'all? That'd be great.
That would be great. And look, as far as proven coaches go, I know Ty and I have a different opinion. I thought Dan Quinn did a nice job in Atlanta. He didn't win the Super Bowl, and yeah, it's one of the greatest choke jobs of all time, up 28-3, and against the Patriots and down in Houston, can't close the deal. I'm sure that he still keeps Dan Quinn up nights, and Kyle Shanahan up nights.
Shanahan up nights too,
yeah, I mean, that's a game you got to close. But, you still put together an organization and a coaching staff and a roster that played in a Super Bowl and had a 28-3 lead. That says you've got the ability to evaluate coaching staff, players, build a culture, build a team. I mean, it's hard to make the Super Bowl. That's the Cowboys.
No, what I like about Dan Quinn, and he's as a coach, he's 43-42, I believe, as a head coach, right? So, he's 500. But this is what I like about Dan Quinn, because when you hire a defensive coach, it's really important who their offensive coordinator is going to be, and it's not always got to be the elite offensive mind or a brilliant offensive mind. Even though Dan Quinn, between Kyle Shanahan and Steve Sarkisian, he's hired 2 really good offensive minds, right? And they just got to be compatible with their style, their philosophy as a head coach. And I think when you see the downfall of a defensive head coach, usually that's a big part of it, is that they didn't choose the right offensive coordinator to complement their style of play. I mean, look at what's happened to Belichick. I mean, Belichick's defense is still pretty damn good. Offenses are terrible these days, and he just can't figure it out. Now, sometimes you just find the right quarterback, and it doesn't matter who the offensive coordinator is, i.e. Belichick and the Patriots. You got Tom Brady, hey, put E. Hogan in there. Let him be the quarterback coach / coordinator. It don't matter, because Tom Brady will figure it out. But it's a lot harder for the teams unless you find that guy. But Dan Quinn, he did a good job of that, actually, as a head coach, of hiring the right offensive coordinators. And that's what I kind of trust that he would do. And he's a football theorist. He was on positionless football on defense way before anybody else was in the NFL. He was actually experimenting with it with the Atlanta Falcons. I believe he and Shano had think tank sessions about it offensively, with what Shano's doing right now with the 49ers. Nobody has an offense built around positionless football more than the 49ers, right? They're the foremost leader in positionless football on offense in the NFL with all their weapons, and Dan Quinn is the foremost leader in positionless football pretty much on defense in the NFL. I don't think it's a coincidence they came from the same spot. I think those are think tank sessions that football theorists have about the future of the game and building rosters and experimenting at times with rosters and with player development to be able to achieve that. And I think he's taking it to the next level with the Cowboys. I think he'll take it to an even higher level when he gets a head coaching job. Who he hires as his coordinator, I wouldn't doubt if he goes to the Shanahan tree. What I believe it's Dan Orlovsky calls the McShanahan franchise of coaches, where they just throwing, anybody on the Shanahan coaching tree is like, all right, boom, that guy will be head coach. Whether it's a Sean McVay or it's a LaFleur, or hell, now Bobby Slow is getting a lot of love, but DeMeco Ryans now. It seems like that Shanahan tree right now is easily the most impactful. And it seems to be right now the most successful coaching tree in the league, no doubt. And I think that's where he would probably go. Dan Quinn, he would find him on one of those the big Shanahan.
Sure. Well, and right when they were in the Super Bowl and up 28-3, it was he and Kyle Shanahan, right? Yeah. And that was the best year for Matt Ryan, and he won MVP that year with
his philosophy.
Yeah, for sure, without a doubt. And I think that would be. I think Dan Quinn's. And the other thing I like about Dan Quinn is the players swear by him, right? That's a big part of being a head coach in the NFL or any level. You got to be able to lead. You got to be able to rally people. Push players, but also have their respect. And the Cowboys players to a player on both sides of the ball love Dan Quinn, right? I mean, it's one of those. that guy is a leader of men. I think that would be something that you're looking for in your organization.
Yep.
And if you could add Will McClay to go with it, because if you talk to Cowboys fans and Cowboy folks who cover that team, the key reason over the last 8-10 years they've drafted so well, that's why they've developed their own talent, is Will McClay has done a great job of running their draft room, running their scouting department, and building draft boards and hitting on these draft picks over and over and over. Yep. That's what it takes to build an organization. If you were the Commanders or the Patriots or the Panthers, Chargers, and you could land both Quinn and Will McClay, obviously it would be a big hit to the Cowboys. It would be a big boon to those organizations, in my opinion. I like Dan Quinn a lot.
Yeah.
But to the Cowboys' point, when the Cowboys play the Packers on Sunday afternoon, their window's now, as we've talked about. They got a lot of big contracts to deal with here in this coming off season. They've got roster issues, and they're already over the cap going into the offseason, Rod, with deals to get done with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons.
Yeah, a lot of people to pay.
And you may lose your defensive coordinator who's done such a great job, possibly Will McClay.
I think there's a good chance you're going to lose Dan Quinn here.
I do too. And Dan Quinn has come back because he feels like there's a chance to win a Super Bowl in Dallas. Now, That's why I say the window is now. However, pedal to the metal for the Dallas Cowboys. You're healthy for the most part. Your quarterback's playing great. You've got potentially 2 home games here in the playoffs, which is good. You haven't lost at home in 2 years, so Cowboys have to capitalize on this right now in the NFC. All right, we'll talk more about the NFL and where it's going with Wild Card Weekend now, a couple days out. We'll also get some What the Facts before the top of the hour, but right now it's time to talk some Texas football behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, AD made it official. With A.D. Mitchell with a letter in the Players Tribune. It's actually a really nice letter to his daughter. It was actually a letter wrote to his daughter, and he hinted in the letter that he was leaving, but he made it official via his Twitter account and his social media at Mo City Mitch, because he's from H-Town, Mo City, Georgia and Texas. Thank y'all for everything. I believe his daughter's name is Iselin. But I could be, if I'm wrong about that, I apologize. Somebody hit us up and let me know. He said, for Iceland, I'm most excited about what's next for both of us. Today, I am declaring for the NFL draft. You can go check out the letter at Players Tribune in the Twitterverse. So that makes it official with Jay Witt and his farewell announcement. X-Man, of course, was the first one to throw it out there that he was leaving. And I'm with you. I throw JT Sanders in there when I'm talking about the receivers too. It's hard not to.
No, he was such a threat in the passing game.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And they lined him out. I got to go check out Pro Football Focus and see his alignments. But man, he lined up out wide so much, and he lined up in the slot so much. They moved him around as much as any player moves and shifts in college football. So I just include him when you're talking about the passing game overall. And honestly, Jay Brooks as a receiver out of the backfield was big. I mean, Sark says running backs in the passing game are one of the most underrated weapons on offense that you could deploy and utilize, because they usually end up with matchup advantages. Because it's usually a linebacker trying to cover that running back out of the backfield, or they got some hybrid defensive end trying to cover a running back out of the backfield. Those are favorable matchups, and Sark will take those all day, every day, and twice on Sunday, and he does. And that's a lot of receptions. So if you just include JT Sanders and Jay Brooks in with the 3 wide receivers that are gone, you're talking about over 75% of your receptions, over 80% of your receiving yards, over 80% of your receiving touchdowns. Gone right there between the 3 top receivers, and then we include JT Sanders and include Jay Brooks in there. So that's my concern, is just the overall passing game next season, not necessarily the receivers themselves. I mean, that could be an issue overall, but like I said, JT Sanders included in that, Jay Brooks leaving. It's overall the passing game, where the passing game's going to be. Now you're going to bring back Quinn Ewers in the system for Sark in the 3rd year, so he's going to be a veteran quarterback. I think we all expect him to elevate exponentially and take his game to a new level. We were doing the live stream last night on Texas football, and CJ Vogel made a great point. Actually, it was, I believe somebody sent it to CJ, but CJ is the one that revealed it to us. And it was a great point that the receiving core, or those weapons I just mentioned, they helped elevate Quinn this past season. And probably since Quinn's been here, they've been helping elevate him because those guys are such high-level NFL caliber guys. They got Sunday skill sets. Well, now with all these unproven commodities, as we've discussed, well, now it's time for Quinn, who's the veteran, who's got now the stable on the offensive line, 4 of your 5 offensive line returning. That's going to be a strength. So you shouldn't be anxious. All right. There shouldn't be fear about pass protection. He should be able to get the ball out quickly because of his familiarity just with the system and knowing exactly where these receivers are supposed to be, where his outlets are within the offense. And he should elevate these young, unproven receivers now, instead of them having to elevate him. If that happens, then there's nothing to worry about.
Well, I think that's why the NFL advice, and anybody that watched him, it would be come back for another year, more reps. Quinn's got to become a second and third read quarterback, right? He's got to become a guy who can progress through, and not just, he was a one read quarterback coming in out of high school who didn't get much. He didn't play a senior season, didn't play much at Ohio State at all, and then comes here. So he's still developing as a QB. We know he's got the arm talent. We know he's got the ability, but I think that's a really interesting way to put it, and the right way to put it, that the talent around him helped elevate Quinn into what he was this year. This is a step forward year for Quinn, who has already said in the post game of the loss to Washington, he talked about attacking the offseason. He's got to become more of a leader for this program, even more than he's already been. And yes, he's got to elevate the receiving core, because last year we were having these conversations about the run game when Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson are leaving. How do you replace 90% of your running back production? Who's going to do that? Well, Jay Brooks did. Jay Brooks stepped in and along with C.J. Baxter, and you just don't know those things until you know them. Because somebody on the text line, we appreciate everybody weighing in. One person said that that video that A.D. Mitchell released on Players Tribune made me tear up, which was kind of sweet.
They all got him. Jalen Ford, Jay Witt, they're all sentimental, man.
They're all
tugging at your heartstrings
they
a little
sure
bit,
are.
man.
But somebody also said, are the Longhorns in a position to rebuild or reload?
That's the question.
And I think that's where we're all in that question. Where is Texas as a program? Are they to the point where they're just going to be able to reload at those key positions? Or are they kind of in between that, rebuild, reload? And I think it's incumbent upon the quarterback with this veteran offensive line and what should be a pretty good stable of running backs, Rod, to be able to give you a strong running game to lean on. They've got to elevate the passing game. They've got to help elevate. Quinn has got to elevate.
And the O-line.
100%.
Yeah, it'd be a combination of them. I'm with you. And I love what you said about Quinn coming back to prove that he can get deeper into progression reads without becoming erratic, right? With sound footwork and mechanics as a quarterback. I think he's got to come back and prove he can make it through a season healthy.
100%.
I think that's a big part of it for Quinn. I mean, that was a big part of it for Penix, right? It means it's proving he could make it through a season healthy. I think it's a big part of it. And that's changing your body, right? That's transforming your body in a sense. Maybe he's got to add some weight, maybe not. I mean, we've seen him change his game even this season. He became a scrambler. All right, he actually added the scrambler threat this year. He added it, and we know Sark he tells you all the time, we don't major in the run game. So I think even though I would say, I don't know if Sark encouraged him to scramble, but he wasn't discouraged from it. And so he kind of added that to his arsenal a little bit because he lost some weight and he got in better shape. So whatever it takes for him to make it through a season, and it may be him deciding to slide more,
not taking on linebackers,
and be smarter, and there's a decision making, taking those kind of risks. But he's got to. I think that's a big part of it too, making it through a season. Sometimes you got to tough it out, like Penix. Yeah. Right? Apparently, he was dealing with a rib injury the entire season. Like sometimes, man, I just got to play through it. And even though it's gonna make me less of a player, I'll be less effective. But I got to find a way to be effective, even with because I'm hurt, but I'm not injured. It's not taking me out of the game.
Yeah, well, and I think we saw some huge strides from Quinn this year, without a doubt, right? The haircut, the body's in a better place. He seemed more mature, took ownership of things.
Leadership.
Showed toughness and leadership. Yeah. The injury was the injury to his throwing shoulder, so it's hard to play through that as a quarterback.
No,
I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you're saying. I'm saying he did. But this was, but you're right. He does have to take another step. That's what the growth of a quarterback's all about. And one of the reasons I think he runs is that he's still kind of a one-read quarterback, and then what Sark has convinced him of, okay, if you don't see that first read, instead of panicking, take off. Because if they're dropping into coverage, read that.
That's good.
And that kind of went overlooked in the game against Washington. He did scramble for some pretty good yards, and
early on,
for first downs, and kept drives alive, and that's a good thing. Okay, now let's add the next component. And but as you're talking about, and we have to be concerned about, he's going to be doing it with young receivers. And for the most part. Now, we'll see. They've added Matthew Golden from Houston. They're also talking to Silas Bolden from Oregon State, who was an explosive player for the Beavers last year. Also, C.J. Daniels from Liberty, who's a 22-year-old would be a fifth-year player. They're talking to him in the transfer portal to come in to join the likes of Jonte Cook and DeAndre Moore and Ryan Niblett, who are going to be young receivers. The most explosive player of that group is Jonte Cook, right? Jonte Cook is the 5-star from DeSoto who has that can't-miss ability.
Yep.
That's a guy you would hope. And then there's the new freshman crop coming in, headlined by Ryan Wingo out of St. Louis. So there's pieces. But you're right about Quinn and Sark. They have to the quarterbacks have to elevate the receivers, not what we saw last year, where you have NFL receivers and tight ends that can help you come along as a young quarterback.
Yeah, basically no team can defend all your weapons.
Yeah.
This time teams may be defended, but it'll be easier because you just won't have those explosive, proven playmakers. But it's gonna take some time for that offense to really, I think, get into the groove in the passing game.
And I will say that with that said and true, it does feel like you can lean on a running game and an offensive line that should be even further improved. Now, you're headed to the SEC, which is a different animal.
Yeah.
When it comes to lines of scrimmage, you got a game week 2 against Michigan. This is a transition year, without a doubt. You did something special this year and won a championship, something you haven't done in more than a decade. Now, can you build on that? And that's going to be the narrative of this year. Are you a program that is to the point in year 4 with the coaching continuity that you can begin that reload process, not rebuild process, because there is a difference. There is a difference.
Yep.
And the Longhorns hope they're there. We'll see. And that's where the addition of the transfer portal can really help, bringing in some veteran players that you can lean on early as you kind of develop some younger guys, some guys who have been there, done that. And as we talked about with Silas Bolden, Matthew Golden, and possibly C.J. Daniels, we'll see. I did see where On3 Sports did have a crystal ball prediction of C.J. Daniels from Liberty to Texas.
That's good.
But the Longhorns not the only program recruiting him, obviously, as a veteran player. All right, there's some behind the BOC. We'll talk about it. We'll also, I did get word yesterday that it looks like Jalen Catalon, Rod, is going to follow.
Really?
Follow Casey Kane to UNLV.
Oh, with Brennan Marion.
I don't think that's been made official, but Jalen Catalon from Arkansas to Texas, I've heard UNLV.
Okay.
Casey Kane's going to UNLV. Malik Murphy committed to Duke, of course.
Mm-hmm.
We know Isaiah Nayer is going to Nebraska. Sawyer Gorham Welsh is going to be going to Coastal Carolina now. Trill Carter to Auburn. Larry Turner Gooden, who came from California, Rod, originally out of high school, he's committed to San Jose State. So he's going back to the West Coast. And then B.J. Allen and Xavion Bryce, both Metroplex area kids have committed to North Texas.
North Texas. So nothing yet on. Yeah, I know. I guess it's still early for Jaron Thompson and right?
Yeah, they just entered the portal.
The
undecided players so far: Keaton Crawford, Jaron Thompson, Christopher Ross.
They just entered.
And Charles Wright.
They just entered like last week.
Yeah, though. Charles Wright. Yeah, they're just in.
I imagine Jaron Thompson. He's got so much film out there. I imagine Jaron Thompson will find a home.
I do too. We'll keep you posted as they happen here and behind the BOC. But you have the 13 that are into the portal. 9 have already found.
That's good.
New spots. 4 still looking at this point, and we'll keep you posted. We'll come back. When we do, we'll get some What the Facts from around the sports landscape. Also more on the NFL's playoffs and the coaching carousel. Your thoughts on the Longhorns. Is it a rebuild or a reload for the Longhorns into year 4 coming off a Big 12 championship? It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Cold Wednesday morning. Temperatures hovering around freezing this morning. It is freezing, actually, in some of the outer lying areas, and we got a hard freeze coming, Rod, early next week. You know, MLK Day is Monday.
I'm not looking forward to that at all.
But you know what? Good news in that earlier forecast showed that maybe some precipitation on Sunday into Monday.
So no freezing rain?
No, it looks like a dry situation,
Okay,
which
all
is
right.
good.
I like dry freeze. That's good.
But how about this on Monday morning, Rod, which will be Sunday night into Monday morning?
Yeah.
While we're wrapping up NFL wildcard weekend. No, actually, we'll be wrapping it up on Monday night with a Monday Night Football playoff game. But Sunday into Monday, low temperature of 22 degrees with high winds, it says here. High winds on Monday. And then Tuesday, a low of 18. But then 25 on Wednesday. So get out to see our friends at Callahan's General Store to get your pipes wrapped and
Get right.
spigot drips and everything you need, because it's coming
Get ready.
right into the MLK Day holiday on Monday, and playoff football
Oh,
just in
man.
time for that, because that
And Kansas City Miami game is trending toward being the coldest game played at Arrowhead and the coldest game the Dolphins have ever played in.
yeah, we told you that on Monday.
That's
we
crazy.
got tipped off on that on one of our
Oh,
meteorologist texters who said, "Hey, let's check out the forecast." And that's
crazy.
That's the Miami Dolphins,
Oh, they're in
who
trouble.
are a warm weather South Beach team playing in. I mean, we've seen Tom Brady and the Patriots play cold weather games there in Arrowhead, and they're a New England
they're
team.
New England.
Yeah, they're New England. They're used to
cold-weather
that.
team. But
This
Miami?
Tua is an islander.
Yeah.
Tua doesn't like this.
They don't like this. But Miami Dolphins traditionally they don't play well. The Dolphins, you go look at it in cold weather games, and we start talking about sub 40. This is it's a different kind of cold.
No, this is
This is like freezing.
below freezing.
This is
I mean, below
freezing.
zero.
Yeah, you just freezing. Sub-zero temperatures since 2017. Dolphins 0-9 in sub-40 degree games, and 2-7 against the spread in those situations. Yeah, man, they're in trouble. They're in trouble. But I would say Kansas City receivers, I don't trust them in that cold either. So if it's gonna be Kansas City running the football and basically the Travis Kelce show, I don't know if Taylor Swift's gonna be there, but it's gonna be on Peacock. So
Yeah.
you gotta check it out.
Yeah, you got to have it on Peacock.
Got it on
And
Peacock.
It's a fact now in our What the Fact segment. People are mad about that. The old heads out there are angry about it. Look, this is this is streaming services paying big dollars to get just this.
This is just the beginning, guys.
Yeah, get ready.
They're only gonna get more.
Get off my lawn, guy is not happy about the Peacock thing. I'm not happy about it because I don't have Peacock yet. I'm gonna have to get it.
Can't you get like I gotta see if you can get.
I'll
Like
get
a free
maybe a
trial
month
or
free
something.
trial.
Yeah, get like a free trial or something.
They'll lock me into
They're
something.
probably
but-
getting a lot of that, but yeah, I mean, I already have it because, like I said, if you want the trash TV shows, if you like trash TV, and my wife does. Peacock.
Yeah, and
is
apparently,
your-
if you
is your
watch
app.
The European Premier League,
that's one of them too.
you got to have Peacock.
Okay,
yeah,
there you go.
for the
Yeah.
soccer,
Yeah.
the football out there.
Football and trash
But I'm going
TV.
to give this What the Fact, Rod, and you gave it yesterday, and it speaks to the Cowboys game with the Packers on Sunday. You gave great numbers on the Packers and why the Cowboys shouldn't overlook the Packers. They've been playing some really good football of late and have beaten some good teams here in the last couple months. Bryce, Jordan Love's playing good football.
He's playing good football.
But you gave this stat yesterday, and it's just preposterous that Micah Parsons and his 14 sacks and the impact he's had on the year has not drawn a holding call since 2 weeks before Halloween.
It's unbelievable.
2 weeks before Halloween.
Yeah, simple strategy. Just hold Michael Parsons.
Just hold him.
I would tell my offensive lineman, listen, we're gonna hold him until they call. When they call one, we'll stop it.
Yeah.
All right, but then until they call it, hold him. I would if I was Matt LaFleur, I would straight up tell my line, honestly, and I wouldn't be afraid to admit it in the postgame. Be like, yeah. Listen, I pay attention to trends and patterns, okay? That's what we do. And I have statisticians and I have data analysts and data science telling me that they haven't called a holding penalty on this guy in 11 weeks. You know what? Hold him. That makes perfect sense. So we held him, and if they didn't call it or they called it one time, and when they called it, I told my guys, hey, y'all need to adjust your technique. Don't hold him anymore. By the way, offensive linemen, they hold on every damn play.
For the most part, yeah.
all teaching offensive lineman technique is teaching them how to hold without getting with their hands inside and without getting caught. That's great technique for an offensive lineman, pretty much.
Yeah.
They hold all the time. They do.
Yes.
But it's okay.
And because look, and even offensive linemen will tell you this, especially on the interior, they're the worst athletes on the field, trying to block the best athletes on the field in a lot of regards, right?
Yeah.
The biggest, fastest dudes.
Yeah.
So, they got to hold a little bit. But for Micah Parsons, who's, is good a pass rusher and is dominant a player to not have in 11 weeks, you're right. I mean, you're exactly right. I'm saying it because you said it yesterday, and it needs to be said. And because Micah Parsons comes out and says it, and he sounds like he's belly aching. Same time, he's right. He's dead right.
And honestly, it's on Mike McCarthy. Sometimes you got to take that. Jerry Jones will take that fine. He don't care. You need to take that fine and you need to make it a topic. It's not a big enough topic, and that's on Mike McCarthy, and that's on the Cowboys. They need to make this a big topic. They need to bring it up. Jerry Jones needs to talk about it on 105.3. I know the NFL don't like it, and they may fine you, but that fine will be worth it because you need it to be out there. What happened when the Kansas City Chiefs, when they started talking about the offsides penalties? Oh. And how many offsides penalties happened after that Kansas City Chiefs game because it became a big issue. They were talking about it. Trust me, these referees and officials in the NFL, they hear what's going on.
They're human beings.
And sometimes the tail can wag the dog. So if I'm the Cowboys, I make a big issue out of it. But if I'm Matt LaFleur, I say, we hold, baby. We hold him on every play. He had one pressure against the Cowboys last time the Packers played him. One. The best pass rusher in the NFL. One. And they lead the NFL in pressures. Come on, man. Something's off.
It was like the Longhorns last couple years in the Big 12. They would
exactly.
lead the conference in pressures, but the fewest holding calls. Like, how's that even possible?
With the best interior
best pressure rate in the conference.
Yeah.
Fewest holding calls allowed, and
like,
offensive linemen hold on every play.
Something's
Add all that up.
Something's not right. Something's out. Yeah, there you go. Agreed.
Also on a What the Facts, Eric Spoelstra, Miami Heat Rod, gets a new 8-year, $120 million extension from the organization. That's the most committed coaching money in NBA history, $120 million to a coach.
Straight cash, homie.
Because the NBA, they fire coaches who win Coach of the Year before. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. Oh, they don't give a damn. Yeah, hey, because if a superstar don't like you, you got to go. I don't care how good you are, but not with the Miami Heat.
And credit to Eric Spoelstra, who started working for the Heat organization in 1995 as a video coordinator.
And wasn't he hooking up with a cheerleader? Like, wasn't that like his woman for a while? I don't know if they're together anymore. You don't remember that?
Video coordinator can't hook up with a cheerleader? I know the team can't.
No, once he was a coach, I want to say he snagged the cheerleader like on the team. It was like, hey, you know what? You're pretty good. Then we're going to look that story up.
Mad skills. All right, we'll be back. Longhorn Hoops with a dramatic win last night. We'll get you details. Also upsets all over college basketball and the Longhorns in transition. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. All right, it is hour 2 of our 5-hour Wednesday conversation on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Talking all things NFL playoffs and wild card weekend. Also, coaching carousel. The Jim Harbaugh watch is on, and now the Mike Vrabel watch will be on after his dismissal yesterday. We'll talk more about that. Also, Rod will have his first rant of the day in this hour. And Rod, we got some concerning news involving our producer, Ty Henderson. Got some just disturbing news on him that I got to tell you. You know, we love Ty and trying to bring him along. You know what I'm saying? But I got a story I got to tell you coming up about him. And I just saw the news weather forecast. I don't know why this happens. Our meteorologists out there can tell me why this is. I don't know. But how about this, Rod? Right now in downtown Austin, it's 35 degrees. Over at Camp Mabry. And out at the airport, it's 25 degrees.
Hold up, what?
Yeah. I was just looking at the weather.
Sure, it's not some kind of discrepancy.
Yeah, but it's always colder out by the airport, because there's less homes and people and everything out there.
That much colder?
Yeah, I don't know, and it's down towards the Colorado River. I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Would you meteorologists tell me why there would be a 10 degree difference in temperature when there's only about 10 miles?
Wow.
15. How far is that from Camp Mabry down to the airport? That's 10, 15 miles. That seems bizarre to me.
That is very bizarre. I don't understand that either.
And then everywhere else, it's between 32 and 35. Yet down at the airport, it's 25.
Is it a wind thing?
I don't know. It's temperature. I don't know. That's weird. And it seems to always be that way. Somebody will let us know that. Okay. Our meteorology friends out there who
learn something new,
who spend time on the Weather Channel, watching Jim Cantori.
Some people love the Weather Channel.
Oh man,
watch it.
You know who loves the weather is our colleague Bob Cole. Bob Cole loves the weather.
He loves just watching the Weather Channel.
Yep.
Yeah, all the time.
Talking to weather people.
Weather, like when
forecast,
so
long
anytime
term.
There's a weather disaster and they go. Go around the clock coverage 100%. On the Weather Channel. He's all about it.
100%.
Yeah.
He's old school radio, man. Guess what the radio is, right? You're providing intel for information for the people.
That's true.
We're trying to.
Now you got the weather app on your phone.
Yeah, now you just got the phone.
The weather app on your phone. You go check it out. Like, oh, that's what's happening today. Oh,
yes.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah.
Makes it. Yeah, I get it though.
Makes sense.
I get it. Old school though, baby. Old school.
Old school.
Nothing wrong with that.
Old dogs, new things. That's why That's why folks are upset about the Peacock Network streaming the playoff game on Saturday night, which might be one of the coldest games in playoff games in NFL history.
Yeah, I just want to see how the players react to it being that cold. I mean, trust me, I played in the NFC North and played in Green Bay and played in Chicago. Man, that sub-zero temperatures, it's impossible not to be distracted by it. Everybody's thinking about it. It's just to what extent is it going to affect? It will affect everybody. There's no doubt.
What's the coldest game you ever played in? Was it in Chicago?
I believe it was Green Bay. We went to Green Bay when I was playing for Detroit, and it was a really cold game there. Chicago had some cold games too.
Because Chicago, you get that wind effect off the.
I never got sub-zero, I don't think, but we got down to the teens and single digits in some of them games.
Well, remember this is a night game, so it's the high temperatures for like the day is for like 9 or 4.
That's what I'm saying.
But when the sun goes down, it's going to be really cold.
It will affect you. That football's going to feel like a block of cement.
Yeah, man.
It's going to be hard.
It's going to be interesting. And the Chiefs have played in it. I recall a few years ago when Tom Brady faced Patrick Mahomes in an AFC Championship game. It was that cold. Yeah. It was one of those kind of frigid games. That was the year that Mahomes beat Tom Brady. Brady won it. Brady won it.
Yeah, Brady won.
Yeah, because I think it was D4 to the Chiefs lined up offsides on what would have been a game-winning interception, essentially. But so we'll see. That's the type of weather it's going to be. And I said that on Monday coming in here after the Dolphins coughed up that game to the Bills. They coughed up a home game in South Beach with the Steelers to advance versus having to go to Kansas City to play in frigid conditions.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike. Oh man,
that is
that's tough right there. No question about it.
The Bills kind of did the same thing, right? The Bills, their win, it catapulted them to the number 2 seed,
and they would have been out. They would have been on vacation
if they'd have lost. So I mean,
that's how close the AFC playoff race was at the bottom end. But and the Chiefs, they rested some people last week because they couldn't fix their spot was going to be the 3 seed in the AFC. So. We'll see. And that Patrick Mahomes team, they've been curious all year. They lack receivers. They lack receivers who catch. How good are they going to catch the ball when they can't feel their hands?
That's what I'm saying. I don't trust them. That's why your running game is so big in the playoffs, especially when you get deep in the playoffs, because you may have to play one of these games. where it's like, man, I don't know if the passing game's gonna work.
Yeah.
Like, it's that cold. I don't know. I don't know if the weight of the football will feel different. The feel of it will be different for Patrick Mahomes. The players catching it, it won't be as soft. It'll be, like I said, it's going to be tough. And like I said, a lot of these guys will just be distracted from the cold. They just won't play the same.
There's a lot of cool storylines in these games, and I don't know if has Tua ever played in a game this cold.
I don't
certainly
think
not a
so.
meaningful game.
There's no way.
No way.
He played
No
in
way.
the South. He played
From
in the
Hawaii.
SEC. Yeah, from Hawaii. He played in the SEC. And he plays for the Miami Dolphins.
No.
There's no way.
No way. He's
Maybe
played
in
a game like this.
Buffalo. Maybe there's a Buffalo game late in the year, but I don't know if he got this cold.
This old. There's elements, and then there's that. That's just a different thing. But I would also say that, the storyline of the weekend for me, Rod, there are so many with the Browns playing the Texans, the Cowboys playing the Packers, and Mike McCarthy revisiting his old organization. I got to say, the Detroit Lions won the division for the first time in 30-plus years. If those fans have to put up with Matt Stafford coming in and upsetting them, can you imagine? Like, they finally win a division. They're hosting a playoff game. They're in a good place, and here comes your quarterback for about a 10, 11-year run.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
The irony of it?
The dagger that would be for Lions fans.
That place is going to be loud.
Because the Lions fans in general love Matt Stafford.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, he was a great player for them on bad teams. He carried them at times. He's kind of the Lions version of Tony Romo for a stretch there with the Cowboys, where, it's just
He's
kind of
beloved.
carrying the team.
Yeah.
He doesn't have much around him. And finding ways, and for him to come, that's a bad straw to have to face a guy because you can't root for him. But the Lions fans like him. Well, now you got Jared Goff going head to head. That's
Jared Goff's going against
the team that traded him. After taking him to a
his
Super
old
Bowl,
team, right? So
he
his old coach.
He wants a piece of Sean McVay.
Yeah, so I love the storyline. You got a revenge factor in a lot of these games. And, even the Texans and the Browns, there's a revenge factor. With Deshaun Watson's not playing, but you still have that element in that storyline. I think that's really cool for the NFL.
I do too.
It's really great. So I don't really think that the Dolphins have a chance, but I will say the Dolphins' run game is good. This is a run game.
Is Mostert going to play, though, is the question. Because
he's dealing with an injury.
Yeah, because if it's Mostert and Devon A-Chain, that's a good running game. If it's just A-Chain, he's got
trouble.
Yeah,
they got to throw it more.
What'd you call Keelan Robinson yesterday? Kind of a boutique back? At this point,
complimentary piece.
Yeah, because Mostert's a 220-pound dude who can run. He also scored 20 touchdowns this year. He's kind of their thumper, but he's got the speed. And then you put A-Chain in as the diversion, but they got Jeff Wilson too.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace.
Yeah, it is. That's a fun game. Yeah. Obviously, Texans Browns is the first game of the weekend. Bills Steelers, Cowboys Packers, and then that Lions Rams game will be a lot of fun. Monday night it's Eagles and Buccaneers in Tampa Bay.
Last time you saw a team as a 10-point dog in a playoff game.
Been a bit, especially a wild card round. I guess wild card is where you would get a 10-point dog.
Yeah,
because that's where you get the 7
probably
seed.
Recently in the past few years with all the backup quarterbacks that have played in playoffs.
Yeah, and there's been losing teams that final the 4 seed that won a division with a losing record but we'll see. Yeah, that's the Steelers on the road at Buffalo. Probably take those points. Josh Allen will be good for a couple turnovers.
That is true. That we do know. Even if he plays well, he'll give it away a couple of times.
You kind of feel like that.
Yeah, that's true.
But they've won 5 or 6 in a row into the playoffs. Let's get to the other headlines of the morning. Rod's got his rant coming up. Let's hook him up with Ian, Rod B. Top stories on a Wednesday morning brought to you by Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment and their brand new location. How about Texas basketball? Bounce back win last night for the 25th ranked Longhorns on the road at Cincinnati. Coming off that double-digit home loss to Texas Tech this past Saturday, Texas showed a much grittier effort in a very hostile environment. Sold-out crowd at Cincinnati, looking to win their first ever Big 12 home game. It was the senior forward Dylan DeSue who poured in a career-high 33 points. He was tremendous. 19 in the first half, 14 more in the second. That kept the Horns in a back-and-forth game. Then with under 10 seconds to go, Longhorns down a point. It was the sharpshooter, Max Asmus, taking things into his own hands and hitting a baseline 12-footer to give Texas a 74-73 win.
We'll continue to grow from it, continue to understand the intensity we have to play with. The big thing was, open up Big 12 play. We didn't get a victory. So it was really watching that and then seeing how we were going to respond. So we knew it was a big moment for us. And, the guys responded the right way, bringing the right intensity, and playing for a full 40 minutes.
Asmus had 15 big points on the night. As for Texas, next up, they got to go right back to that neck of the woods and play West Virginia at West Virginia on Saturday. 10th-ranked Texas women are back in action tonight. They welcome TCU to the Moody Center for a 7 o'clock tip. Also in college hoops last night, upsets the name of the game. Number 1 and number 2 in the country both went down on the road. Second-ranked Houston, the Cougars, So for their first loss of the year on the road at Iowa State, 57-53 in Lincoln, Nebraska, was the Cornhuskers rolling past top-ranked Purdue, 88-72. In Waco, Baylor rallied for a win over BYU. And last night as well, Auburn topped Texas A&M, 66-55. In football, now official, wide receiver A.D. Mitchell for the Longhorns is indeed going to forego his final year of eligibility. He will enter the NFL draft. The Big 12's newcomer of the year revealed his intentions with a post on social media last night. Since the end of the season, now 10 former Longhorns have declared for the NFL. 13 other Texas players have entered the transfer portal. 9 of those have already committed to new programs. Steve Sarkisian and the Longhorns do have a veteran who's decided to return for a super senior season. Word last night that linebacker David Benda plans to use his COVID-19 year of eligibility to return and play at Texas. In the NFL, bit of a surprise yesterday. Word that Mike Vrabel is out as Tennessee Titans head coach after 6 seasons. The team's owner cited decisions to move on from the 48-year-old former coach of the year as an effort to, quote, build a more aligned and collaborative leadership atop that organization. There are now 6 teams looking for new head coaches. A trio of those may be looking to Dallas for new leadership. According to reports, Washington, the LA Chargers, the Carolina Panthers have all put in requests to interview both Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn and the team's vice president of player personnel, Will McClay, for vacant general manager positions.
All right, I did find the last time a team was a double-digit dog in the playoffs. Let me make sure I found it here. Okay, so so apparently the last time there was an NFL playoff game had a 10-point spread it's a caveat here. The last time there was a 10-point spread with a total of no more than 35.5 points, which is also crazy, is the 2001 Patriots.
Ooh.
They
won the Super Bowl that year.
They beat the Steelers 24-17 in the AFC Championship game. But the Steelers, 10-point dog. I got to go back and look. Last time there was a 10-point spread on just without any stipulations in it.
It is a lot for a playoff game, a double-digit playoff spread. Yeah. But that tells you Pittsburgh kind of,
because even a touchdown is a big number in the league.
It's kind of like the Steelers pulled some type of hidden ball trick to get into the playoffs, but they're here. And, they got to play Baltimore in a week when Baltimore rested a lot of their starters, and they played in a rainstorm and found a way to win, and then everything that needed to happen happened. Yeah. I mean, the Steelers were one of those teams that needed like 4 things to happen in their favor, and they had to win. And they did them all. It's just, and here they are, and the Bills unlikely too, because they had to, not lose a game, win all their games down the stretch in December and in late November to get here. And here they are. So that game will be the early game on Sunday. It's not going to be a beach in Buffalo on Sunday. I know that. It's be cold as heck and possibly windy in that ball game. That's why the total's so low. I mean, they're expecting high winds off the lake there in Buffalo and in Orchard Park. So cold and windy in that game. All right, so Wild Card Weekend is here. Mike Vrabel is out. I'll say this for Mike Vrabel. He had 4 consecutive winning seasons and built a heck of a team. But it's not fair to not say that Mike Vrabel, over the last couple of years, a 6-18 stretch. He also is 1-9 in his last 10 division games with Tennessee. So they're going to go with a fresh start. And you mentioned last hour that the new general manager that came in from San Francisco, Ran Carthon, he and Mike Vrabel obviously not aligned, not seeing things eye to eye, and they're going a new direction. But it does feel like Mike Vrabel will land somewhere pretty quickly.
The Patriots is sort of a natural fit.
Isn't that a great one?
The Patriots are moving on from Bill Belichick, and we haven't heard anything, but the reports that they may be doing that. If that's the case, Mike Vrabel's the guy. I don't even know if you need to. I mean, you should have a search. Just do your due diligence, but I can't think of a better fit with the Patriots than Mike Vrabel. And you get a chance to draft the quarterback. What happened with the Tennessee Titans is once they traded A.J. Brown, he got at odds with the front office. The front office, essentially, and John Robinson at the time, was fired by the owner because, hey, you're at odds with our head coach. Our head coach has proven himself, so we'll side with the head coach in this one. And you trading A.J. Brown. Then they hire a new GM. Then that GM doesn't necessarily align himself with Mike Vrabel's philosophy. That he and Mike Vrabel can't get along. And this time the owner's deciding, all right, you know what? I'm not going to side with you again, Vrabel. This time I'm siding with the GM I just brought in. I just hired this guy. And you guys can't compromise and can't get aligned in your vision for the team. if that is the case, then I'm going to side with the GM here, and then you can walk, and then we'll let him hire his head coach. So they just kind of keep going back and forth in these little power struggles.
Well, and it
And
feels
they
like
they need to have a head coach and a GM on the same page,
Well,
so they can quit having to go back and forth.
well, and then with those successful 4 seasons, they were aligned because the previous general manager came from New England and he was a New England guy.
Jen Robertson.
Like Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
So they were aligned, and then
Until you trade AJ Brown.
which if you're
Then
the
he's like,
owner, Amy Strunk Adams, you're kind of like, well, why do you keep fighting with these GMs? Can we get along here?
Yeah.
Same time, she said it on the radio interview, and you read it. It was a good find by you that they didn't trade Mike Vrabel, which was my initial thought. I was like, why wouldn't you trade that guy? He's got some value to your organization. If he's under contract, there's going to be someone who's looking for a coach who might give you something for him.
Mm-hmm.
She said they didn't want to get behind. Which feels like they know who they're going after. They've got a main candidate who they'd like to get in on quick and get to the front of the line. So we'll follow that in Tennessee and where Vrabel lands. As I mentioned earlier, the clamor out of Columbus is pretty extreme. Ohio State fans immediately want the Buckeyes to fire Ryan Day and hire Mike Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel.
Hire Mike Vrabel. Yeah. He'd be our Jim Harbaugh is kind of the mantra.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'd be great at the college level, but I mean, why go down to college when you're already
Vrabel's not doing that.
Considered a great NFL coach? But yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Vrabel. You're going to bring him in. That's why New England is a better spot because at least he and the owner are aligned, and they'll get together and hire a GM that is also on the same page philosophically with Mike Vrabel, and that's what's happened. See, he had one guy he brought in, John Robinson, and they came in together, and then he ended up turning on him.
Yeah.
And then now this guy they brought in as a fresh new perspective as a GM, Rand Carthen, he can't get along with him. So I think that's number one for Mike Vrabel wherever he goes. Make sure that he and his boss get along because that's been a problem, and make sure he hires the right offensive coordinator. As you mentioned, Arthur Smith, when he left to be a head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, that also was kind of one of the events that foreshadowed.
They haven't been the same since.
The downturn and the slide for the Titans. That and the AJ Brown trade. The AJ Brown trade turned Vrabel against the front office and Arthur Blank leaving. By the way, Arthur Blank was there before Vrabel even got there.
Arthur Smith.
Arthur Blank. Arthur Smith was there before Vrabel even got there, and so he was kind of an organizational find. So I even wonder if Vrabel likes Arthur Smith as much as we thought too, because Arthur Smith was there way before Vrabel was there. He was there with Mike Mularkey, I believe.
Yeah. All right, so we got Rod's rant coming up. We'll get to that. Also, can we do your rant here coming up after the quick timeout? And I'll tell you this Ty Henderson story, and then we'll get your rant because I got to get you this. I'm feeling for our guy Ty. So how about this? Okay, so here we are on Wednesday now, right? And Ty, you're feeling better now? Ty came in on Monday feeling pretty down, pretty bummed. You didn't sleep at all. Ty, are you feeling better on this Wednesday, the 10th, or as you were coming in on the 8th?
Feeling a lot better now.
All right. So I talked when I connect with Ty from the Horn Onion Creek studio. I check in with him. How you doing? He didn't sound good on Monday. He sounded like he was bumming. And you said you didn't sleep at all on Sunday night into Monday morning. Ty, do you know why that was? Was it just anxiety? Was it not feeling well? What was going on?
Well, I did eat one of those like Delta 10 edibles from the gas station.
What?
Well,
Gas
from a
station
smoke
edible?
shop. Yeah, same thing. It did not treat me well.
And did it give you the heebie-jeebies or what?
I don't know. I've
How can it be an edible when marijuana is not legal?
you never seen those, Rod, in the gas stations and such?
Yeah, but can it be real?
Oh, it
marijuana?
gets you. Yeah, it works. I had my doubts.
It works, but is it real marijuana, or are you eating some manufactured synthetic crap?
Yeah, I
that
don't.
It's just that the FDA doesn't care about.
Yes.
That's what you need to be wary. Yeah,
Yes.
because you don't do that again.
No, I'm
that
not.
Stuff is
Don't buy things at gas stations.
That stuff is dangerous, dude. No, I'm not joking. Actually,
I'm not. I learned my lesson. We continue the story here.
Hey, real smokers only, Ty. Real smokers only. Just let's stay away from that. Let's stay away from that fake stuff.
So he was.
Come holler at me, man, if you need something. Holler at me.
So he's coming off the gas station edible.
Oh God. Yeah.
And here's where I'm going to give Ty away here because I have to because we don't have to reveal this, but I'm revealing it.
Okay. Yeah.
The Ty was so not awake on Monday morning after not sleeping after the gas station edible.
Yeah, because
he came to work, Rod,
oh,
without pants on.
what? Hold up, what? Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. What day was this?
Monday.
What were you wearing then?
Okay. So here's what happened. So my girlfriend was sleeping over, right? So like I wake up and I try to be considerate when I'm getting ready in the morning, but because of the edible, I felt like I I could barely stand up on my own. It was terrible. And so I'm trying to keep the lights are off, whatever, trying to get dressed. I'm trying to get through whatever, no sleep, and I put on my shoes, whatever, walk out the door, get here. I don't have my key card because we've talked about that. So I'm waiting on Brock to get here to let me in. And he gets here. I open up my door. My light comes on. I look down, and I'm just in my boxers.
Wearing boxer shorts?
With shoes on, a hat, T-shirt, rest of my usual outfit. And I was like, oh my God. And Brock was like, what is wrong with you? Like, looked at me with the most disappointed look. And I just strapped a sweatshirt around myself and ran up here and didn't get up till I left. But that's why I was a little slow on Monday. And I went through that whole day, and I felt like groggy and messed up until like the next morning.
I think Uncle Rod just told you, don't take the gas station edibles. Can we not do that?
I can't never. You are not a person with low tolerance for things.
No,
like in terms of
not at all.
Consumption of because wow, and it had you it knocked you like
yes.
that.
Like I felt like I felt drunk the next morning.
Rocked your world.
Yes. And I didn't drink anything that weekend. Like I was, no hangover situation going on.
No,
hey, you're on the no booze, no fast food thing. How's that going, by the way? No booze, no fast food January.
It
sounds good. You're coming to work with no pants on.
Yeah. I had to go to a funeral this weekend, so I had a few drinks at the reception after. But other than that, I'm still dry for January.
Okay, there you go. Dry January, mostly dry January. Okay, White Tie.
I don't know how to respond to that. Honestly, I don't know what to say. I don't think I've ever been that out of it where I forgot to put my pants on.
And it was like one
ever.
gummy too. It wasn't like a pack of gummies. It wasn't like it was like a little package with one little rocket ship in it. And that
I will confirm that there was one morning way back, Rod, when I used to go out late and do things like that. That I did show up for a morning show wearing 2 different tennis shoes. Like, but that's like
I can see that.
Yeah, dude, it was the same kind of thing. You're trying to not make noise.
I think I've been that out of it to do stuff like that before.
Two different shoes.
My shirt on.
Well, they both fit. You know,
shirt
you're not
on
looking
inside
at.
out or something. Like,
yeah, for sure, I've done that.
Man?
Yeah, but I
I've
walked
done the
out of my
inside-out shirt.
house with no pants. It was cold.
Exactly. It was
the whole ride there, sat in my car for like 5 minutes before Brock got here, and still didn't realize I didn't have any pants on.
You didn't know until Brock notified you?
I opened up my door. Your car lights turn on. I looked down, and I was just in my boxers. And I was like, oh, well, this is going to be a fun day.
And let me did you receive any grief? Because Brock, of course, was I shouldn't say of course. Brock is another producer who was producing the Coke FM morning show, so he was going to be there anyhow. But he was producing Bob Cole's show on Coke FM, so I'm assuming Bob didn't. Did he lay into you a little bit on that? Was that some chiding from Bob?
Not to my face, but Brock said that they were having a good time because I was also. They walked in here a few times, and I was. Pretty much asleep. I'm telling you, I had to order. I ordered 2. I stopped door dashing too because that was my fast food thing, and I broke that day. Idea. I ordered Chick-fil-A, and then 20 minutes later, ordered a burger from Hat Creek. So I ate 2 full meals at like 9:00 in the morning.
Hey, okay. Uncle Rod said it. Don't take the synthetic gas station gummy edible thing.
I'd rather just do the real thing. You can find ways.
I know. I was being stupid. I mean, what? And I had it for a few days, and I just took it because I was like, oh, it might help me sleep because I didn't even think it would work. It was a bad decision. Lesson learned.
Wow.
For my kids' entire lives, every time they walked out the door, my wife would say, "Make good decisions. Make good decisions. Make good decisions." That was the mantra.
This is why your mom told you to always wear clean underwear.
That's right.
I always wear clean underwear. You never know what's gonna happen.
Make good decisions. Don't take gas station gummies and don't not wear pants.
I told my mom that story last night, and she just laughed at me. So
that's funny.
She didn't even give me any advice on it. She just thought I was an idiot.
Too much, Ty. Too much.
Wow.
You're one of a kind, my friend.
My mind is blown. I don't even know how I'm going to recover from that for the rest of the show. I can't think about anything else now. I'm not going to be able to focus on our behind the burn orange curtain, Rod's rant. I can't think about anything else. I have so many questions now Ty, about
So do
walking
I.
out, walking out of the house with no pants. You told your girlfriend this? How'd your girlfriend respond to the no pants story?
She thought it was pretty funny. She was worried about me. I kept her up all night.
I was worried about you. I told Gerard, I was like, man, something's wrong with Ty.
Yeah, you did say that. You was like, something's off.
Something's right with this guy.
Well, yeah, no, there's a few times where y'all were like, and that's Rod's rant. And that, like, try to call him for something, and I was like, I have never been that out of it doing the show, like, or any show at the station.
Oh, because
And
no
you're
pants
willing
on.
to talk about it. We will come back. When we do it, will be
Wow.
Rod's rant first of the day. What are we ranting on?
I can't top that.
No,
I
you
mean,
can't beat that.
We probably should have waited on that story there. That's the show's. I mean, that's the peak of the show. We peaked at 7:20
Yeah.
something this morning. That's done. We're not gonna top that.
No.
Nothing's gonna top the Ty no pants story. Seriously, no breakdown of Cowboys versus the Packers. I can't talk Texans and the Browns, and you guys gonna think it's interesting. You're gonna be thinking about Ty up there all day, not all day, but at least all show with no pants on, out of it in the studio,
No damn drawers.
barely cognizant. Just man, no draws.
Welcome to the Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby experience.
I'm gonna
That's
say
what it
you
is.
shouldn't have been driving there too.
No,
I'm
I
gonna say
would
with
agree
that
with
out
that.
of it that you realize you
Probably
had
not.
no pants on. You definitely shouldn't have been driving. You should have just mailed it in, called it in.
Not an option at this point. So.
Ty nearly and could have ended up in our off the record segment here on the
Oh,
show.
my goodness.
And he certainly did. That was off the record. We'll come back. When we do, it'll be Rod's
What
rant.
if he
We'll
got
also.
stopped by the police or something? What if a policeman stopped him?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would have made off the record.
No
Austin, man,
pants.
pulled over with no pants on.
But you know the officer's like, okay, man, get out of the car.
And he said, have you
I
been
need you to
drinking?
step
And the
out.
police report said, have you been drinking? No, sir. I took a gummy from the gas station.
I took a gas station. So yeah, actually, officer, I believe that's a loophole. I took a gas station. It's not technically not marijuana, I don't believe.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, I think
I
you
can
found
buy
a
it at the
loophole.
gas station. It can't be illegal, right?
I think you found a loophole, Ty.
I think you're good.
Officer still might put you in the back of the car. Like,
Yeah,
man, no,
yeah,
you ain't got no pants on, bro.
All right, we will.
Is that illegal to drive with no pants? No, you can drive with no pants.
Well, he had boxer shorts on, so technically those are pants. He didn't have actually pants on a cold morning. It was a
It
cold
depends
morning.
on what kind of box. Are we talking about boxer briefs? Are we talking about?
They
old
were
school
not
boxer
tidy
briefs?
whities. They were some Hanes briefs.
Well, oh man, like I said, we peaked. Damn it,
no.
we peaked. We should have told that story at like 8:30.
Yeah, well,
We waited too early. I'm gonna get to repeat it.
we'll do it later. But there you go. There's our producer Ty, living life.
Oh, wow.
and wanted to explain that his out of it nature on Monday. We'll be back. Rod will have a rant. We'll do some bullish or BS, and we're not bullish on not wearing pants. It took him up with Ian Rodby.
All right, I'm still trying to focus.
By the way, people are sending us gifts of Winnie the Pooh hopping around with no pants on. Several people have asked Ty, where can I get some of those edibles?
Ty, do you want to inform the people where they can get some of these very potent edibles?
It's a
Wow.
smoke shop off Manor Boulevard by the tollway. It's
Yeah,
next
you
to a
live out
DH
east.
donut shop. It's next to there. It's a little shack.
Oh man. Like I said, I don't know if I'll ever recover. I can't even really do this segment.
Come on, man.
I'm just I can't focus on anything else. I'm just thinking about Ty without pants on, which is something that trust me, I don't want that visual in my head. But now it's in there.
You know, I would have told y'all like the day of, and I
Well,
was
can you
like,
imagine because we're still separate studios. Can you imagine if we were there? That would have been the best. We would have not been able to do
Yeah,
a show.
We wouldn't have been able to do the show.
I didn't have the energy or the wherewithal to even explain what was happening that day or yesterday. I had to wait 2 days.
Well, that was true because I kept asking Ty, what's wrong, man? He's like, nothing.
No,
It's like-
you said something's wrong, and I was like, yeah, he does sound like he's off.
Yeah.
Wow. Off. That's a bit of an understatement there. A bit of an understatement.
Oh man, the lives we live.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about the wild card. Let's talk about the Cowboys and the Texans. I want to talk about either one of these. So I want to break down these matchups. I've been trying to break them down all week long, and we'll continue to. So let's start with the Cowboys and a little nugget that I saw about the Cowboys and really about pressure, because the Cowboys lead the NFL in pressures. The Cowboys are the best pressure defense in all the NFL, and they have the best pressure defender in all the NFL in Michael Parsons. And one thing I saw about Jordan Love, we talked about Jordan Love's development and how Jordan Love has really see. I can't focus either. Trust me, I'm trying here. I'm a professional. Talk about Jordan Love's development since week 8, and he's probably playing like a top 5 quarterback since in the last 8 games of the season, pretty much. 18 touchdowns passing, 20 total, so 2 rushing and throwing that, only 1 interception, and he's talking about a 112.7 passer rating in the last 8 games. Here's something to think about, though, about how he performs under pressure. The Cowboys led the NFL in pressure rate since week 10. If you go look at Jordan Love's QBR under pressure, it's actually a 75 QBR under pressure, second only to Dak Prescott,
Wow.
who's got a 78 QBR under pressure, ahead of Brock Purdy, who's third with a 59 QBR under pressure since week 10. So Jordan Love is not just, him operating within this system and playing well when he's got good protection, and when he's clean, he's playing really well under pressure. So some of the same plays we've been seeing Dak make under pressure, some of those great throws he's made, and he's played really well this year. I think solidified himself as the best QB in the NFC. Jordan Love is in that conversation too, because Jordan Love has been great, and the Cowboys, where the pressure comes from, I think it's going to be key. I think the pressure needs to come from the interior, forcing a young quarterback to abandon the pocket. So if I would try to use Michael Parsons on twists and stunts to get him matched up on an interior offensive lineman, you can line him up at the off-ball linebacker, which they do, and just blitz him up the interior gaps too. I think you want to get Michael Parsons with interior pressure, and that's going to be one of the keys for the Cowboys versus the Packers, because Jordan Love's been great, but no quarterback is good when the pressure's in their face. Usually they're good when the pressure is coming from the edge and they can step up in the pocket. If I'm the Cowboys, I want a young Jordan Love to have to abandon the pocket. And then he'll make mistakes, and I think he'll be more erratic, make bad decisions when he's outside of the pocket. But if he's inside the pocket, the way he's been playing, and he's going to be dialing up some throws against the Cowboys. And the running game worries me too. That's something I think, if you're a Cowboys fan, you got to be concerned about. The last 3 games of the season, there's an argument to be made that Aaron Jones, maybe the last 4 games of the season since he's been back, he missed 6 games this season. So he's only played in like 12 games this season. Or sorry, not 12 games. Only played in like 11 games this season. But I think he's actually played his best football in the last 3 games. If you go look at Aaron Jones' success rate, running the football, and success rate can be defined basically like first down, you're getting 50% of the yards to gain on first down. 70%, at least 70% of the yards to gain on second down, and I believe on third down, it's third and fourth down, 100% of the yards to gain. That's what's defined as success rate, in case you were trying to figure out what it was. So success rate for him, though, Aaron Jones, the last 3 weeks has been through the roof. As a matter of fact, if you look at success rate over the 142 runs this season, he's at 62%. That's the best of his career. And also, that's the best in the NFL this season of running backs with at least 125 carries. So he's running really well. Last 3 games, 111 yards rushing, 120 yards rushing, 127 yards rushing in the last 3 games. Only getting more efficient. That's going to be the concern. He had against the Cowboys last season, 138 yards rushing, and the Cowboys' one big vulnerability on defense is their rush defense. And the Packers can run the rock. They can run the rock, and they can run the rock really well. And it's the Shanahan running game, which they've seen multiple times this year. So they should have, and different variations of it, different permeations of it, but it's still the Shanahan running game. It's the zone blocking scheme that you saw with the Dolphins, that you saw against the 49ers. So the Cowboys should have some familiarity with this style of run game. And if they can hold Aaron Jones and force them to be one-dimensional, then I think you really can take advantage of a young first-year starter in Jordan Love. But if they are balanced offensively, that could be a problem for the Cowboys because they can run the rock.
Yeah, and that's now it hadn't been as much problem at home. Detroit did an okay job running the ball against the Cowboys on that Saturday night game, New Year's Eve. But yeah, usually at home they've been a different team than they have been on the road. The road is where they've gotten gouged and gashed in the run game, but it's typically off the perimeter, off the edges, and we'll see with the Green Bay Packers. And it's funny. I mean, they're one of these teams that I think nationally people just stopped watching. They just stopped paying attention to the fact when they were 3-6.
I agree with that.
And they're just like, the Packers are no good. Yep. Packers are no good. Well, here they are, and they're 9-8. And much like the Bills, they got hot at the right time. They came out of their bye week, and and as we talked about, they're the youngest roster in the NFC. So this is a team that the Cowboys should be more talented than, better than. That's why they're favored. But do not, take them lightly by any stretch of the imagination because they're playing good football right now, and a young team that doesn't know any better, Rod, if they let them get rolling, get some momentum, can be a long game.
Yeah, you talked about it. One of the youngest teams in the NFL right now. If you go look at Jordan Love's, all of his passing yards, 87% of his passing yards are the first or second year players. I brought that up yesterday. I mean, when he's targeting just the rookies alone, he's at 70% completion percentage targeting rookies, over 8 yards per attempt. 17 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions, 112 passer rating, just targeting the rookies. And usually that's when the passer ratings drop because rookies make mistakes. They drop passes. They end up with the wrong side adjustments. They run the wrong routes. That is not the case with these rookies and with these young receivers that Jordan Love's throwing the football to. That's something to keep in mind. All right, a little nugget, and we'll dive into the Texans matchup versus the Browns a little bit more. But something that I saw on NFL matchup actually, and they were talking about the Browns offense now and how they're probably the most dangerous under center play action pass team in the NFL. And that actually was something that hurt the Texans when they played them the first time. Now that was without C.J. Stroud and a lot of injuries for the Texans. But I remember Joe Flacco, if you look at just play-action passes, and I went back and found the number on play-action passes versus the Texans, he had a 97 QBR on just play-action passes alone. He was 10 of 15, 209 yards, 1 touchdown. Out of those, I think he was 27 of 42, 368, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. A lot of that damage was done deep down the field, play-action pass, under center, on first down.
Yep.
Specifically.
A lot of first down passes in that game.
Oh, man. They really did. They eviscerated the Texans with those first down play action pass deep shots. They were under center. So everything said run, and it left them with one-on-one matchups. And Amari Cooper, as you brought it up. He had 11 receptions, 265 yards. They got to find a way to take Amari Cooper out of the equation because Amari Cooper and Joe Flacco have been their chemistry in the 3 games, I think, where they've been healthy. It's been some of the best wide receiver quarterback chemistry and quarterback productivity in the league. I mean, they've been really, really good together. So if you're the Texans, you got to find a way, number one, to take Amari Cooper out of the game because he's the guy that basically beat you in that last matchup. But you also got to figure out a way to force turnovers because that is one of the fatal flaws for Cleveland. Even though they've managed to win games in spite of them turning the football over, they are a turnover-prone team. And they've managed to go 8-5 in games with multiple turnovers this year, which that doesn't happen. The last team to win 8 games with multiple turnovers was the 2003 Carolina Panthers, who lost the Super Bowl to New England. Teams that have multiple turnovers don't manage to win games, so they're well built, so they can survive and win in spite of those mistakes. But if you're the Texans, you got to turn this team over.
Yeah, that's your chance.
Yes, your chance.
That's your chance. Because
Yeah.
against the number one defense, you're not going to go up and down the field on them that often. You got to create some short fields. Yep. Maybe even some defensive touchdown would be huge. And obviously, the Texans got a touchdown on the first play of the game last week offensively. And those are the huge in playoff games when you can play with a lead. Especially, go back to the Browns game. Texans trailed that whole game, but Texans do get a lot of key guys back, including C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins.
They didn't have Will Anderson in that game.
They didn't either. No,
and I don't think they had Grenard.
They did not.
I was they were missing both of their starting edge rushers, and they set the record this year, if I'm not mistaken, for franchise record for sacks.
They did. Well, and then their other starting corner, right? It's Derek Stingley on one side, and then Steven Nelson got hurt, and they were down to like a practice squad guy that had just come up playing corner, and that was part of the reason Amari Cooper torched them.
Yeah.
Houston much healthier, but again, the Browns rested starters last weekend.
Yeah.
To get as healthy as possible.
Amari Cooper was dealing with a heel injury actually a week or so ago. I'm sure he'll play, but his status is something that teams that obviously you should watch about that. I'm sure they'll be keeping up with it. And I wonder if they'll try to marry Stingley and shadow
maybe
Amari Cooper as much as they can.
After a guy goes for 260 against you might want to.
That's got to be at least that's got to be one of your solutions you throw out there. Like, all right, you know what, Stingley, you got him. All right, we'll go man, and we'll just let you take him. But like I said, turnovers are going to be big. I forgot to give the actual number, but Cleveland leads the NFL in turnovers.
That's right.
They got 37 turnovers on the season. Texans 14. So that's a league low, by the way. So the Texans have the fewest giveaways on offense, and the Cleveland Browns have 37 giveaways on offense, the most.
That could be the turning point of that game.
It really could, especially with C.J. Stroud taking care of the football. If he does, this is
I know it sounds
the biggest
weird.
test he's had so far this season.
I know it sounds weird against Cleveland because, part of my game plan would be this. Because since Joe Flacco's taken over, I think teams have stacked the line and kind of tried to take the run game away because they thought they would try to protect Flacco with the run game. The opposite is true. They keep running play action. If I'm DeMeco Ryans, I'm thinking about giving them the run at some level. Not giving it to them, but playing with some light boxes and playing pass coverage because that's really because that's what Joe Flacco's. That's why he's had those 4 straight 300-yard games. Teams are showing a lot of man coverage. Yep. They're loading up to stop the run because they think that's what's coming, and then it's not. And then Joe Flacco's getting those favorable matchups, whether it's Njoku, the tight end, or Amari Cooper. You show them some different looks. And I don't want to say, bend but don't break against this team. Don't give up those big plays.
Yeah, they torched him
last
time.
And as DeMeco Ryan said clearly yesterday, with Njoku, the tight end, who's played, like George, he's been like, Travis Kelce the last 5 weeks of the season. You got to get him on the ground because when he takes short passes and turns them into big plays because he's so physical on the outside. They got to tackle him to the ground. But I'd almost play the pass. And then see how, because without Nick Chubb, they're not nearly, and the injuries on their offensive line, they're not nearly as good as a running team as they normally are. At least in this spot, I think I would not let Joe Flacco go crazy and see if you can force him into some mistakes. But we'll see. This would be a good chess match between the 4 and the 5 seed there. The Cowboys are the 2 seed playing the 7 seed Packers. One is Saturday afternoon. The other is Sunday afternoon. We'll come back, pick up these conversations. A lot of comments coming in on Ty. This says, guys, can the Cowboys distract the Packers by showing up without pants? That might be a good job.
You can distract anybody by showing up without pants.
Somebody said, Ty, what a great story made my Wednesday morning. Please listen to Uncle Rod's advice on the gummies. This says, I was at Cover 3 in Round Rock last summer, and a guy fell out of his bar stool. We thought he was dying. Paramedics showed up. He was on Delta 9s. Or Delta 8s. Delta 8s, I'm sorry.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I'm not going to say I've never done it, but don't ever take stuff like that from gas stations or even from those smoke shops. It ain't worth it.
No.
Not that kind of stuff. No.
We will come back when we do more on that. Bullish or BS, including this. Did you see what Jim Harbaugh had the Michigan Wolverines singing in the locker room after their win in the national championship game on Monday night? I'll let you decide whether it's bullish or BS. It took him up. Jim Harbaugh's a genuine weirdo. He's a genuine weirdo.
That's what we love about him.
It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about our friends over at Apple Leasing because they want to be your friends too. You need friends like this when it comes to the car industry. It can be a really difficult path to navigate, finding the perfect car to lease, finding the right lease, getting out of a bad lease and into a better one. Apple Leasing can help you out with all those difficulties that you deal with when you're trying to lease a brand new car, because Apple Leasing has the ability, and they also do a great job of getting you the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. They save you time, they save you money. They understand that time is money. They're going to save you both. They're also going to find you tremendous value. All you have to do is reach out to Apple Leasing, one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. You let them know exactly what kind of car you're interested in, whether it be an SUV or whether it's a sedan, something a little smaller, something bigger. You let them know exactly what your specifications are. You let them know exactly what your financial situation is, what type of payment plan you like, what type of payment you're willing to make, what your budget is, and they'll do all the rest. They'll handle the price comparisons. They'll price shopping for you. They'll vet the dealers for you, and all you have to do is enjoy that new car smell and enjoy a great lease from Apple Leasing. They have what they call a simple interest easy lease that allows you to have a lot more flexibility, which is going to give you a lot more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. Everything seems overpriced. That's why leasing makes more sense than ever. So not only will Apple Leasing find you, they'll save you time, save you money, but they'll find you tremendous value, and that's where leasing comes in. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. So give them a call today, 512-346-9977. They get all the same discounts, all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing, they like to pass those savings on to you, the customer. So give them a call, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Hey, coming up, we'll reset the headlines, including a nice win for Texas basketball last night. Coming off that opening conference game loss to Texas Tech, they bounced back on the road, and it was a hostile environment at Cincinnati. That was a packed house. They were eager to win their first ever Big 12 home game, and because, of course, Cincinnati upset a really good BYU team on the road to start conference play. They were hype, and Texas got the win. We'll tell you how they got there. Also, upsets all over college basketball last night, including number 1 and number 2 went down. And I'd say this, Rod, on Bullish and BS time. Welcome to the Big 12 for Houston. You know, Houston was playing the American Athletic Conference, and they would run up these 30-1 records. Their first Big 12 conference road game, loss at Iowa State.
Yeah.
Their first loss of the year.
Life comes at you fast.
Yeah, this Big 12 is a different animal. I think it'll make Houston better, big picture, but they're not going to have that 32-1 record when they get to the tournament kind of thing. It's just the Big 12. It's too tough. They went up to Ames, Iowa, got beat 57-52 last night. But in Bullish or BS, can I play this for you, Ron? And you can decide. You were in a lot of locker rooms in your career.
Yes, sir.
Winning locker rooms, victorious locker rooms, and a lot of different things you can sing and do. Let me let you hear what Jim Harbaugh did with his team after going 15-0, winning the national championship, first national championship outright for Michigan, gosh, since the late 40s. You know, that 97 championship was a split championship. But here's the way it sounded in the Michigan Wolverines locker room down in Houston on Monday night. I want to know if you're bullish or BS on this.
One, two. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. Which nobody can deny.
Are they singing to him?
No. So he's saying, okay, because he's
who
trying to
is
get him
singing
hyped
to?
up, and everybody's clapping, and he says, let's do For He's a Jolly Good Fellow, and everybody kind of looked at him.
For who, though?
That's what everyone looked at him like, who? What?
Who's the jolly good fellow there?
And that's when he said, for everybody, for everybody.
So everybody's a jolly good fellow.
Yeah.
So we're all the jolly good fellows we're singing for?
Yes.
He's a weird son of a gun, isn't he?
Play that again, Ty, and listen when he says it,
What?
and everybody in the line, they're all hype, and then they're all like, huh?
Huh? What?
What are we doing? What are we singing? Do that one more time, Ty.
Wow.
For everybody. For everybody. For us. 1, 2. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's
And they did it.
good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. Which nobody can deny.
Somebody already said for Connor Stallions on the text line.
They're going to send that to Connor. They text it out to him. You know
bullish
what?
or BS, Rod?
Nah, man, bullish. Good for them. I mean, that's great. I mean, they listen. He's quirky and eccentric. They love it, and it's worked obviously because they're the national champions. That's just a weird thing that they're seeing. He's a jolly good fellow, talking about each of us. I guess we're singing to each other that we're all jolly good fellows. Then why not just say, "For I'm a jolly good fellow"? I don't know. You might as well just change the lyrics of the song. But yeah, he's just a weird dude.
There's all kinds of clips of him.
Jim
There's-
Harbaugh's a weird dude.
There's one where, remember, we played yesterday when he was with Scott Van Pelt, and he said, we're going to start our spring practice on Valentine's Day because we love football. We love football.
Because we love football. Which I understand that. Hey, I love football too.
He had a quote that he said, you know, he was talking to somebody about, and the confetti, he looked around, he goes, confetti means everything to me.
Yeah.
It's
I
so
guess
weird.
because confetti, you only see confetti when you're
winning.
celebrating something.
That's right, it does.
You only see confetti when something good has happened. Nobody sees confetti when, you have a mediocre average season.
Hey, listen,
So-
on the positive side for Michigan, we mentioned this at the end of the show yesterday.
That dude's
but
built different, man.
he's built different.
He's built different.
He doesn't care, doesn't apologize for it. But as we said at the end of the show yesterday, Rod, props to go 15-0, have a team that only committed 5 offensive turnovers the whole year in 15 games and only 45 offensive penalties all year.
Well coached.
Led the NFL, according to Pro Football Focus, the best tackling team in college football. And I saw a little bit this morning. Dominic Foxworth was on Get Up on ESPN, and he was talking about how watching the All-22 tape, he said they were running like NFL concepts. I mean, they're so high level on defense. Not many college teams run and that's why Michael Penix was so flustered. He just hadn't seen anything like that before.
Yeah, they're taking. I mean, I'll say take what the Ravens have done.
Yes, you're
because,
right.
The Ravens connection. They had Mike McDonald down there, and they're still running a lot of the same concepts that they used when basically John Harbaugh loaned his coach out to his brother to be the defensive coordinator, and then now he's back and he's one of the most sought after defensive coordinators now for a head coaching job in the NFL.
Yeah,
should be.
and now you have, but you also have to have players that are coachable enough to pass guys off and
Oh
understand.
no, yeah, you gotta have the players, but yeah,
yeah,
Just talking
but that's good stuff though.
Just
And
to
so
confirm, they are using NFL concepts
for
yeah.
sure,
I saw them using 3 high concepts. I mean, I saw some
little
3
bit
high
everything.
running. Yeah,
a little bit everything.
They're using everything. They are.
Well, and that's part of the Pete Kwiatkowski thing, whether it was personnel or the game plan. Michael Penix felt comfortable the whole night.
Comfortable.
He saw what he saw, and it wasn't confusing, and that's going to be a challenge moving forward for Texas. Rod, what do you have in bullish or BS, my friend?
No, sorry, I'm still thinking about Ty without pants. I'm sorry. That's what I got in bullish or BS.
I'm sorry about
I'm
that. I
thinking
should have
about-
waited.
You should have, because I think the show peaked then. I'm still thinking about that, Ty. Ty, I don't know if I got more respect for you or less respect for you, because you did work you stayed and worked the show.
Yeah, he didn't
That
ask
would be a
off.
disaster.
Barely.
I probably would have ran home in shame and drove home and be like, guys, I can't do the show today. Because I wouldn't have even told y'all why. I just forgot my pants. I'm like, I'm going to be late today. You
Hey,
didn't do
that wasn't the first time I've done a morning show without pants.
Damn.
I threw up
Really?
on myself one time. Remember that?
You know, we do have
Wow.
we haven't peaked, Rod. We can keep telling Ty
I
stories.
was going to say, I didn't think you could top it. I think you might have topped it. Not the first time he's done a morning show without pants. Damn.
Hey, bullish or BS on this,
Wow.
Rod. A Jacksonville Jaguars fan, a female fan,
Oh,
who
man.
after their historic collapse, losing 5 of 6 games and out of the playoffs when the Texans won the division, a fan drove to their facility and drove her car into the practice facility at the Miller Electric Center. So angry.
She was angry or
Yeah.
like inebriated?
Both.
Or both.
Both.
Yeah, I was
Both.
like, you got to be a little. Well, maybe she was taking one of them edibles. Then.
Both, yeah.
I'm
She
talking
went to the
about-
gas station and then drove to the facility and drove into it to show her frustration and anger on the
Wow.
with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Hey, fans are passionate, my friends.
Yeah.
Drive your car into the facility. That's awesome. All right, we'll come back. When we do, hopefully we can not peak. We'll get back to the stories of the day, Ty's No Pants program, and the rest of a Wednesday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
We're rolling. Take A. We're rolling. Take 5. Double go.
Rolling on, Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B on a Wednesday, getting you up over the hump into Wild Card Weekend in the National Football League. Also, more developments around Texas football. The transition phase continues. More players into the NFL draft. The portal continues to be active. Longhorns looking for players in that portal. We'll get to the latest and behind the burnt orange curtain this hour. Also talking Cowboys and Texans in the Wild Card playoffs. And as we said, the night game on Saturday, be ready. It's on Peacock. It's only streaming on Peacock. Won't be on NBC. You got to stream it. And could be one of the coldest playoff games on record.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of shrinkage out there. Significant shrinkage.
And as we said earlier, the Chiefs receivers can't catch the ball when the when the elements are ideal.
Yeah.
What's going to happen when it's 0 and they can't feel their fingers?
Seriously, man. I wouldn't. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those games we got to run the football, and I don't even know if the Kansas City Chiefs have a good running game this year. I haven't really paid much attention.
Pacheco's,
It's okay.
he's
Isaiah Pacheco's come on late. I mean, I think they're trying to offset their passing woes with some Isaiah Pacheco. So yeah, and Miami's pretty good on defense. Miami's banged up on defense. Bradley Chubb, their pass rusher, got hurt in that game against Baltimore. Knee injury. He's going to be out for the rest of the year, and certainly maybe into next year for them. They got some dudes down on the defensive side. And the Van Ginkel's hurt. Yeah. They're banged up, and I just really like the. I know the trendy pick is to pick the Dolphins here. I like the Chiefs here. I just think because people have seen the Chiefs all year, front and center, dropping balls. Chiefs essentially had a bye week last week, and I think you're going to see a good version of the Chiefs. And I think the Dolphins are going to play very well in 0 degrees.
Yeah, and I'm with you. All the trends from over the years. We're talking about now, a decade plus of research. This is before Mike McDaniel. Just as an organization, the Dolphins don't play well in cold weather.
Yeah, and it makes sense because they live on South Beach.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, they just don't play well in cold weather. And Tua, as you pointed out, Tua's never really been exposed to it until he got to the league, I'm sure, but nothing as cold as what they are projecting.
Night game Saturday.
Like sub-zero temperatures.
Yeah, no precipitation, but that's really cold. And I would also say this, Rod. Think about this for the Dolphins. This will be the fourth game of a 4-game stretch where they played the Cowboys, and were fortunate to win 22-20. But then they lost. Then they went to Baltimore, lost to Buffalo. Now they're playing the Chiefs. That's 4 really good, really physical teams in a row.
Yeah.
That Cowboys game was a physical football game. On what was that, New Year's Eve? Am I right about that? Or Christmas Eve? That's Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve. The weekends are running together. That was Christmas Eve. Cowboys played the Lions on New Year's Eve. But either way, that was Cowboys, tough, hard-fought game. But Baltimore beats their brakes off of them in the rain, and then here comes Buffalo last week, and they get beat at home, and now they're going to Kansas City in the cold. I really like the Chiefs in that spot on Saturday night. But
yeah, me too. Just off the championship DNA, they've been there. We talked about Miami not being able to win big games against good teams. This season, they've struggled with that. They're 1-5, I think, versus playoff teams this year. I'll take Kansas City, and it's more just about pedigree.
Yeah, DNA
right
and home field, and they're good at Arrowhead.
Home field's a big part.
And the interesting part, this is this weekend is the wild card weekend, but man, divisional playoff weekend, which is next weekend, my favorite weekend of the NFL year. We're going to see something new. If the Chiefs are able to win that game, and Buffalo as a 10-point favorite can beat the Steelers, the Chiefs are going to have to travel to Buffalo. Chiefs have to go to Buffalo.
Yeah, they've never played.
That's never happened.
Now Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid have never had to play a road playoff game.
Yeah, the other AFC.
Crazy
It's crazy, right? And obviously, the winner of the Browns-Texans game will have to go to Baltimore to play the Ravens.
I guarantee the Ravens are hoping that the Texans pull off the upset.
Yeah, they don't want to play the Browns.
They don't want to see the Browns just because they see the Browns know the Ravens really well. Not a lot of teams know the Ravens. The Browns do, and the Browns also won't be shell shocked by Lamar Jackson. They see
him twice a year.
So they got a blueprint for Lamar Jackson. They got the best defense in the league. They have familiarity with that team. I think the biggest advantage for Baltimore in that situation would be, I know we're looking way ahead because we obviously I'm hoping the Texans pull the upset, but the biggest advantage would be that Todd Monken offense is not something that the Ravens prior to this season have had familiarity with. So really, most of their sample size for Lamar Jackson and how they're going to defend him is just from the games they got this season, because he's a different quarterback in this offense that they've spread out with receivers, and now they're kind of they're pass oriented when they first were run oriented before.
And then when they split the season series or the regular season series, and the Browns did win one 33-30 in the second matchup in November. So yes, and obviously over in the NFC, the winner of the Monday night game between the Buccaneers and the Eagles would go to San Francisco. Cowboys, if they're able to beat the Packers on Saturday or on Sunday afternoon, would host the winner of the Rams-Lions game.
The Rams.
Yeah, baby, the Rams. They've won 7 of 8, Rod. I've told you this, 7 of 8 into this playoff setting, and their only loss was an overtime loss in Baltimore, who's the best team in the league right now. And I watched most of that game. It was a hell of a game. It was back and forth. It was Lamar Jackson big plays. It was Matt Stafford making big plays, and it got to OT. It was a hell of a football game. It actually ended on a punt return for a touchdown by Baltimore.
Yeah, I remember that.
in OT.
Tylen Wallace, right?
Yeah, that was a really good football game, and that's what I was like, man, I need to pay attention to these Rams. They're pretty damn good. They lost the game, but that's their only loss in the last 2 months since their bye week. And Matt Stafford's playing good football. They're going to Detroit, where, as I said earlier, it's kind of unfair to Lions fans. You're finally hosting a playoff game, won a division, and you got to see your old guy Matt Stafford rolling in there on a heater.
That place is gonna be loud, though.
It's gonna be
quite
lit. The
they
scene.
ain't had the chance to cheer on a postseason game in a long time in Detroit, man. That place is gonna be crazy.
Yeah, this is crazy. This says, hey guys, Michigan alum here. Appreciate the show. Says the Jolly Good Fellow song goes back to midseason when Harbaugh started recognizing top performers. Quirky, no doubt, but wasn't a new thing this week. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's good stuff right there.
That makes sense. Thank you for the perspective, the context.
Yeah, and how about Jim Harbaugh? He won the Natty. He only had to coach 6 games this year. Only had to coach 6 games.
I know that's honestly that's a testament to what he's built. It really is.
It is. I was able to live without him. And there are a lot of folks that believe. We talked about this last night on the Longhorn live stream, Rod. We asked the question. I'll do it right now for our 8 o'clock hour audience moving forward. When the Longhorns play at Ann Arbor next, and even to the texter who's a Michigan guy, for the when the Longhorns travel to Ann Arbor next September 7th, or this September 7th, who will be the coach of Michigan? Because I think we all are on board that Jim Harbaugh is going to jump to the National Football League. I think it'd be a surprise if he doesn't at this point.
Yeah.
Too much pointing to that decision. But who will be the coach? Because I know in Ann Arbor, Jim Harbaugh's kind of pushing for Sharon Moore, the offensive coordinator, to take the job and just promote from within and keep the machine rolling.
To give that to somebody who's unproven, though.
Oh, I know. He's got some games he's coached this year. But for the most part.
And
that would be Harbaugh's argument. Look, I missed 6 games. He coached them all, won them all.
Yeah.
Won a game at Penn State when I wasn't there against a top 15 team.
James Franklin ain't no big game coach, though.
Well, we'll see. But I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be Sharon Moore, but it could be. But if it's not him, is it Brian Kelly? Is it Kalen DeBoard? Who will be whoever it is going to be a new coach at Michigan, I believe, next September 7th when the Longhorns play up there. So we'll take that question out there. And this says, guys, I've told you before, and I've said it again, someone needs to do a Dazed and Confused type movie based on Ty's life.
I don't disagree with that, man.
I'm with it. Sitcom, maybe.
And I just think Ty's got a lot of great stories. I mean, he shares them with us, and we appreciate it. But
he's only 25. I don't know how he has all these great stories. He lives a life.
Because he started when he was 13 or 14.
Getting branded by a girl.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He started so damn early. He started way earlier than the rest of us with these degenerate activities.
I've slowed down as of late.
He's slowed down since you were
14. And now he's got a
girlfriend.
I think the worst part, not the worst part, the high water mark for Ty was after he broke up with his one girlfriend and he was single for that stretch and he was kind of living at the Deep Eddy Cabaret.
I haven't been back in a while.
And see, now you got a girlfriend. You got some stability in your life. Yet you still stopped at the gas station for the Delta 8s, and you ended up doing the show last week or this Monday with no pants on.
No pants on.
Lesson learned.
Lesson learned.
Hey, but if Monty's listening out there, let's get a script going. I'm down.
Yeah,
I've been saying this for years as well.
Member of the Screenwriters Guild. That would be fun. Okay, let's get to the top stories and the headlines. Rod's got us behind the BOC this hour. We got some off the record this hour. We roll on. Let's get the news. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bringing you the top stories. And start with the Longhorn basketball team. Nice bounce-back win for Texas last night. After losing by double digits at home this past Saturday to Texas Tech, Longhorns went on the road and beat Cincinnati. Gritty effort in a hostile sellout environment. It was Dylan DeSue. Props to him. Poured in a career-high 33 points. Had 19 in the first half, 14 more in the second. That kept the Horns in a back-to-fourth game. Then with under 10 seconds to go, it was the sharpshooter Max Asmus going baseline, drained a 12-footer, kind of rimmed in, bounced up and down, and the Longhorns get the victory 74-73. Here's Asmus afterwards.
We'll continue to grow from it, continue to understand the intensity we have to play with. The big thing was, open up Big 12 play. We didn't get a victory. So it was really watching that and then seeing how we were going to respond. So we knew it was a big moment for us. And, the guys responded the right way, bringing the right intensity, and playing for a full 40 minutes.
Texas improves to 12-3 on the year, 1-1 in Big 12 play. They'll return to that area of the country this Saturday for a road showdown at West Virginia. 10th-ranked Texas women, meanwhile, back in action tonight. They welcome TCU to the Moody Center, 7 o'clock tip. Also in college hoops last night, number 1 and number 2 both went down on the road in upsets. Second-ranked Houston, their first loss of the year on the road at Iowa State, 57-53. In Lincoln, Nebraska, the Cornhuskers rolled past top-ranked Purdue, 88-72 in Big Ten play. Up in Waco, Baylor beat BYU 81-72 in a ranked matchup. And Auburn top Texas A&M 66-55. Official now, Texas wide receiver A.D. Mitchell will indeed forego his final season of eligibility, enter the NFL draft. He put on a post and a story on Players Tribune yesterday. Big 12's newcomer of the year revealed that intention. He led the Longhorns with 11 receiving touchdowns, was second on the squad with both receptions and yards behind Xavier Worthy, who is also headed to the NFL. Since the end of the year now, if you're counting 10 former Longhorns have declared for the NFL. 13 other Texas players have entered the transfer portal. 9 of those have already committed to new programs. Steve Sarkisian and the Horns do have a veteran who's decided to return for a super senior season. Word late last night that linebacker David Benda plans to use his COVID-19 year of eligibility to return and play for Texas. NFL, bit of a surprise yesterday with word that Mike Vrabel out as the Tennessee Titans head coach after 6 seasons. The first 4 were really good. The last 2 not so good. The team's owner decided the decision to move on from the 48-year-old is an effort to build a more aligned, collaborative leadership situation atop that organization.
That's a huge surprise. We knew there were going to be more coaching vacancies in the NFL. I did not expect the Tennessee Titans to go the route of moving on from Mike Vrabel. It's pretty obvious that he and the GM, Rand Carthen, the new GM they brought in, they could not get on the same page. They were not aligned. Even the owner, she said it. She just straight up said it. Like, I'm looking for alignment. And these two are not aligned. And that's the second time, or the second GM, I should say, that Mike Vrabel has not been aligned with. The first time, ownership, they sided with Mike Vrabel when he got at odds with John Robinson. They were together for a while, and they built a really competitive team. I mean, that blueprint to win, that bully ball late in the season when they got cold in playoff time with Derrick Henry, that mammoth offensive line, Ryan Tannehill and A.J. Brown. I mean, they played some really good bully ball, and that's when they were at their peak. And then they had to reinvent themselves with Derrick Henry's, he's starting to get injured, getting older. Ryan Tannehill starting to regress a little bit. And when they started to try to reinvent themselves, the first move by John Robinson, and it's obvious that he did not get the approval of this from Mike Vrabel, was to trade A.J. Brown. That put Vrabel at odds with the front office. The ownership decided to end the rift by firing John Robinson, hiring a new GM. And then the new GM comes in, and Mike Vrabel and the new GM, Rand Carthen, can't get aligned. They can't get on the same page because Rand Carthen, I believe he came in and said, rebuild. That's why they started trading. They traded Kevin Byard, drafting young quarterbacks. And they came in and said, no, we got to rebuild this thing. I think Mike Vrabel was in there saying, no, we can still win some games, make the playoffs. And I think you had 2 different philosophies within that organization. That's why they didn't trade Tannehill. You wanted them to trade Derrick Henry to the Cowboys. Probably should have. They didn't do that. So half the moves they were making said that they were still competing, and the other moves were saying they were rebuilding. And I think that Rand Carthen ends up winning this power struggle, and the ownership decide they're not going to side with Mike Vrabel in a second dispute with a second GM. They're going to take the GM side.
Well, and that number stands out that he's 1-9 in his last 10 divisional games. Houston beat him twice in the last couple of weeks to help win the division.
That didn't help.
Didn't help at all. And that game
that was a big game. The Love You Blue game. That was a big game.
Man, it was
a big
huge.
game for the organization.
But then the Texans got the benefit of the Titans beating Jacksonville, which was like, oh my gosh, thank you very much.
And like Vrabel said, they didn't quit. He said, no, we ain't quit.
No, they didn't quit. They didn't quit.
Yeah.
But, man, it was that game when Houston went in there with Case Keenum and fell behind and then still came back and beat them. They couldn't protect their quarterback. Houston was just bull rushing them. And then they had the game this year where they had the back-to-back block punts.
Oh, they had to fire the special teams
They had
coach.
to fire. It just looked a mess.
Yes, good point.
Looked a mess, and it's like, and if you're Rand Carthen, you come in from an organization like the Niners where they're used to being buttoned up, and looking good, and he's got a vision, and Mike Vrabel does too. I think it's probably good for both. I think Rand Carthen can now, because you can fully embrace the rebuild. Remember after the game on Sunday when they beat Jacksonville, Derrick Henry said bye to everybody. He said bye to the kitchen staff. He said bye to the wait staff. He said he knows it's over.
Yeah.
And now Mike Vrabel knows that it's over. And you made the good point earlier, found the good story that my immediate thought was, okay, I get it. You want to move on, but why didn't you trade him? Why didn't you try to get something for him? Somebody would give you a draft pick for Mike Vrabel based on what he has accomplished. It went south in the last year and a half, but somebody give it, and it was Amy Adams
Strunk.
Yeah, the owner who's Bud Adams' daughter.
Yep.
she did a radio interview where she said they don't want to get behind. Apparently, they've got their person
Her quote
in mind.
With 104.5 was, yes, we thought about trading him, but at the end of the day, with league rules the way they are, it would have maybe put us back 3 weeks, honestly, to get the right head coach. I was not willing to go to the back of the line and take a chance of missing out on someone we really wanted. So they got someone in mind, their top candidate. They don't want that top candidate to be hired by someone else.
Well, and remember, this kind of depending on who the hire is. There's the Rooney Rule. You got to interview so many people,
Yes.
and you got to go through that whole process. So yeah, if you go through 3 weeks of trying to trade, several weeks of trying to trade Mike Vrabel and find the right, partner, by the time you get that done and you pick up draft compensation, you could miss out on the coach you want.
Yeah,
and that's kind of the
and
process.
it's also apparently reportedly. Yeah, maybe just for rumor, I should say, more than anything. Mike Vrabel got at odds with the ownership, with Amy Strunk, because he had a GM hire in mind that he wanted,
okay, there
and
you
she
go.
did not go the route that he wanted. And apparently, one of the reports are that put them at odds as well. The interim GM, he wanted Ryan Cowden. He was an interim GM with the Titans, and he would like him to have been elevated to a full-time role. This is according to Boston Globe's Ben Verlin. And Vrabel and Cowden shared responsibility to close out last season. And then when they fired John Robinson, that guy Cowden ended up out too, and he's with the Giants. He got with the Giants this past offseason. He signed with them through I think something like that, like 2024, 2025. So yeah, that's one of the reasons that he not only was at odds with the GM, but then he didn't like what the decision that the owner made, and I think that's ultimately when she was like, "Whoa, you're at odds with me now too." Yeah. So you're at odds with your boss, the GM I just hired, and the guy before that who I brought in with you, and now you're at odds with me. Seems like maybe you're at odds with everybody. And now I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm talking from her perspective. She's like, "Hey man, you know what? We need alignment, and you ain't gonna be aligned with anybody unless it's your way."
Yeah, this is untenable. Untenable becomes the word. I mean, it's I don't think Amy Adams Strunk is saying he's a bad coach. It's just at this point we got to have you get along with somebody. You know what I mean? Yeah. We can't move forward like this.
Yeah, you kind of want the Belichick way where it's all your decisions.
And if Rand Cawthorn has somebody in mind that they want to go after, we'll see. You mentioned Bobby Slowick, which would be interesting because he's the Houston offensive coordinator. He came from San Francisco. Mike D'Amico Ryans like Rand Cawthorn. We'll keep an eye on that pretty quickly as the Texans get ready for the Cleveland Browns on Saturday afternoon. Several messages coming in. Appreciate those. It says, how about Brian Kelly to Michigan? Yeah, that's the name, right? That's what you keep hearing. We talked about it with our friend Jerry Hamilton last week. We've talked about it, you and I, Rod. If Jim Harbaugh jumps and when he jumps, would Brian Kelly consider going back to the Midwest where he has ties at Central Michigan, Cincinnati, and Notre Dame?
It's not a bad idea.
It doesn't feel like a fit that he could keep that thing rolling. Same time, Kalen DeBoer's name out of Michigan or out of Washington has been mentioned as a fast riser who could, keep that train moving. And as we said, Sharon Wright, the offensive coordinator, would be somebody that would be pushed for. No, I don't think Mike Vrabel would take the Michigan job. He hates Michigan.
No, Mike Vrabel, I think he'd take that Patriots job. That Patriots job came open though. That's about fit. That's a perfect fit.
Well, two shoes to drop that we're waiting on are the Bears and the Patriots. And what's going to happen there?
Yeah, would they keep Belichick around? I mean, I guess it's possible.
I'm open to the idea that they could. Because when Robert Kraft sits with Bill Belichick, they've known each other for 25 years.
Yes. Oh, you see the Apple thing coming out? There's an Apple documentary coming out about Belichick and the Patriots.
Is it bad?
Oh, it's supposed to be like, just no holds barred. I'll send Ty the trailer. And he can play the trailer, and I'll send it to you too.
All right, looking forward to that. Well, that could be bad PR coming. Could be a reason.
It's called The Good, the Bad, and the Untold Story of the Patriots.
Well, that might be a reason because apparently the meetings with Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick are happening this week, and they're going to make a plan. We'll see. But, yeah, Mike Vrabel now being available does seem like kind of a seamless transition and to keep the Patriot way in place. And Mike Vrabel would be a nice replacement for Bill Belichick, however that divorce happens. And then there's the Bears who, who knows what they're doing with Matt Eberflus. It was kind of a foregone conclusion that he was out. But here we are Wednesday and still no decision from the Windy City. But 6 openings. And we did mention 3 different organizations have all 3 put in request to interview Dan Quinn, the Cowboys defensive coordinator, and the Cowboys vice president of player personnel, Will McClay. So, and that's the Commanders, the Panthers, and the Chargers. All 3 interested in talking to not one but both It's maybe you need it because all three need general managers and
head
coaches. Yeah,
package deal. They
yeah.
know each other.
Know each other very well.
Well, that's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah, because Will McClay's done a great job, and obviously Dan Quinn has been good with Will McClay, saying, "Look, this is the type of player I'm looking for. These are the kind of guys with my positionless philosophy. Be on the lookout for these kind of guys. This is what we're after." And obviously it's worked, and they've built a heck of a defense, and whether it's through the draft or some of the free agent pickups. I mean, even the bargain free agent pickups that they've done, Rod, have been really good. I mean, the Jaron Curses and the
Jaron Curse was great. They brought him in. they brought Stephon Gilmore. It's trades they made. Stephon Gilmore trade was fantastic.
For sure.
It was a great – and even the development of some young guys, right? You got Deron Bland. He's an all-pro. You drafted that guy in late rounds. Was it fifth round
Donovan Wilson was a late pick who they had to sign to a contract last year.
He's one of the better safeties in the league.
Yeah, they've Will McClay's done a hell of a job.
Yep. And
that's why the Cowboys are so talented, and that's why this window is here.
Yep.
Because you've drafted so well, you've already paid a lot of guys big contracts, and now you got another crop of young guys that are coming off rookie deals.
Yep.
That you've hit on. That's a good thing, but you got to pay them.
It's a great thing.
It's a salary cap league, so you can't pay them all. How do you manage all of this? Becomes the challenge. And I think Jerry Jones did a radio interview on 105.3 The Fan this week, which he always does, in which he had to go back and clarify it, but it made it sound like Mike McCarthy's still got something to prove, essentially. And because they were asked about a new contract for Mike McCarthy, and he said he's under contract.
He's under contract already. Yeah,
he's already under contract.
Well, yeah.
Hey, man, this is look. Go back to anything we said in August, September. The Cowboys season starts now.
Yep.
Whatever has happened from beginning to end, this is when the season begins and how it's going to be judged. It's 12-5 or 13-4, 3 straight years now. I mean, no one's doubting the regular season of Mike McCarthy. We've given him his flowers on that. He has stabilized this team. It's not the up and down roller coaster of Jason Garrett. They're good. They're a good team. Now they've had some lull games this year, but it's the National Football League to win 12 or more games 3 straight years. But it's about now. It's
impressive. Yeah.
And because this year you did what you did, and the Eagles disintegrated from 10-1 to where they are, you have a chance to host 2 playoff games and. Then it's about the NFC Championship game. And so but as you have pointed out pretty clearly for Cowboys fans, Mike McCarthy's now married to Dak Prescott with this offense that they've come up with. And, it's been talked about. When they got rid of Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott spent hours and hours together going over plays they liked and, what works, what can we add. The staff has talked about footwork and how do we line up the passing game with Dak's sweet spot and his footwork and delivering the football, and it's all worked. I mean, you don't want to derail that now because you're about to re-up Dak Prescott on another big contract.
Yep.
So Mike McCarthy almost comes with the deal now. And if Dan Quinn's leaving to take, I do think Dan Quinn will take one of these jobs this time.
You can't pass up too many of these coaching carousels. If you pass up too many, they'll forget about you.
Yeah,
they'll pass you up, and you'll become a coordinator then.
And maybe that's what Dan Quinn wants, but I don't believe so.
No, I think he wants another shot at it.
I believe
he wants one more shot at it.
Yeah, and I think, remember, the Denver Broncos wanted to hire him, but he knew that they were in the middle of an ownership change, and he didn't want that a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. Then last year, Arizona wanted him, but he didn't want the whole Kyler Murray mess and everything that was going on there. So he's going to pick the right job.
Yeah, he's going to pick the right one, but you can't keep waiting for the perfect job because there won't be. That's the reason they're hiring a coach, because there ain't no perfect job out there. You got to go in there and you got to solve some problems for Dan Quinn. Now, if you're Jim Harbaugh, you'll pick like 4 or 5 jobs. You can do that. But Dan Quinn, I don't think he's in a position to just be turning down jobs year after year. I think, like you said, this is the year where if you get offered a job, I think he needs to take it, because I don't think he's been offered multiple jobs in these coaching carousels. He's been offered one each time, and he turns it down.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't the right one.
And it wasn't the right one.
Well, you wonder if the Chargers could be the right one with all the talent and the quarterback in place.
Yeah,
that's
it could
one.
be. Could be a perfect one.
And maybe with Kellen Moore already there, and you say, hey, bring Will McClay with you.
You know what? I will say this. I don't know if he wants Kellen Moore with him. And I always be a Kellen Moore fan, but I think he wants a Shanahan disciple in his with his defense.
I agree with you on
think
that.
It fits his scheme. He had Shanahan, obviously Kyle Shanahan, when he made the Super Bowl run with the Atlanta Falcons. Even after that, he hired Sark. Sark is not from the Shanahan tree, from the McShanahan tree that Dan Orlovsky calls it, but he is a fan of the Shanahan offense. He talks about that openly. Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, and Kyle Shanahan, even following Kyle Shanahan in Atlanta, he has followed follows those guys and often adds, even Mike McDaniel now, he'll add in all of their concepts and he'll add in some of their plays and some of their personnel groupings. He throws that stuff in there. And I think if you're looking at the hires that, Dan Quinn has made, I think it aligns with him trying to go get one of those Shanahan disciples, whichever the next one is.
Well, and he knows how hard it is to stop, right? He's trying to
yes,
stop.
And I think he built his defense to stop a Shanahan offense. I think that's the reason he is the foremost leader defensively in positionless football on the defense side of the ball with all of his hybrid players. And I think Shanahan is obviously the leader on the offensive side of the ball in positionless football. That is not a coincidence that they both came from that Atlanta team at the time. And that's when I believe they were experimenting with it and talking about it.
Yeah.
And then now when they both were able to accomplish it on their own and construct it on their own, they did it. Dan Quinn did it with defense with the Cowboys, and he's done it with the 49ers. Took him a while, but now he's got the perfect monster of multiplicity out there.
Monster
in San Fran.
of multiplicity. I love it.
You can't stop it.
Like a wrestler. But yeah, that's good. And so we'll see where Dan Quinn goes. And yeah, I agree with you. Probably not keeping Kellen Moore. But whoever the Chargers hire, they're going to want to know who the offensive coordinator is going to be,
decision,
because Justin Herbert needs to be maximized. It needs to be developed better than it's been so far. Offense needs to be better. Defense, but that's the other thing, right? They hired a defensive coach in Brandon Staley, and it was bad. So Dan Quinn, but with all those pieces already on defense, a Derwin James kind of player, a Boza,
hybrid
players, they're already there.
Yep.
So you wonder if the Chargers would be a good spot for. I think it would be. And I would say this: if you're a Cowboys fan, you better hope it's the Chargers. Because what if the Commanders went after him in your own division, where you got to face Dan Quinn twice a year
D-line?
with that D-line, and now they traded 2 key pieces off of it.
That's true. They did trade some pieces.
But
they still got some good, nice pieces.
They do. But Washington's got a new ownership group, new money. They want to rebrand and really reboot. Dan Quinn would be an interesting name there in Washington, and obviously Cowboy fans would have to deal with him on a twice-a-year basis. So we'll follow that. Coaching carousel's cooking. Cowboys getting ready for a big game with the Packers. Texans getting ready for the Browns. Looking forward to it. We'll have more coming up. But also coming up, more developments from the Longhorn side of things into this offseason. Players coming and going. Portal prospects. Rod will have the latest coming up in behind the burnt orange curtain. Also, before the end of the hour, we'll go off the record. And if you missed the Ty wearing no pants to the show story, we will reset that in off the record because it's a must. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Year-round for 45 years. It's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
We're at the turn. We're halfway through our 5-hour Wednesday conversation. We're at the turn. Nine holes in, 9 holes to go. making that turn headed home. And a lot to do between now and then. Obviously, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll go off the record. I just watched that trailer you sent me on the Apple docu-series on the New England Patriots, The Good, the Bad, and the Untold. We'll play that for you coming up and off the record. It looks like a really no holds barred.
I think one of the quotes that I heard from one of the trailers was, "We worked for Belichick, we played for Brady."
That was Danny Amendola.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we worked for Belichick, we played for Brady, and then there's a Brady clip right behind it that says, yeah, some things were done that can't be undone.
Man.
And then there's a flash of Jimmy Garoppolo, which goes back to the Belichick wanted to move on to Garoppolo, move off of Brady, and Robert Kraft had to step in and prevent it and all that.
Great.
Looking forward to it. And this all is coming out, the Apple series. Of course,
they timing it out. They're like, Belichick might be fired? Perfect time.
Now's the time. Now's the time.
Now's the time.
When you're wondering if you're Robert Kraft and you're on the fence, you might say, yeah, might be the time to go.
Yeah, you know, he had to approve it. You're right. He's like, no, yeah. Because they probably, just a good point. I wonder if they got final approval of when it would be released. They definitely had to.
For Apple? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
for the Patriots, like they got probably like, no, you can release it now.
Well, and these sports docuseries have become the rage, obviously, coming off the Bulls, Michael Jordan docuseries, and the Derek Jeter docuseries, and Tiger Woods had one. There'll be more, but this was a 20-year dynasty.
Oh, man.
And a 20-year run with Belichick Brady, and I don't think any of us won't tune in to hear the good stuff.
No, I can't. Like I said, it seems like they're gonna go into the good and the celebratory, obviously dynastic accomplishments, but also they're gonna get into, if you ever run that long, man, there's some dirt, there's some bodies buried somewhere. They're not gonna make them look bad or anything, but just I think the rifts that happened, just some of the emotions that were involved, and some of the bad blood that came up between Brady and Belichick. There's no doubt they're going to address it.
No question.
It'll be fun.
No question. And those stories, because through all of it, and then also there's in the trailer, and we'll play it. You hear Deflategate, Spygate.
Oh, it's controversy all over the place.
Gates.
Yeah.
Interesting. And now Tom Brady is becoming a commentator.
All right. I'm sure they're going to get into Brady leaving and then winning a Super Bowl.
Oh yeah.
And how that psychologically affected Belichick. Oh, it's going to be good.
Looking forward to that. Let me mention on the golf side of things at the turn, they'll tee off tomorrow down there in Hawaii, coming off the Kapalua event. Now they're headed to Honolulu, and that thing will tee off tomorrow. We'll certainly keep you posted. Also, keeping you posted, our At the Turn segment brought to you by Callahan's General Store. Doesn't take much of a glance at the forecast to get over to Callahan's now. We've been telling you about the freezes, Rod, of the winter. You know they're coming, and here comes the first hard one. Get over there. Get your spigot drips and your pipe wrap and everything you need. They've got it all for you. All the things to cover your bushes and shrubs and plants, and all the tips you need to make sure you're ready to go. Because I'm looking at it right here, Rod. On Monday morning, that's Sunday night into Monday morning, which is MLK Day. A lot of you folks will be off work that day. Right. 23 degrees. 23 for a low with high winds, so the wind chill will be pretty brutal Monday morning. And then Tuesday morning, not the wind, but 15 degrees, and then 24 on Wednesday morning. So now is the time to get over to Callahan's General Store, get all of the essentials that you need. They'll have them all. If you wait till Saturday, and remember, they're closed Sunday, so if you wait till Saturday, they might be running low.
Too late. Might be too late, man.
Might be running low on some things. So you don't keep so much in stock. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying, Rod?
Yeah.
So there we go. There is some at the turn conversations. I'll also say this, Rod, because we're going to go behind the burnt orange curtain and talk Texas football. Can I mention Max Aceman hit the big shot last night, Max Aceman for Texas. But Dylan DeSue, we talked about this. This has been kind of the transition trouble for Texas, where Dylan DeSue is their best player. But Dylan DeSue wasn't able to play in November and most of December. So they're trying to transition their best player in on the fly here through Christmas. And now, man. And how about him last night, Rod? 34 minutes, 33 points. He was unstoppable. 13 of 23 in from the field goal percentage. He also hit 4 3-pointers, Rod.
Wow.
4 for 10 from 3-ball. He was the leading 3-point shooter on the team. Aceman had 3 of them. He had 4. He had 6 rebounds. And it wasn't just on the offensive end for Dylan DeSue. He blocked 2 shots. He had 4 steals. Dylan DeSue was awesome last night.
Hungry out there.
Dylan DeSue was awesome last night. If you're going to get that Dylan DeSue, because this is going to be interesting. The lineup conversation has been big for Texas. Caden Shedrick didn't play last night. According to Coach Terry, he had a bit of a back thing flare up after the Tech game, so they were cautious with him. Dylan DeSue just wrecked shop last night on Cincinnati. Max Aceman hit the big shot. Dylan Mitchell and Tyrese Hunter both had 10 in the victory. And I'll say this, it'll be a broken record all year. They played some good defense last night. They actually got stops, Rod. They held Cincinnati on their home floor to under 50, like 47% from the floor, 7 of 17 from 3. And the big key for Texas is that Cincinnati missed big free throws down the stretch. They only went 8 for 15 from the foul line, and that was a part of it. Texas went 9 for 10 on their foul shots. Wow. And big props to Dylan Dessou. He was a man last night in a big way. 33 points in 34 points in 33 minutes. That's awesome. Wow. Yeah, that's awesome.
They're going to need him. And they need that defense.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah, block 2 shots, 4 steals.
That presence down low defensively. That's what they really need.
They're going to have a challenge with when they want to go 2 bigs. And when you're going Shedrick and Dessou and Dylan Mitchell, you can't. I don't know if you can have that on the floor because Dylan just can't shoot well enough. But if Dessou can knock down the threes, Rod, and he can be the guy that spreads the floor and helps you. If he's your stretch big, that's big. That would be big for Texas. And to see him knock down on the road 4 big 3-pointers, that's big for the Longhorns, and they get the victory there. So I wondered this. I don't think they will, but they literally could just stay in Cincinnati because they play West Virginia Saturday.
Oh yeah, and just fly to Cincinnati.
And if you go play West Virginia, they're going to fly back to Austin. School hasn't started yet. Then you're going to fly back to Cincinnati to drive to West Virginia. Essentially, what you're going to do.
And what day is that? They play West Virginia
Saturday. Now,
yeah, I guess it's Wednesday.
Now, Craig Way had taught us that you can actually fly into the airport in Morgantown.
Oh,
so
now they
probably
have.
What
okay.
They,
okay.
Yeah, Craig explained that. They have an airstrip in Morgantown for something the government built back in the day or something. West Virginia's got all kinds of secret government bunker things that they've been doing there because it's not far from D.C.,
Okay. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize you can fly into West Virginia.
I remember Craig Way giving that storyline.
Yeah, he went into depth with me one time.
There's
this government agency that has to fly in every single day, and it's like a 15-minute flight, but they fly in, fly out every day. And They fly to that airstrip they fly out of, and then fly to the smaller one in West Virginia.
Yeah, and it's all government based. So who knows? You know what I mean?
About that? Okay.
I know. I'll say this: when our friend, the retired Colonel Craig Flowers, was in his training to become, for his role as a special operator, special ops, he had to go to West Virginia for some training for a month or so.
That's okay. All right. So there's a lot of secret stuff happening.
There's just not a lot of people in West Virginia.
So that's why.
I mean, it's close to the seaboard. It's close to D.C., the epicenter, but it's
federal government to set up shop there and do some stuff.
But there's a lot of places to hide in West Virginia.
Okay.
The mountains have eyes.
Things. Mountains. Yeah. You ever try to drive through West Virginia? Not a lot of roads, Rod.
I'm not trying to drive through West Virginia. That's you ain't got to worry about that.
Rod just said
drive through West Virginia. Nope.
I'm not trying to drive through West Virginia.
I'm trying to drive through West Virginia. Never.
You go from West Virginia, east towards then north up into Pennsylvania. There's nothing, bro. There's nothing.
I know. If I'm driving through West Virginia, I'll drive the speed limit. I'll make sure of that because I don't want to get pulled over.
Forests and mountains.
I'm not stopping. I'm trying to gas up before and then drive right over through. Right. Part I got to go through.
Yeah, it's like a.
It's one of them states. I'm like, I'm good. I don't want to stop.
I'm sure it's beautiful there, though.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I'll see it as I drive.
Yeah. It's a pretty drive. There's no doubt about that.
It's a beautiful drive. Yeah, I'm sure. But
no question.
There's some place I don't know if I want to stop and hang out there.
No, don't stop. Don't stop in West Virginia.
Mm-mm.
Unless you're going to the Jason Bourne training school. You know what I'm saying? Can we get to behind the burnt orange curtain?
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Lots of exciting news on the 40 acres. Some of the declarations have become final and have been confirmed. A.D. Mitchell has decided that he is entering the NFL draft. He actually wrote a letter to his daughter in the Players Tribune, and in that letter he hints that he is leaving, but in his tweet at Mo City Mitch and on his social media accounts, he did say, "Today I am declaring for the NFL draft." So it's official that A.D. Mitchell will be declaring for the draft. Will likely be the top Longhorn drafted, if not the top two, one of the top two Longhorns drafted based on all the mock drafts out there. It is. So now it's official that A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy and Jay Witt, because Jay Witt exhausted his eligibility, now all those guys are gone. And you lose J.T. Sanders, of course, too, because he's a weapon in the passing game. And if you include a guy like Jonathan Brooks in there as well, because of what he presented, what he would actually be a weapon in the passing game, because Sark even said running backs are probably the most underutilized weapon in the passing game. If you include JT Sanders and you include Jay Brooks in that conversation, this is overall passing game losses, Worthy, Mitchell, and Sanders, you're talking about over 80% of your receiving yards and touchdowns that are gone. And you're talking about over damn near 75% of your receptions gone. That's a lot of your passing offense, a lot of your target shares gone, a lot of your productivity that's gone. That will be the biggest challenge for Texas this upcoming season, is replacing that group. We had a live stream last night on Texas football, and shout out to my man CJ Vogel, brought up a really good point that if the weapons and the skill talent around Quinn Ewers have been able to help uplift his play the last 2 years, maybe now with Quinn Ewers' third year in the system with a veteran offensive line returning, he should be elevating his game to the point where he can help elevate the play of the young guys who are unproven commodities around him. So maybe we should be putting more of a burden on Quinn, that if those young guys aren't up to par, that's up to you in the offseason to be working with them, making sure you develop chemistry, making sure these guys know about route depth and side adjustments, and making sure they know the subtle nuances of route running within the system. That'll be on Quinn, because Quinn can work with him as much as he wants to.
Yes, he can. You're right about that. That's the leadership part
Sark
of it.
can't, but he can.
He can. They can gather on their own
every damn day.
And we'll see if that includes maybe 2 more portal wide receivers too, Rod, because they are talking to C.J. Daniels from Liberty and Silas Bolden from Oregon State, already Matthew Golden through the portal. So they are trying to bring some experienced players. But regardless, they're not experienced with Quinn, and they're not experienced in this offense.
No.
So that's going to – you're right about that. There's going to be it's incumbent upon Quinn to take the reins on that and further develop chemistry with a Jonte Cook and a DeAndre Moore and a Ryan Niblett, but also incorporate the new guys that are coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, and I think Texas is up to it, obviously. And I like Sark's offense, and these guys will produce, but there's no question that's a heavy loss of talent and production on the offensive side of the ball. But we did see the running back room go through it last season. The running back room did pretty good replacing that talent, and there was very little to no regression in that running back room. Another big announcement today, at least yesterday, that we haven't gotten into, David Benda. David Benda did announce that he's coming back to school, so that's really good news for the linebacker room. Linebacker room now, that might stabilize the linebacker room. You brought up several times, that 2 recruiting cycles ago, Texas recruited a bunch of linebackers in that recruiting class. They got Anthony Hill now. He's the prodigy. He's the chess piece. They're going to move around a little bit, put him on the edge, put him at off-ball linebacker, blitz him through the interior gaps at times, maybe drop him back into coverage. You can do a lot of things with him. And you got Mo Blackwell, who was a hybrid for you that you used in some of your sub packages, but he can play full-time linebacker for you now and gives you a linebacker that can run and is comfortable in space. Then you got Benda, who's a veteran, probably a better run force defender than a pass defender at linebacker. And those are guys who will stabilize the linebacker core, who've played quality reps and started for you. And then now we expect those young guys, Leon LaFau, some of those young linebackers to step up and fill the void of talented depth at linebacker. But you've had 2 really good linebackers the last 2 years, DeMario Overshown and Jalen Ford, and then Jalen Ford and a young Anthony Hill ends up being a freshman All-American. I think, this year Anthony Hill should take over that lead spot, and then who's going to be the other guy that steps up, right? It's going to be Mo Blackwell. Is it going to be Benda? I think it'll probably be Mo Blackwell more so than Benda. Benda to me seems like he's more matchup specific versus run teams. I think Benda can be exposed somewhat in coverage, but you got new linebackers coach too. Don't forget about that. You got Johnny Nansen coming in.
Johnny Nansen, yep. And the 5 linebackers from the 23 class, that's the one better known as the Arch Manning class.
Oh, there you go.
Arch Manning.
Sorry, y'all. Y'all would have known it better with that. Should have said that. He's right.
It features, Cedric Baxter was part of that class too. But it features 5 offensive linemen, but then 5 linebackers. Samaje Burrell from Fort Worth, Leona LaFau from Hawaii, Darian Gillette, who from Teague, Texas. What an athlete he is, 6'2", 225. Was a great basketball player. He battled an injury coming out of high school. Anthony Hill, and then Tasuli Akana out of Utah.
Yeah.
Of course, sister plays volleyball at Texas. So those are your 5. And so that they were getting ahead of this, knowing that now David Benda, with the return of Mo Blackwell, gives you some depth at that position
agree.
and a new linebackers coach. And I feel like that's why Sark was so intent on bringing in someone he knows that can develop and to replace Jeff Choate, because that's an important position, along with defensive back, which we're still waiting on some type of word on Dwayne Akina. Will he be joining Johnny Nansen to help in this defensive back rebuild?
There is something brewing there, but I don't know how it's gonna pan out.
Agreed.
I don't know, and I can't tell you which way it's leaning. There is interest, I believe, from both sides, but that's far from deals being done and negotiations and that kind of stuff. So
clearly where they're going with the defensive line and Bo Davis, you kind of trust where they're going on that end, what he's done developing in the D line, and then you knew what we were getting from Jeff Choate, but now you bring in Johnny Nansen, who you know, and clearly, just like receiver, you're overhauling your secondary.
Yes, you are.
But it's an overhaul that starts with a higher ceiling of player, right? I mean, receiver, you're replacing NFL dudes and a tight end that you haven't had a guy like that in 20 years. So that's a challenge at receiver. Defensive back, you may actually be overhauling it to a better talent, more talent, right?
I agree with this.
And a different type of player.
Yeah.
When you're starting in the defensive backfield, because you mentioned 8 guys in the portal or in the draft, and we were waiting on Jahdae Barron.
If Jahdae Barron declares for the draft, it'll be 8 then.
That'll be 8.
7 right now, still a lot.
And we talked last night on the Longhorn live stream on Texas football. I don't know. Something in me is telling me, and our friend C.J. Vogel, who says over the weekend he thought it was 50-50 on Jahdae. Now he's maybe lessened a little of that. He's trying to decide. Andrew Makuba and he are good friends. They're from Austin. He played at Pflugerville. Makuba was an LBJ guy. You'd love to see those two guys playing in the secondary together, trying to develop back there, along with Michael Taff and Derek Williams and Terrence Brooks and Manny Muhammad developing a corner. Boy, that would be fun to watch those two 5'1" kids, young guys, representing. Or 3 of them, because Michael Taft's a 5'1" kid too.
I think about that.
Be the 5'1" secondary.
That's a nice nickname too. 5'1" crew.
The 5'1" crew. There you go, Rod. See?
Yeah, I like that.
5'1" crew on the at the safety position.
That's
Derek Williams would be the outlier. But 3 guys from Austin. That would be fun with Makuba coming back home after starting 3 seasons at Clemson. We know what Jahdae Barron can do. And the thing that Jahdae's apparently waiting on. Remember, Jahdae Barron's been invited to play in the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
That's a factor.
Yeah,
he's going to get a chance to go play in front of NFL coaches at the Senior Bowl. But he can, if he decides to stay, he'll just not accept that invitation. He'll go next year. But we'll see.
I forgot about that. You're right. He has a chance to impress coaches.
Yeah. We'll see. I think that's what he's kind of weighing. Do I want to come back and represent the 5'1" and play with my guy, or we'll see. And then the Dwayne Akina thing pending. As you and I have both heard that there's talks being had. There's interest, but there's no finish line in sight at this point on that. Because what I was told on Dwayne Akina, and you may know better, he's happy where he's at. He likes his gig in Arizona, and he's 67 years old. Yeah. He doesn't have to move.
No, he likes being close to the West Coast.
Yeah,
he's a West Coast guy, and he wants to be closer to Hawaii. Really.
Yeah.
He's a family guy. His family means a lot to him, and he gets to spend a lot of time with his family right now. So, I'm like I said, it's not a done deal, but there is interest. I think mutual interest on both sides. And he's only got a few places where he'll call home, and Arizona has been one of them.
Yeah,
that's like his
Hawaii,
second.
Arizona, and Austin.
Yeah, it's like exactly. Hawaii. He's been at 3. He was at Hawaii for a long time. He was at Arizona for a long time. He was at Texas for a long time. Went back to Arizona. Stanford is kind of the outlier there, but he's only been in like 3 locations.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll follow that. Johnny Nansen is indeed the new linebackers coach in Co-DC. There's some behind the burn orange curtain. Good stuff at that. We'll come back with some off the record, including we'll play that trailer for the new Apple miniseries, docuseries coming out on the New England Patriots dynasty. The good, the bad, and the untold. Mm-hmm. We'll play that for you so you can get geeked up about it too. Plus some other off the record conversation stories of a Wednesday morning.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. And thing sucks.
Off the record time. Got to say, Rod, as a son, a youngster of the 70s, 2024 is off to a rough start.
Why is that?
Well, because we already lost, I can't remember which one. One of the two, Starsky or Hutch, died. I think it was Hutch from my show Starsky and Hutch.
Yeah.
Passed away early in 2024.
Yeah.
And now the loss of Cindy Morgan, the actress who played Lacey Underall on the film Caddyshack. Lacey Underall. She was the very attractive blonde who didn't wear a bra.
Oh, okay.
If you'll remember, if you're a child of a person of my age, you'll remember Lacey Underall.
Okay. Vaguely, I think I remember this.
Apparently, she passed away recently. Roommates noticed a bad odor and stench coming from the actress's room. Grew concerned. They called 911.
It's sad.
Very,
Yeah.
very sad. So 2024 needs to slow down. Needs to slow down. For my 70s peeps.
No, I'm with you, man. Makes you feel hey, makes you feel old. All right, when the sex symbols start dying out for you, he's like, "Oh man, I used to fantasize about her."
She was 69 years old.
Okay.
Caddyshack and Tron among her 37 acting credits.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah. Okay. Are we gonna listen to this trailer?
Yeah. You want to lead into it? You found it. That's
no,
good
we
stuff.
can get into it. So Apple TV has a new sports documentary about the dynasty of the Patriots. I'm not sure if it's a mini-series or what, not really sure, but I just saw it early this morning, and man, the trailer got me excited and pumped, especially since you see right now they're going through kind of a reinvention of the Patriots. We don't know what's going to happen with Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft, but here is the audio of the Apple TV mini-series or series about the Patriots dynasty.
In pro football, nobody's entitled to anything. You have to go out there and earn it.
I was pretty intent on proving myself.
We were going to determine the future of football in New England.
The Patriots are Super Bowl champions! First dynasty of the century.
This game is like a narcotic. You're chasing that forever.
Breaking news right now.
Spygate. Deflategate.
Aaron couldn't separate himself from that dark side.
That team won enough to become the villain.
We worked for Bill, but we played for Tom.
Bill tore Brady's head completely off. There's things that are done that can't be undone.
I was just trying to hold it together the best I could.
This team will be scrutinized, celebrated for as long as the game of football is played.
February 16th, I think it's coming out. It is a series.
That's right after the Super Bowl, Rod.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's great time. It's
Right
great.
after the
Just when
Super
everybody
Bowl.
will be thirsty for more football content because they'll be sad that it's over. Boom, they'll just drop that on you. Oh, it's going to be good.
But then I want, I'm already jonesing for when they show it, that we watch it. Because I wish they had done it for the Michael Jordan documentary. I want, like, on The Bachelor, when they bring them all together at the end.
Oh, like a reunion show.
Yeah, the live
Like a
show
reunion
after it's
show.
all done.
Oh, see, that's good stuff.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
yeah.
Yeah, you do want to steal stuff from Bravo then. Yeah.
Give me that Bachelor.
Those reunion shows are good. Yeah, they are good. Because, like, man, that's when you get all of the dirt on the table and you force them to have to answer questions about the dirt and all the salacious
Well, and of course,
gossip.
the
it's good stuff.
when the players, the people sit down to do those interviews, they don't know what's going to come out of it. They answer a million questions, and then how much of it do they actually pick and pierce? Well, they get to all see that.
Yeah.
And then they get to sit and say, wait a second, you said that about, come on now.
You're right. If we'd have done that for The Last Dance, that'd have been the highest rated.
Oh, with Jordan and Pippen?
That'd have been one of the most highest rated
Rodman?
That'd have been one of the highest rated programs on American TV that year.
Yeah.
It would have been.
After the episode 10,
Yep.
if they all sat and
No
Jordan was
question.
there.
No doubt. Everybody would have been watching that.
Who hosts that?
Who would host it? Oh, who would host the reunion shows like that? That's good. That's
It couldn't be like Jesse Palmer.
Yeah, you got to get somebody. Yeah, that's a good point. You got somebody that's not
Mike Tirico?
It's a little confrontational, but still not standoffish, not a threat.
Joe
That's
Buck?
Good. Mike Tirico
Joe
could do
Buck?
it. Tirico could do it. But, yeah, those guys could do it. You can take one of these to broadcasters who wouldn't mind essentially being on the bad side of Michael Jordan, because you might have to ask Michael Jordan the question that made
You know
him
who it might
uncomfortable.
be? A guy like Bill Simmons. Bill Simmons. He's a Boston guy.
Oh, you know, really, who would be really good? The inside the NBA guy, Ernie.
Ernie Johnson.
He'd
Respected.
be perfect. Respected, and you know what I mean? And an NBA guy, he would be good for the Last Dance one. For the Patriot
Last
one.
Dance Patriot. Maybe.
For the Patriot one, they got to do somebody different. You got to find somebody different. I think it's got to be somebody different, right? It's got to be a football guy.
Maybe Tirico, because
Tirico would be good for that one. I think you're right.
He's well respected. He's kind of even keeled, but he would
Respect.
ask hard questions.
Yes, exactly right.
Or Costas.
Ooh.
But Costas isn't doing football anymore. He's a baseball guy now.
Olympics and baseball now, pretty much.
All right.
Okay. I like that idea though. The reunions
Oh.
for these docu-series or reunion shows.
We don't watch The Bachelor, but those are the best shows.
Oh, the Real Housewives, they do reunion shows, and those are always the highest rated shows. Matter of fact, Salt Lake City just did their reunion show for this last season, part 1. They do like 4 parts too. They do like part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4. It's awesome.
Somebody said if they did that after the Jordan rules, fights would have broken out.
That's why it would have been so great. Sometimes these housewives, they get into it too, dude. They start throwing stuff at each other, getting up and walking off the set. Oh, man.
Oh,
awesome.
no, you didn't.
Oh, man. Pippen. Oh, you can bring on Larsa Pippen. And
Well,
she's a real housewife anyway in Miami, and she's dating Michael Jordan's son.
Well, think about it. With the Patriots, you have 2 decades of characters. That's too good. All right, we're back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. rolls on. Underdog Fantasy, folks, your fantasy football season's over. But guess what? You can still win money during the NFL playoffs on Underdog Fantasy with their Pick'em game. That's right. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. You're going to watch these games anyhow. I always say this. You'll be sitting there watching these games on Saturday and Sunday into Monday night. And all you have to do is go to UnderdogFantasy.com or download that app to your phone. And then you go to the app and you pick between 2 and 5 players. You select higher or lower on those players' in-game stats. You choose the stats, too, of what they're going to do. Catches, touchdowns, yards, all these things that you choose from. And if your picks hit, you can win in the playoffs here in the NFL with Underdog Fantasy up to 100 times your money as you go through the playoffs. It's fun. It's legal. And here in the state of Texas, it's just a blast. Again, you're going to watch the games anyhow. Why not have a little action on it and a little fun? It is great. It's so easy to use. That's the one thing for sure with Underdog Fantasy. It's easy to get signed up and then easier to play. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with the promo code Hogan, which is my last name. And Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. So you're doubling your money to start. Plus, they're going to give you a special pick of 0.5 total yards to use either way. So they're going to give you a little something to have fun in your first try. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Hogan, Hogan. Your first deposit of 10 or more up to 100 doubled, plus your special pick. It is phenomenal. Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com. good stuff there at the end of the hour. Several people mentioned on the if they did a last dance after the what do they call it, Ron? After
reunion show.
After the reunion, or after the
reunion show. Yeah.
after it's all settled. Said that Ahmad Rashad could host the last dance.
Ahmad Rashad.
What is Ahmad Rashad doing
He
these
a little
days?
older. I don't even.
And he was Jordan's best buddy, so I don't think Pippen would like that.
Yeah, I can't be doing that. I mean, remember Ahmad Rashad's wedding to Felicia Rashad? He had O.J. Simpson, right? It's one of his.
Speaking of someone from the 70s.
No, I don't say O.J. Simpson and Bill Cosby were his best man, or his groom, one of his groomsmen and best man.
Yeah.
Were like Bill Cosby and like.
Hey, look, man, all I know, I wanted to be in that luxury box down in Houston on Monday night with Jeter and Jordan, and
No, I agree. That's
Travis Scott was there.
a lot of cash. A lot of straight
Just hang
cash
out.
on me there, man.
Hang out. So Stephen A. Smith probably would have been annoying, but I would have put up with it. But either way, here we are, hour 4 of our 5-hour morning by morning conversation. A little controversy here, Rod. Controversy, the AP poll, the coaches poll in college football. Like, they don't reveal the coaches' votes until the last one. Okay, at the end, in the final coaches poll, the coaches who are voting, or their votes are revealed.
Yeah.
Including former Longhorn coach Tom Herman, who ranked the Longhorn 6th in his final coaches ballot.
He ranked the Longhorns 6th in his final ballot? That's not true. Is that real?
Yeah. Behind Michigan, Washington, Georgia, Alabama, and Florida State.
Come on, Tom. I guess the Florida State one maybe out of principle, but seriously?
Alabama,
exactly. Come on, Tom. You're letting your true colors show there a little bit.
That's
You're
a
letting your
little
petty
sour
show.
grapes.
You're letting your petty show. It's all right. I know. I would say sometimes, most of the time, those coaches don't even really fill that out. Now they may, you know what I mean? They have somebody.
In this case, I think Tom probably did.
He probably did. Or he directed somebody to fill it out a certain way. So, not surprised by that. Yeah. Tom's got some petty in him. I guess the guy that gave the double bird, right, to the cameras who were in the in their war room during signing day. Double bird. The guy mocked Drew Lock during the Texas Bowl. All right, when they beat Missouri in the Texas Bowl. Yeah, he's got a little petty in him. He's got a little petty.
Oh yeah, I remember the double bird on LHN.
Double bird, just random. He was just annoyed that the cameras were in the room. It just gave him the double bird.
And they're always in the room.
They're cameras, Tom. It's a camera.
Come on, bro.
Come
on, man.
Come on, bro.
Well, look, I mean, it's you always talk about cyber stalking. It's like your ex.
Oh man.
Because it was CDC that fired him. And now his, the replacement is doing well, and so you probably go on Facebook and write a little snide comment on the, they're having a party or something. Good luck, y'all.
Yeah, you might want to do it from a burner account or something. Tom. Everybody can see your petty. Your petty is showing. Your petty is showing.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Okay, cool, hook 'em.
But exactly right. There you go. That's a great, nice one. That reference had been made in a long time. But yeah, I always said, listen, there's a good coach in Tom Herman somewhere. Tom Herman's just immature. And once he's
not a good people person.
And he's not a good people person. So
relationships are a struggle for Tom.
Yes, there are things that got Tom Herman fired that had nothing to do with coaching on the football field. You get fired for a lot of different reasons, losing games, but also losing your locker room. He started to lose the locker room, and he never had any support from really the administration, from the boosters and the donors. And then once he lost the locker room and started losing games, he lost the fans, and there was nobody in Tom Herman's corner.
Well, look, when things happen like that, and I've talked to a lot of folks, I'm sure you have too, who worked, there's a lot of people that work at UT in the athletic department that nobody knows. But to a person that I've talked to, they all say that Tom was kind of a jerk. He was just not not a nice guy.
Yeah.
And that's to people who, the administrative assistants and the secretaries and people in the office. The opposite has been said about Sark, that he's a very engaging guy. What he is, is what he is. And that goes to relationships. And Sark and Tom Herman, very, very similar to another coach I covered right at the beginning of my career in radio, was John McAfee. I mean, it wasn't anything about football John McAfee didn't know.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in the NFL coaching the National Football League. X's and O's were not a problem for John McAfee. No. Relationships were a problem for John McAfee. And not holding grudges and not you got to be aware of your. I mean, when recruits. I mean, when Tom Herman's thing ended was really. We know the Eyes of Texas conversation, but really when the Brockermeyers, right, the Brockermeyer twins, both parents went to Texas. Blake Brockermeyer's in the Hall of Honor. and they're not even those sons aren't even considering coming to Texas, and they've got a brother that's in the locker room as a walk-on at Texas.
Telling them
that's all you needed to know,
Yeah.
and a lot of those stories got back to CDC, and that was on time. And you're right, immaturity's part of that. And look, I mean, it's possible for Tom Herman to be like Steve Sarkisian. Steve Sarkisian went off the rails and lost the USC job.
That was a good coach in there, but he was distracted and derailed by his own demons, stuff
Yeah.
like that, and he came back.
A stronger person for him.
Yeah, and I think that's a good coach in Tom Herman.
I do too. I don't think it's about football. I don't think it's a.
Nope.
You know, I think of the Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine Mastermind, right? When
Yeah.
he's drawing on the whiteboard. He knows football, and he won 4 bowl games. He won a lot of games at Texas, but you can't win at a big time football program if you can't build relationships with people.
Well, this is literally what we're talking about with Mike Vrabel. I mean, we can take it to the NFL too, guys. NFL is the same thing, relationships. Mike Vrabel was not get fired because he was a bad head coach. Mike Vrabel did quite the opposite. He's a damn good head coach. But Mike Vrabel, with John Robinson, when John Robinson traded A.J. Brown, the reports are he was livid about it. He was upset about it, and then he went there and basically turned against John Robinson. And him turning against John Robinson, there was a rift within the organization. They could not get along. All right, that was a deal breaker in this sense, right? It was a deal breaker. Said, man, we can never be professionally aligned again after you traded A.J. Brown, because he was pissed. But basically, that A.J. Brown trade got everybody fired. Now looking back on it,
maybe didn't clear it with
Exactly.
Vrabel.
So whatever it was, it caused a rift that they were irreparable. They were unable to repair it. So the ownership, all right, Amy Adams Strunk decided, you know what? All right, you guys can't repair this. So John Robinson, you got to go. Siding with Vrabel. He's a damn good coach. And whether you cleared it with him or not, y'all couldn't reconcile it. So we'll fire the GM. Hey, I'm going to bring in another GM. They brought in another GM, and that GM didn't align or philosophically didn't agree with Mike Vrabel. And Mike Vrabel, although he probably should have tried to compromise a little bit more, he didn't, because reports are Mike Vrabel wanted the owner to hire somebody else. He wanted her to hire his guy, who was an interim GM there. I believe his name was Cowden, who was there with John Robinson. And then when they fired John Robinson, that guy, he was let go too. He's now with the Giants. So apparently he's been surly and a little bit upset, disgruntled, with the new hire of Rand Carthen, the new GM, just because he wanted his guy.
Yeah.
And now he's firing, I think, is due to the ownership going, okay, well, you couldn't get along with John Robinson after he traded A.J. Brown. I brought in a new GM for you, fresh new perspective, fresh new eyes, fresh new philosophy. And now you don't want to get along with him because I didn't choose the GM that you wanted, so you don't like his ideas. And now you're telling me as the owner, you don't like my decisions because I didn't take the guy, or I didn't hire the guy that you wanted hired. So who can you get along with, Mike Vrabel?
Yeah.
And that's what she said. I'm not saying that she made the right decision. I think she probably overreacted, probably should have kept Mike Vrabel. But the point is relationships.
Matter big.
Relationships. And because in that building, the owner decided, Mike Vrabel, you're not great at relationships. You need to go.
Yeah.
Even though you're good at your job, you got to go.
No.
This ain't about football.
Well, and I think that's the other takeaway is that, because the one thing I keep seeing on social media is that everybody in that organization loved Mike Vrabel. Loved him. Like the other people, the same people I'm talking about, the office workers.
Not the front office and not the ownership.
Yeah.
Aside from that.
And to me, it speaks to the fact that, then something we talk about quite a lot, Rod, alignment at the top is vital. You have to have everybody pull in the same direction. And whether it was Vrabel, the owner, because I'm never going to side with an Adams. That'll never happen. But Adams' daughter. But, there has to be alignment. And, Mike Vrabel would argue, look, when you were letting me pick my guy and do my thing, and we were winning. We won 4 straight seasons.
Yeah.
And then now I'm not getting the say, and we're going off the rails here. You can kind of see that. But at the same time, there's plenty of fingers to be pointed at Mike Vrabel. But I'll say this for Amy Adams Strunk. There are really good NFL coaches are hard to find.
Yes.
And so if you have one, you might want to bend his way.
Usually.
But it's her team. I mean, she can do what she wants.
And I think I think she is going to just allow Rand Carthen to hire his guy.
Yeah.
And the hire may not be as good as Vrabel, straight up, because Vrabel's a damn good head coach. I think what she wants is alignment. What she's tired of is her phone ringing, and why she's got to break up. Yeah, she's got to solve the problems, and she's got to come in and be the mediator between the GM she hired and the head coach she hired. And he said, guys, you need to work it out. Every time I come here, the GM's hitting me up saying, I got a problem with Vrabel. Or Vrabel's hitting me up saying, I got a problem with this GM. Guys, I want to be the owner and just come enjoy my team and enjoy success. So I think what she wants right now is just for them to get along. And she says she's thinking there's probably a better chance of Rand Carthen getting along with a hire that he makes rather than Mike Vrabel getting along with the hire that he makes. Because John Robinson, essentially, he came in with Mike Vrabel.
Yeah,
and Mike Vrabel turned against him.
Both New England guys.
Yeah, he turned against him.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying he wasn't right to turn against him, but still shows you that he's I don't know, he's stubborn.
No, not perfect. No, without a doubt.
He's stubborn.
Well, and I'd also say just and how quickly it can turn, right? Tennessee was aligned and winning and number 1 seed in the AFC a few years ago when they got beat by Joe Burrow and the Bengals, but they had a really good team built around Derrick Henry, and it disintegrates pretty fast. Houston was a complete dumpster fire. Mm-hmm. And now there's perfect alignment.
Yeah, it is.
Now there's perfect alignment.
You're right. Great point.
Because Nick Caserio, they hired D'Amico Ryans. Because again, we've gone through the Houston's litany of how they had to get out. Because I saw where the Saints yesterday are going to keep Dennis Allen.
Yeah.
And I think the reason is they're so cap strapped. You realize that these Saints didn't make the playoffs and they're over $70 million over the cap. The Derek Carr decision was a bad one.
It's brutal.
They've just put bad money on top of bad money. Yeah. And they're still bad. I think they're keeping Dennis Allen to just weather the storm. Like they know they're going to be in cap hell for a couple of years.
And that job is unattractive.
And no one's going to want the job.
Yeah.
No one's really going to want the job. It's kind of like Houston when Nick Caserio got there and they had no talent, they were over the cap, and they had no draft picks. So it's like, who am I going to hire? We got to move on from Brian's gone. We got to move on and start over. But I got to hire a place filler essentially who will hold this job for a couple years that everybody can get along with. And then I got to hire the real coach, and this is where they are now. Now they're under the cap big time. They've won the division. They've drafted their quarterback. They've got their coach, and all's well in Houston.
It is. It doesn't take long, like you said. Once you get the alignment, hell, Texas is a great example, right?
Yes, sir.
You got the
From
BBs
Tom
back
Herman
in
to
the
this.
box, Jay Hartzell, CDC. You get that really chemistry and that continuity at the top, and then it really does kind of trickle down to everybody. And then the hires, it seems like all the hires are the right hires.
The right hires.
Whether it be Sark or somebody else, they're the right hire. I think it's because you have chemistry and synchronicity at the top.
Have to have it, and that's in any industry. Watch some Simon Sinek videos at some point. I mean, he would tell you that, and that's the key. And think about it for Texas. CDC didn't hire Tom Herman, right? And he didn't. No. He inherited Tom Herman.
Yeah.
And whenever you inherit someone, and he's doing stuff, and people reporting back to CDC, hey man, you hear what he did? You hear what he did?
Yeah.
And if you didn't hire him, you're like, really? Now, if you hire him, you'll go to that person and hey, come on, man. You were in this together.
When I brought you in, we talked about these things.
Yeah,
and you are not subscribing to them.
Yeah, and I'll have your back. And when things don't go right, I got you. But it's not your hire. That's a big part of that, right? If it's not your hire, you're always going to be like, this guy did what? Who hired this guy?
You don't fight for him as much either.
That's right.
It's not my guy or my girl.
Well, and guess what? The coach who didn't get hired by that boss thinks the same thing. He's not fighting for me. He doesn't have my back. I mean, it just leads to it's kind of like arranged marriage.
You're right, but that's a good point of why that bickering, I think, is what the ownership of the Titans is trying to avoid. It's like, no, just let him hire his guy. At least they'll get along and they'll be aligned.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Okay, I would just say good coaches are hard to find. You might want to bend the other way, but
watch out, Texans fans, because Bobby Slowick, he's probably going to get an interview. I'm not saying he's going to get that Titans job, but because Rand Carthen and him have a background going back to the 49ers, and Slowick's already gotten job, at least some interest. He's going to interview with the Panthers and with the Commanders. He's not going to get those gigs, but he's already getting interest. First year as a play caller.
And Rand, it is the San Francisco connection that he wants to hire someone he's comfortable with too.
That's exactly right.
Hey, when we come back, actually not when we come back, after Rod's rant and then a quick break, we're going to tell you the story if you didn't hear why Ty did the show on Monday without pants on. Man. Yeah, you heard me right. That was not a stutter. Rod did the show on Monday, or Ty did, not Rod. That would have been weird.
Yeah, in your house, that would have been very
Ty did the show on Monday with no pants on and produced the show. We'll find out again how that happened. But first, let's get to Rod's rant.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, now let's continue breaking down these wild card matchups. Let's start with the Texans and the Browns. I've been doing some research about this matchup. First of all, did you know that Joe Flacco has 7 road playoff wins in his career? He's tied with Tom Brady for the most road playoff wins by an NFL quarterback in the Super Bowl era. If they beat the Texans, he'll have the record for the most road playoff wins in the Super Bowl era. Crazy. Didn't know that. So Joe Flacco already has a bit of that clutch gene on the road. But speaking of Joe Flacco, this is important because the last time the Texans played the Browns, Joe Flacco went off 27-42, 368 yards, 3 touchdowns. He had 2 interceptions. Now, Texans didn't have no C.J. Stroud. There's also no Will Anderson and no Jonathan Grenard, who's their 2 best edge rushers. So he also had a lot more time in the pocket to throw football downfield and make some great plays with vertical shots, mostly to Amari Cooper, who had 11 receptions for 265 yards versus the Texans. He averaged 11 yards was his average depth of target. For Joe Flacco. I mean, he was throwing bombs downfield. That 11 receptions for 265 for Amari Cooper was a franchise record. And like I said, most of those were explosive plays. What the Texans didn't do really well was defend play action pass from under center on first down. In those situations, Joe Flacco had a 97 QBR versus the Texans when they played the Cleveland Browns. He was 10 of 15 on play action throws, 209 yards and 1 touchdown on those play action pass shots under center. Like I said, most of those came on first down. And if you're the Texans, I think you gotta adjust on first down, and you might have to think about defending or at least prioritizing coverage on first down rather than being run-oriented on first down defensively. Now, Texans have a really good rush defense. They're second in rushing yards per carry allowed. Their pass defense is not as good, but with Stingley now playing a lot better, I think they'll be healthier in the secondary than they were that first time they played Cleveland. They got to do something different. If not, then I think the Browns are going to be able to, once again, just eviscerate them in the passing game. The Browns weren't able to run the ball effectively. The Browns had only 27 rushes for 58 yards from running backs in that game. It was the pass game. It was the pass defense for the Texans that really underwhelmed. They just did not show up. And I think a lot of it's because of the injuries. A lot of it's because they had the lack of pass rush as well. And the Texans played a lot of man coverage, probably played more man coverage against Joe Flacco than they needed to. Joe Flacco is great versus man coverage. In that Week 16 matchup, would you say man coverage period? He got a 77 QBR versus man during the season. But in that Week 16 matchup versus the Texans, Joe Flacco, over 14 yards per attempt throwing versus man coverage. 3 touchdowns. All of his touchdowns were versus man coverage. 0 interceptions. Like I said, they guaranteed man coverage on first down, because Texas was so run heavy in terms of their approach defensively on first down and stopping the run that they gave up the deep shots, and they basically were in man coverage, and they were at a disadvantage numbers wise in pass defense because they devoted so many defenders to the box, and it led to Joe Flacco having ridiculous numbers versus man coverage. He had a 99.8 QBR versus the Texans in Week 16 when they deployed man coverage. Versus zone, everything dropped off. 6.8 yards per attempt from 14.2. He had his 2 interceptions. Both came in zone coverage against the Texans. 0 touchdowns, a 72 QBR compared to 99.8 QBR. And then during the season, Joe Flacco, in the short, very small sample size that we have for him, he has a 34 QBR versus zone coverage during the season. So he's not really great versus zone coverage. He's spectacular versus man, especially against the Texans. I think a lot of that was due to the Texans not having their best pass rushers, though. I think Texans can play a little bit more man coverage if they have their full complement of pass rushers. So I believe that Will Anderson is going to be back and Jonathan Grenard is going to be back for them. If that is the case, then you could see them play some more man coverage. If not, they need to go zone heavy. And as you pointed out earlier, just let the Browns have everything underneath. Even let them have the run game, and you can stiffen up and you can play better situational defense in the red zone. You cannot allow the Browns to have those explosive plays, vertical shots downfield they had in Week 16. If you do, it's going to be, they were up 36-7 in that game at one point.
Yeah, it wasn't a close game.
And then it ended up being closer than the score would indicate, but because I think it ended up being like 36-22. Texas tried to fight back and forth, but they blew them out basically for the first 3 quarters.
Yeah, and look, part of that was you're playing with a backup quarterback in Case Keenum who didn't have Nico Collins. He was trying to, beat a really good defense with Noah Brown, and
then they do it again.
Then they fell behind. And so that the Browns. So then you got to give up on it's Case Keenum trying without weapons trying. Well, this week. You do have C.J. Stroud back, and you do have Nico.
You got Nico. I don't know about Noah Brown.
We'll see with Noah if he can get out there. But to have Grenard and Will Anderson back together, they haven't had that in 6 weeks. To have both of their pass rushers, that could be a huge factor. Have Steven Nelson back at corner is huge. And if you watch the Texans all year, their middle linebacker, Blake Cashman, is really big to what they do. They brought him in from the Jets. He has been tremendous. He's one of the higher-rated linebackers, according to Pro Football Focus. He's back. So I expect a much better defensive effort for Houston. The question is going to become, can they score on the number one defense? Can C.J. Stroud engineer enough points with Nico Collins and Devin Singletary and whatever they're going to get there? Because the Browns' defense is salty. They play a lot of man coverage because they can cover.
Yes.
And they can rush the passer.
They're top 5 man.
And they're super fast at linebacker.
Yeah, top 5 man coverage unit in the NFL, which means they're really good at covering and man to man, but they also play it at a really high rate. Second most snaps of cover 1 in the NFL, and C.J. Stroud, we mentioned this yesterday, versus man coverage, his completion percentage 22nd out of 39 quarterbacks, 52% completion percentage. His EPA per play drops down to 38 out of 39 quarterbacks. Touchdown rate drops from about, 4.6% all season to about 3.4%. So it's like C.J. Stroud and Joe Flacco are kind of the bizarro versions of each other here. C.J. Stroud is great versus zone, elite versus zone, second in points per drop back versus zone. He's third in yards per attempt versus cover 3 and cover 4. He's amazing versus zone coverage, but he struggles versus man coverage. Joe Flacco's the opposite. Joe Flacco struggles versus zone coverage, but he's amazing versus man coverage. So it'll be interesting to see the chess match within the game for both the Texans and the Browns.
And again, it's the number one defense for a reason. Denzel Ward is an elite cover corner. Gosh, the other corner is not bad either that they run out there. I mean, they can really, really get after you. Martin Emerson Jr. is a good player. Their safeties, they're linebackers, Rod. But when you have Myles Garrett on one side and Zadarius Smith, who they picked up from the Packers, coming the other way, they got Jordan Elliott in the middle. I mean, they're really a good defense, and their linebackers fly to the ball. This will kind of like I thought the Colts game was, and it turned out to be a pretty low-scoring game. I think this will be a pretty low-scoring game. Here, 23-17 for the Texans game was 40 for the over-under. That's kind of what I think here. I think this will be that kind of game. The Browns are not going to put 36 on the Texans this week, I don't believe. But can the Texans score more than they did? I watched that whole game, and it was very similar to the Jets game when the Texans played the Jets, and C.J. Stroud was still playing. That was the game he got hurt in.
Mm-hmm.
And they were playing that Jets great secondary, and Nico wasn't playing in that game. He couldn't get anybody open, and they couldn't move the football. And then the defense just wore down. In this game, the defense just couldn't cover, and you just laid it out perfectly. They have to play more zones. They've got, because as you also pointed out in the first rant, this is the number one turnover team in the league.
They do 37.
The Browns, the anomaly of the Browns being 11-5 is that they turn the ball over a lot.
Yeah.
So that can be, and the Texans do not. To the point you made, they're one of the lowest turnover teams in the league. That can become the difference in this football game if C.J. Stroud can engineer some points and maybe turn a turnover into some points for yourself against that great defense. So looking forward to that game. That's as far as the fan graphs numbers, Rod. That's the closest game of the weekend. The Browns and Texans. That's the closest game of the games that are going to be played on Wild Card Weekend. As far as both teams has I think the Browns are it's 54% for them to win. The Texans are like 47. It's 53-47 kind of thing. It's a good football game. There's a little more separation in the other games that are being played. The two closest are that game and then the Lions-Rams.
Oh, because the Rams been playing so well.
Yeah.
We've been talking about it. They've been playing really well.
7 of 8 wins.
One of the hot teams
coming into that game. So looking forward to it. That game is that's the Sunday nighter, I believe. So yeah, your schedule.
The AFC games are you get them early, right? At least the date.
Saturday afternoon is Texans Browns. Saturday night is the Peacock game with the Chiefs and Dolphins with the freezing temperatures.
Yeah.
Temperatures expected to be right around 0 when that game kicks off on Saturday night. And then, noon on Sunday, you've got the Steelers and Bills on what's going to be a cold and windy Orchard Park there in Buffalo. Middle of the afternoon, it's Cowboys-Packers. Night game is Lions-Rams. The Monday night game is Buccaneers-Eagles.
Yeah. Yeah, that is it. Crazy. I wonder, because all the NFC games are the later games on the schedule, and they seem to have the later games.
Yeah.
Period. Yeah, what if they're going to flip that, or just a matchup thing?
Well, because I think the best game of the weekend, the sexiest game of the weekend, is that Lions-Rams game with Matt Stafford coming back.
I agree with that.
That's a great one. A very even game, too. And then the Cowboys-Packers, that's going to pull a huge rating on Sunday afternoon. I mean, that's two huge fan bases.
Yeah.
The Packer fans have fans coast to coast. Cowboys, obviously, that's going to be a massive, massive rating.
You're right about that.
Can you imagine if they put that game on Peacock? There'd be some really angry people.
the Tampa-Philly one really doesn't fit where they're putting it.
Monday night.
Yeah. Why?
And the winner of that's going to San Francisco.
Yeah, but why is that Monday night?
I don't know.
Right? It's like, that's like, I mean, I'm not saying that they don't have storylines, but it's definitely not the sexiest of all those games.
Yeah.
I think you'd have put one of the other games up there on the Monday prime time.
Yeah, you're right about that, 100%. And one wouldn't be as cold if they moved Kansas City to the Monday night.
Yeah. No, it's just weird. It's just
well, that leads to the conspiracy theorists that they want Taylor Swift audience to drive Peacock subscriptions.
I'm telling you, a big part of that Peacock audience, they are just trash TV, Bravo.
You may already have it.
Yeah, they just the reason my wife has it is because she watches a lot of Bravo and Real Housewives, and that's the best app for streaming that stuff.
I gotcha.
And that's your Taylor Swift audience. They're the same audience.
We will come back. When we do, we'll tell you why. And it did happen. Our producer did the show and produced the show on Monday with no pants on. So we will reset that conversation. We will, and to the fact that it wasn't the first time he did that. That's amazing to me.
I can't get over it.
We will also get to who said that for the end of the hour. Our fabulous fifth hour is coming. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Robbie.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Wednesday on the Horn. That means it's Wednesday at 9:30 on the Horn and Hook 'em Up. That means it's time to talk Setlist ATX with our man Nick Shuley, one of the busiest guys in media. If it's not Nick, it's Rod. Babers over there doing all kinds of media on this show for 5 hours a day on the On Texas Football channel, like we did last night with the Tuesday night live stream. Also, Nick Shuley is with us with the Setlist ATX. Nick is also doing the Third and Longhorn podcast that you're a part of, Rod.
That's good stuff.
Also the Brotherhood podcast, talking Texas basketball and all things hoops. He also is our man when it comes to the best live music in Austin, Texas, because he's also the president of the Austin Music Movement, doing great work for local musicians and the local music scene in Austin, Texas. And he joins us now from the Horn headquarters. He is Nick Shuley. Nick, good morning, my friend.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Nick?
Hey, can I ask you, is Ty wearing pants today? When you're looking under the desk there, is he wearing some pants?
Oh yeah, he's got pants on. They look
Did
great,
you hear
man.
the story in the 7 o'clock hour? You happened to hear that?
I did, man, and I will come to Ty's defense on this. Like I've never gone pantless to work, but I've never hit that level. But I take Delta 8 gummies sometime when I like at night before I go to bed, and I have run into doors. I've had to like sit down for a second. Like I've had to contemplate not standing up to go to the bathroom because like that stuff. It's nothing to mess with, and it's quote over the counter. You can buy it everywhere. So but I can't believe he took I take a quarter, and he took a whole one.
Oh,
so yeah, and I mean, granted, my tolerance is probably not the level of Ty's tolerance.
Ty's kind of the tolerance.
High tolerance.
Tolerance.
So see if we got this right. If you missed the story in the 7 o'clock, or Ty on Sunday night, he's on the dry January thing, so he had not been drinking any alcohol, Rod. So he went to the smoke shop / gas station near his home.
Smoke shop.
And am I right on this, Ty? You picked up a Delta 8
smoke shop
from the
I
gas
think it was
station.
a Delta 10.
Oh,
Wanted something like that.
what? Who's counting?
Yeah, numbers.
Wow.
And so you were trying to sleep, and you didn't sleep at all. As a matter of fact, it took you into a new place. And as you woke up that morning to get dressed, you didn't want to turn the lights on because your girlfriend was there. And somehow you left with a T-shirt on, your boxer shorts, and your tennis shoes. Once you put your tennis shoes on without pants, I think you would have realized that, but you did not.
Did not.
Drove all the way to work.
Nope.
And didn't know that you weren't wearing pants until our other producer, Brock, told you.
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, that's incredible.
That is. Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm speechless about that. I still don't understand how it happened.
I mean,
so
he's
cold without pants, and I would know instantly without
You're
pants.
right about that.
Yeah, I
So
feel
I'm
like when
chilly.
you got in the car, you would notice when your butt was a little, colder. Unless he's got
On the
some
car
really,
seat.
really thick boxers or something. I don't know. Maybe he's got some seat heaters in
Well,
there.
the
I don't
underside of
know.
your legs would touch the seat, right? I mean, that'd be cold.
That'd be cold. I'm chilly right there.
Honestly,
Like, oh,
when
man.
when that stuff's in you, you're like, yeah, you're not. I don't know. You're not fully contemplating all the things you're not going through your to-do list for the day.
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
That stuff must be powerful, man. Wow. I don't know
But
if I want
love
anything
that
powerful.
story. That's fantastic.
Pantsless. Well, at least he did the show though. He went to work. He didn't.
Yeah,
he didn't panic and go home. He was like, no,
It wasn't my
I'm gonna do
best
the
show.
Yeah, he was half asleep during the show, too, by the way. We kept saying, Ty, we'd go, let's go to Rod's rant of the day.
Yeah. For
Crickets.
Let's go to Rod's rant of the day.
I was listening.
Ty. Nick, how are you, my friend? How are things here into the new year for all of your various ventures? Going well? I know the basketball team had a big win last night.
Yeah, man, that was a fun one. We recorded Brotherhood right after that, and we had it scheduled, and it kind of ended perfectly right before. So Royale, Ivy, and DJ Augustine and I were all kind of talking about it. It was a fun one, man. It was a big turnaround after the tough game at home, and I think a lot of people felt like they were jumping ship off this team, and I think I got into kind of a little Royale and DJ and I got into a little argument about it. I think you do have to give this team a little bit of time to gel, and I know you're like, oh hey, it's late in the season, blah blah blah, but when you get your top scorer and probably top player back, and you have to learn how to play with them, and the offense runs through Dessou, and so it's going to be a little bit of a learning curve. The tough part is you're in the toughest conference in all of basketball, trying to have that learning curve.
Yeah, and we've talked about that. That's a tough transition timing wise, but you had to make sure that he was 100% healthy, right? I mean, he just did, and you don't want to risk that with a big man who's coming off a foot injury. And we saw how good was Dessou last night. For folks who didn't see it, Nick, I mean, 33 points. He had, he was both ends of the floor. He was hitting threes.
He's
he was
a bucket.
awesome last night.
That kid is a bucket, and I think what people have to understand about this conference is we're not going to go undefeated through this conference. We're not. I mean, coming out on top at 500 out of this conference is a win, because if you kind of go down and look at the records, the average record of teams in this conference right now is 11-3 in the Big 12.
Yeah.
That's the average. It's 159. They're 159-46 overall as a conference. So
that's crazy.
There's one team with a losing record. West Virginia is 5-10. Every other team has a winning record. Like, that's a gauntlet. No conference looks like that.
Yeah, you're right about that. And I said it earlier, for Houston, the Cougars, number 2 in the country, run undefeated. Welcome to the Big 12, right? Their first Big 12 road game at Iowa State, they lose.
Unranked Iowa State. And
unranked.
Cincy beat BYU, and BYU is a team that could go pretty deep in there, and they knocked them off. And so for Texas to win that game at Cincinnati, the home opener, the Big 12, inaugural Big 12 game for Cincinnati, that's a big win for the team, and people need to understand that. And I think that, look, we've got West Virginia, and then we've got Central Florida, which are kind of some of the lower ranked teams in the conference. It's a good chance for us to kind of figure out how to gel, but still, there's no gimmies on the road in the Big 12. And then after that, the gauntlet just gets ugly. It's like Baylor, Kansas. It's going to be tough. Yeah, Houston. There's no. Yeah,
there's no let up. But I think you said it right for our audience that don't think Cincinnati. That place was packed last night. It was their first ever Big 12 home game. Texas is in town. That place was raucous, and Dylan DeSue was awesome. And then Max Akins was the big shot to win it at the end. All right, Nick, for the live music for folks, again, it's that time of the year, but there's a big name in town doing comedy on Friday night. Run through some of the big shows of the weekend.
Yeah, there's a few big comedy names. It's a little quieter for music. Once again, we're slow rolling into the year, but the actual touring shows are starting to pick up, and so there's some good stuff on. So tonight we got the Smoking Popes at Mohawk. They're kind of a good older punk band. They were
cool name.
Yeah, they got pretty big in the kind of late 90s, early 2000s, but they're a great band. They'll be at Mohawk. And then Thursday, a big UK artist, the Charlatans, will be there. They've been around for a long time. They'll be at Emo's, and they're a very good band. The Spits, a great punk band, will be at Mohawk. And then a classic band, the Derailers, who play there a lot, but this is a good one to go see. The Derailers will be at the Broken Spoke, which you've never gone to see that. That's pretty fun. And then the next one is a venue. I'd planned on calling this out, but they got a little love last night. It's a venue called Sagebrush, which is down south, and it was actually founded by Dennis O'Donnell, who does the White Horse as well, which are some of the best venues in Austin. And once a month or so, they do this 2-step lessons at the Sagebrush, and they'll be doing that on Thursday. So they do kind of country bands, and they teach you how to 2-step. And for those that didn't hear, Zach Bryan did a pop-up show at Sagebrush last night for 100 people.
Wow.
Yeah, you sent me those pictures. I mean, the line was, as the post said, the line is to Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And 100 people were getting in. Yeah, this is down off South Congress. Sagebrush is a cool place.
Great place.
Down south. Neat spot, and that's cool. So Zach Bryan showed up and played a kind of an intimate concert for 100 people last night. How cool is that?
It's awesome. He was, I guess he apparently was shooting a music video is what I hear. And so I think that'll be some of the live shots for the music video, which will be neat. And to do it at Sagebrush is pretty cool. Somebody in his camp is in the know, because that spot's awesome.
That's pretty cool.
And
it's right there. It's Stastny is the cross street as you get down past. If you go in South Congress, you pass Stastny, and it's right there on your left.
Yeah, it's another great spot. Like if you have people in town, it's another one like the White Horse, which is just a good kind of old school country spot.
Sure.
And
yeah.
Dennis is one of those guys that I say certain people have what I call the feels. You walk into some place and you're like, oh, this place feels right. Like the White Horse feels like that. Sagebrush feels like that. It's a good spot.
Good, and a good location too. Getting south down South Congress before you get to Stastny. All right, what else there, Nicky?
Yeah, and then on Thursday night at C-Boys, another up and coming guitar god. I've talked about this kid a lot, Zach Person. He'll be playing there. That's a good one. And then Friday, one of my favorite shows of the year, and I talk about this guy a lot, but every year he does his birthday show at Antone's, and I was telling Ty, I think Ty's going to go out to it. And hopefully go pantsless just to create some controversy. But yeah, Rob Baird does his birthday bash at Antone's, and Rob is absolutely, I think, the most talented artist in this city and one of the top ones in the state. And he kind of exploded online, so he's you need to go see him while you still can.
Rob Baird. I know I've met him through you. He's a great dude, and looking forward to seeing him. His future is bright.
Yeah, and then Graham Wilkinson, another Austin classic. He'll be at Saxon Pub. And then what you referred to, Mr. Cat Williams, a big-time comedian, will be over at ACL Live. And then
on Friday night. How about that, Rod? Have you seen the interview he did with Shannon Sharp? That was crazy.
Yeah.
That was crazy, man.
Yeah, Cat Williams made a lot of crazy accusations on that show.
And as Shannon Sharp said, I didn't do anything. I just sat down and he went off.
He was like an hour, too.
He said he was on one.
He was wild.
Hey, that's what gets the clicks.
That's right.
The views. And then the other good up and coming guitar kid, Paul Val, will be at C-Boys on Friday night. And then for you late 90s TV fans of Boy Meets World, they will be doing a live taping of Pod Meets World with some of the cast of Boy Meets World, including, I believe, Topanga, who was the
nice.
heartthrob. What do you call that? I don't even know.
Yeah. She was a teen crush for a lot of guys out there.
Yeah, they'll be at Paramount. And then one of the best Tom Petty cover bands, the Damn Torpedoes, will be over at ACL at 310 at ACL Live. Which, if since you can't go see Tom Petty anymore, it's a good one to see. Go out and sing some songs and see some Tom Petty live.
That's a cool place to do it. And my buddy Gino is one of the band members of that. He sent me that yesterday. That's cool. On Friday night at ACL 310 at the ACL Live. The Damn Torpedoes do a great job with the Tom Petty covers. Saturday now, Nick?
Yeah, another one that's, you can see this most weeks, but the Mike Flanagan Trio with Jimmy Vaughn will be over at Seaboys. And then another great comedian will be at ACL Live, Jim Brewer, for you fans of the movie Half Baked, which was one of my favorite movies of all time. And then a band that I actually discovered looking through this is this band called The Lone Bellow. Will be playing at Stateside at Paramount. And they, for you fans of The National, it's produced by Aaron from The National. And it's got this, it almost sounds like The National with a little bit of folk music mixed in. So pretty solid. If I was going to be here, I would go see that.
Yeah, that's a good one. The Lone Bellow, and then keep on rolling there, Nicky.
Yeah, another good cover band at 310 at ACL Live for you Grateful Dead fans and all you jam band folks. Touch of Trey will be playing at ACL Live. And then this one is one that I'm going to send you guys down the road a little bit, but it's another rock venue in San Antonio called Stable Hall, which is right by Hotel Emma in the Pearl area of San Antonio, and they've taken what used to be the stables of the brewery that when they used to deliver beer by horse carriage, etc. They had the stable building, so that's turned into a venue, and I would venture to say that it is the most gorgeous venue I have been in Texas. Like, it is phenomenal, and it's probably a 900 to 1,000 cap venue, and they're doing a free show to open the actual venue, and Rob Baird's playing. So go online, RSVP, make the trip down there. I cannot emphasize this enough. That place is going to be an absolute incredible venue.
Stable Hall, staying in San Antonio. That's downtown San Antonio, I'm guessing.
Yeah, in the Pearl district there. And
cool.
Yeah, definitely worth your time. Go out, have dinner down there, catch Rob Baird. I think he'll go on at 8 or 9, and definitely
Good
worth
stuff.
seeing. Yeah, and it's free. So get there, RSVP, and get out there.
All right, then into Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday.
Yeah, Sunday we got another Austin classic. Soul Man Sam will be at the Skylark Lounge, which is another great classic Austin venue. And then on Monday, Van Wilkes Trio, who is Van Wilkes has written songs for Billy Gibbons and his great band known as ZZ Top. They'll be at the Saxon Pub. And then wrapping up the week on Tuesday, Albert Castiglia will be over at Antone's.
All right, there it is. Nick Shuley with your live music update. I looked at some pictures of that Stable Hall in San Antonio. That's very, very cool.
It's insane.
That's a neat looking deal right there. Cool. Stable Hall, San Antonio. So stretching the boundaries a little bit, but that's cool because people have time on a Saturday night. If you want to get down there and check that out with Rob Baird playing a free show. And those are your live music picks for the upcoming week with Nick Shuley as we get it going. I mentioned earlier in the week, Nick, that I saw a bit of a teaser tweet or X from Gary Clark Jr., that maybe there's some new material coming soon from Gary Clark. That'd be pretty cool. Did you catch that when it came across?
I did. It looks pretty cool. I haven't heard a lot about new music, but I'm guessing we'd have some. I know I've had some meetings over at Arlen Studios, and Gary'd been recording over there, so I knew he was working on some stuff.
All right, we'll look forward to that coming out here into the new year with Gary Clark Jr., Austin's own. All right, Nick, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. And people can watch that Brotherhood podcast. When will that be turned around? It was just recorded last night after the game with Cincinnati. When can we expect to find that and the Third and Longhorn podcast, the latest?
Yeah, we'll probably have it out by Friday. I got to talk to Bobby and on Texas football. We've been putting it on there, so that it's been the basketball podcast on there. But likely Friday, Saturday, I think will be when that goes up. And if you just go to Brotherhood. It's BRUTHER Hood, brotherhoodtexas.com. You can find that. And then one that Mr. Rod Babers kills it on is Third and Longhorn, and you can go to thirdandlonghorn.com, and it'll direct you to that too.
Always fun, man.
Always fun. And it's always fun to talk to you, Nick. And somebody asked a good question about Ty. Is where did he put his keys if he went to work without pants on?
Yeah, jacket on.
Where were your keys, Ty? Do I want to know?
Just in his hand. Your keys.
Your keys were in your hand. Oh, that's too funny. Wow. All right, we'll come back. When we do, it's a round of Who Said That into our fabulous fifth hour. Let's hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Who Said It time before the end of the 9 o'clock hour every morning. Audio from around the landscape. We've heard some good stuff this morning from Max Asmus already. Hit the game winner last night for the Longhorns. Heard Jim Harbaugh singing for He's a Jolly Good Fellow in the locker room with the Michigan Wolverines after the game. Turned out from a Michigan fan that's been a common thing for He's a Jolly Good Fellow.
The player of the game gets that salute from the team.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, before we get to Who Said That, Rod, can I mention that Adam Schefter had a tweet just moments ago that says after 2 days of intense meetings, Monday, Tuesday, the Bears are not making a head coaching change. Matt Eberflus is officially expected to return for the 2024 season.
But they're changing out basically the entire offensive coaching staff. The OC is out.
Yes.
The quarterback coach is out. The wide receiving coach is out. They're going to change out everything, but they're not going to change Eberflus because they think if he's a defensive guy. So I think it's a mistake. I think you upgrade when you have a chance to upgrade.
Yeah, and that leads to me to believe that Jim Harbaugh said no thanks. I think they were, because I think they like Matt Eberflus as far as the culture he's building and some of the things he does from the defensive side of the ball. because he was a hot candidate. But at the end of the day, they got to get the offense right, and they got to figure out this Justin Fields move, and they have the first pick and the 10th pick in the draft. I'm assuming they called Jim Harbaugh or Don Yee, and we're told, yeah, no thanks. We've got other places we're
Still
looking.
can upgrade, though.
You still can upgrade.
Still can upgrade. I mean, it's not like Eberflus is that good of a coach. I mean,
yeah.
All the other, if you go look at the teams with the worst records in the last 25 games, all of them have either fired their coach or are debating firing their coach. It's the Titans, Patriots, Bears, Panthers. The Cardinals are in there, but the Cardinals just got a new head coach.
They just got a new coach.
They just already went through the process. So I don't know. Hopefully he's the right guy for them, but he hasn't proven that, guys.
Yeah, and do you risk it with all this draft capital that you have?
You're about to
you can't get this wrong.
You're about to remake the franchise, and you're known. You have a reputation for making bad decisions at quarterback. You almost can't screw this one up, though.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, it's almost the Texans are another example, right? They had to get it right this past year when you had the first pick or the second pick, and you had all this capital that you acquired in the Deshaun Watson trade. You had to get it right, and so far, looks like they have. In addition to hiring D'Amico Ryans as the right coach. What do you have for me, Rod? And who said that?
All right, Todd. I sent you a bunch of them, so just dial one up. We can play Who Said That.
Sorry.
Oh,
guys, hey. Winning is so much fun. Winning is so much fun. I'm just saying, we all in this room hate to lose. Okay, and again, welcome to the 12 right now. That's how we have to compete every single night. Okay, we're the scrappy team. We're the tough team. We're the most physical team. We're the most connected team. Okay, that's what the 12's about. On the road, it's what we have to be able to do. We stay together. 40 minutes. We worked the game for 40 minutes. We stayed together. It's what we got to be able to do. Great bounce back. Way to get up off the mat. Way to respond. Okay, let's go, Bree. Let's go.
Yeah.
Who said that?
That's my man RT, Rodney
That's
Terry,
RT.
right there, bringing it with the
big win.
Big win because it was really lame on Saturday night, and it does lead me to believe that Texas Tech might be better than people are giving them credit for. Grant McCaslin's a really good coach.
It's the Big 12, man,
and it's the Big 12. But I mean, but Texas Tech seems one of those teams that you got to beat. I don't know. They may be a little bit better than people think. With Grant McCaslin, who came in from North Texas, who won an NIT championship just last year. There, he can coach, and they got out coached in that game. But everything that Grant McCaslin's doing is brand new. It's brand new to the league. He's got that surprise attack kind of thing that he can run with. But we'll see. Big 12 is going to be tough. Texas bounce back. They get West Virginia, who's the only losing team with a losing record in the conference. So that'll be on Saturday at Morgantown. Back-to-back road games. All right, Rod, who is this? You're going to know this pretty quick because you'll know it, but it's still good sound. Good audio. And who said that?
Did you ever have that kind of like I told you so, that chip on your shoulder type moment with all the doubters? You know, now that you're on the verge of potentially winning a second MVP, did you have that chip on your shoulder still?
To be honest, I definitely do still have that chip on my shoulder. I don't think I have accomplished what I wanted to yet, so that's why that chip is still on my shoulder.
And what is that you want to still accomplish?
I want that Super Bowl. You know, that's the accolade that I really want. You know, I've been chasing that for a long time, you know, since like high school, you know, just winning a state championship, you know, college winning a national championship. Since I didn't complete those two, I got to complete this one.
Lamar Jackson with Tom Brady.
Lamar Jackson,
the GOAT with the young MVP. Might be nice. Second. I mean, second.
I think they're the team to beat if you go based on regular season accomplishment. Just every good team they matched up with, they obliterated. I mean, they just beat them, Rod. They beat them.
Beat them bad. Yeah.
Including the Dolphins most recently, and then the 3 games that they lost, they kind of gave them away.
They had leads big leads, double-digit leads.
Yeah. I mean, they could have gone 16 and 17-0.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, they had that in them if they could have finished some fourth quarter games with Pittsburgh and Cleveland and Indianapolis of all teams.
I'm with you. I think
when they're at their best, though, they're the best.
Yeah, no,
I think the Niners are real close.
They have the fewest holes, and the Niners probably have the second fewest holes.
And of course, Baltimore on that Christmas night, went into San Francisco and beat the daylights out of the Niners. So they have that on their wall too. With Lamar Jackson. All right, there's some Who Said That. Good stuff with Rodney Terry, Lamar Jackson, NFL playoffs starting up. We'll do the fabulous 5th hour coming next as we roll on. Talking all things transfer portal for Texas. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Longhorns the numbers are adding up of attrition. Guys leaving through the portal, guys leaving through the NFL draft, and maybe trying to find some replacements immediately. We'll talk more about that coming up, as well as the NFL's playoffs and the wild card and everything we're kicking around on a Wednesday on Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B.
Shotgun Willie sits around in his underwear.
Appropriate. Our producer sometimes sits around in his underwear. You know what I'm saying, Rod?
At work.
At work.
Yeah. Sometimes. That's a wild story, man. Ty's a wild dude.
Well, we haven't shared the probably good time in the Fabulous Fifth Hour from last week when my little dog came over and took a deuce right in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
That was awesome.
That's what she thought of the show.
That's what
That's what I think of y'all show.
She doesn't do that very often. I don't know what was
about
going
it.
on that day. But we're at the
She didn't like the content.
Onion Creek studios here, and yeah, she walked right over here and said, "How you like that?"
Yeah. Yeah, and walked off.
See ya.
Yep. Had just let her outside too. She's like, nah.
She had just gone out.
She's like, nah, I want to drop it right here.
What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see where, speaking of dogs, you see where Kirk Herbstreit took his dog to the national championship game the other night? Apparently his dog, one of his...
Herbie?
Yeah, he's got a beautiful
he's been bringing that dog everywhere.
Yeah, and it was it was down on the field.
It's like a golden retriever.
And like all the players are coming up and petting on the dog, and that dog's gotten famous.
Yeah, I think he's got it on Twitter account and social media account. He's been bringing it this year to all of his games, and I don't know why. Even some of his NFL games, I think he.
And apparently, like while they're calling the game, the dog sits underneath the console there and just lays there.
It's a really good dog.
Because it's a good dog.
It's a great dog.
Good dog, yeah. So we have the dog here at the Onion Creek Studios, and that's the first big accident, right, that we've had.
Yeah,
in the time we've been doing the show here.
Well-behaved.
She's been a good dog. She didn't do much, but
she was having a bad day.
She had a bad morning.
Mm-hmm.
Happens.
Ty
had one on Monday.
Yeah, exactly. That simple.
Is this Brock producing our show right now? Hello, Brock. I can hear a little giggle. Now, Brock was at the scene of the crime because Rod and I are on location doing the show. Brock, how is it going producing Bob Cole's show this week?
It's going good. Yeah, Eric's in Colorado, so I'm taking over for him this week.
Yeah, our man Eric E. Rains is up at the Music Fest at Steamboat.
Nice.
Yeah. Which has been, every time that happens, I go, I got to go to that. And I still have not gone.
Have you seen what he's been posting? It's beautiful.
Oh, it's so amazing. It is. It's John Dixon. John Dixon, how about that? Put it on Music Fest. John Dixon, who I've known, my kids went to school with him, but he's been doing that. He started that, Rod, 30-plus years ago. He went to Texas State, and he used to go skiing in Steamboat and decided, and he was doing music booking here. He's like, I should do a music festival up in Steamboat. That place is beautiful.
Okay.
And get all my music guys to come. And they started it, and here we are 3 decades plus later, and they're still doing it.
Cool.
Yeah, John Dixon's a good dude, and that is it sells out. I mean, it's one of those things. They now do one in the summer, kind of the same thing down in Cabo. So if you want to go to the summertime, you like skiing in the slopes and the snow.
Oh, gotcha.
You go to Steamboat. If you want to go to Cabo and do the beach, but you get to watch all your favorite musicians, and Texas musicians, and it's a really cool event. So Eric Rains with Coke FM goes up every year and pumps back in stuff. Does he do the show in the morning up there, or is he off there, Brock?
No, he's off. It's just me and Bob.
Has Bob got a nickname for you yet?
Yeah, he calls me Boudin Brock, which
Boudin.
I've never had Boudin before, and up until when I went to New Orleans a couple weeks ago, I didn't even know how to pronounce it. I have no idea where that came from, but
Boudin Brock.
Boudin. Yeah, now he just calls me Boudin though.
I love it. He has a nickname for you, but then a couple of shows, if you ever work with Bob, that's just kind of, and you do that in locker rooms, Rod. Everybody's got a nickname.
Yeah,
everybody's got a nickname.
Yeah. Yeah, W used to do that. Remember George W.
George W. Bush would always have a nickname.
Give everybody a nickname.
Yeah. And the press corps and whatnot.
Yeah.
All right, so Brock's here. Now, Brock, you saw Ty on Monday. We heard Ty. I will tell you, when I first talked to Ty Monday morning, when I checked in with him, when we connected, I could tell something was wrong. I was like, are you all right?
He was not looking good.
He was not. Yeah, he didn't feel. He didn't
we
sound like
determined, and don't come after us, authority. We determined he shouldn't have driven himself to work that morning, but he got up and didn't put pants on.
Yeah,
he didn't put pants on.
I had to let him. He lost his key. I had to let him in the door. I was like, dude, where the hell are your pants?
Oh, he lost the key a while back. That was something that's been in the weeks. That's been weeks in the making.
Yeah, he's got a wallet that he has to go pick up somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're trying to get this
is
guy
separate.
online.
The pants are a separate issue than the key.
The key card.
Yeah, the key card. Yes.
You need the key close to you because he can't get in our building without it.
Oh.
So, am I correct on verifying this information, Brock? That the first time Ty realized he wasn't wearing pants was when you informed him or asked him, "Hey, where are your pants?"
No, that's not true. He got out of the car. So, like, all last week, I was having to let him in because he didn't have a key. And so he called me on my way over. He was like, hey, how far are you? I was like, I'm 10 minutes. That was a lie. I was running late. I was like 15 or 20, but I didn't want him to know that. And so he was like, okay, good, me too. And then we pulled in at the same time, which I was like, okay, that's weird. He said he was like 10 minutes behind me. He gets out of the car. He was like, man, I'm so tired. I forgot to put on pants. I was like, okay, that makes sense. Like he left, turned around to go get pants, and then came back. That makes sense, right? I was like, oh, you went back and got them? He goes, no. He just steps out wearing boxers.
No.
Which at 5:30 in the morning, that's fine, right? There's nobody here. But when he's leaving at like noon and there's like law firms next door and
doctors, offices,
Yeah.
very, very respectable citizens of society.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, somebody texted in, Ty. They asked, where were your keys? Where were you keeping your keys if you don't have any pants?
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
I just keep them in my pocket. Or I guess in their pockets. In my hand. I don't know. I threw them in my car.
That's how you lose stuff, Ty. Oh, I love these stories.
You didn't have
It's
a
too
jacket
good.
on either. You just because it was cold that day.
Hey, Rod, let me ask you a question.
Man, the shrinkage going on must have been serious.
We're trying to bring our man Ty along. He's getting better. He really is. He's doing good.
Yes.
I mean, last year, all he did was almost burn his house down and kill himself. So we're getting there.
Saved by his roommates.
Saved by his roommates and a fire alarm. We're getting there. But Rod, let me ask you this. Percentage chance that if you somehow left your house without pants on, that upon determining that you don't have pants on, what is the percentage chance you wouldn't go back and get the pants?
I would definitely go. It's 100% chance I'm heading back to get pants on.
You're going to call me and say, hey, Hogan, man, I might be a little late.
Emergency came up. I'm going to be a little late. If one day you
I
ask me
can't
about
be
emergency,
late, though. There is no late.
Well, we could have for that. If you'd have called me and said, "Hey, E, I forgot, didn't put my pants on,"
I would not tell people. By the way, the reason I was going to be late, I'd be like, "I'm late. An emergency popped up. It's a family emergency, personal."
I try to get here at all costs, no matter what.
I know you do.
You did. You were devoted. No. You. That's what I said. I gave you props. You were dedicated. I respect you more now after not wearing pants to work than I respected you before, and I never thought I would say that before. Respecting you more for not having pants on.
Is me forgetting the pants because of the gummy, or me throwing up on myself on the way to work on my pants and not being able to wear pants at work worse? And it wasn't because I was hungover or anything. I had bad stomach acid issues in the morning. It's been fixed since I had my sinus surgery, but I had a rough morning where I dry heaved and threw up on myself in the car. Couldn't avoid it.
That's not as bad because that's something you, like you said, you can't avoid. That's not all your fault. This wasn't decisions that you made, bad decisions you made that put you in that predicament. This situation, you basically not being aware that you're pantsless. That was all you're doing. You put yourself in a situation. You tried a gummy that was way too strong from some random smoke shop, gas station, or whatever, and then you ended up there. So that was all on you. This started with a bad decision you made, and that's why you ended up pantsless.
Awareness was at an all-time low that morning.
Yes.
We talked about a sitcom for Ty. I mean, sometimes he feels like our Kramer. You know what I mean? He's just our Kramer.
That's something that would happen to Kramer. But that is. It's an episode that happened to Kramer. Remember, Kramer was telling his stories, and one of his stories was that he went and got his pants cleaned, the very pants he was wearing at the time. He got them dry cleaned, and he got the pants that he was wearing. He went and got them cleaned, and it was like, so what happened to your pants? I was wearing them. So yes, that is a very Kramer-like story. Wow,
that is wonderful. So yes, and Rod, if you ever leave the house without pants on, you're perfectly fine. We'll carry it until you get here.
I don't think I could ever be that out of it, and I've been out of it before, but I've never been that out of it where I forgot. I've been out of it where I put a shirt on wrong, inside out or something.
Sure.
Your socks, wrong socks. Or
I told you I wore the two separate tennis shoes one time.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I've been that out of
it. Same size.
It wasn't like life, and like I didn't feel the need to make everyone else wait on me. I felt like
thank you, Ty. That is a selfless act.
You know what, Ty? I got some advice for you. Put an extra pair of pants in.
I looked. I usually have like a full dresser in my car.
For a sweatpants or something.
A guy like you, the life you live and your lifestyle, you should have a change of clothes in the car.
I almost always do.
Yes, because you live a lifestyle that's very chaotic and erratic. You just need change of clothes in the car, an extra toothbrush in the car.
I got that. Well, that can look. That can look bad. That can look bad.
No, these are things that you need in your car because you.
It's like the CIA guys who have like the escape kit.
Yeah, you need. Yes, you need a Thai life kit. You live in that Thai life. You need just a Thai life kit, man.
A pillow,
I had a
an extra change
sweatshirt.
of clothes,
I had
and
a
a blanket
sweatshirt to wrap around myself at the very least.
That's good. That helped.
slightly
you know
covered.
what? You should put a kilt in there. There you go.
Nice,
Then your story would end in a
That was
humorous
awesome.
fashion. I forgot my pants, but I do have a kilt in my trunk. So I wore a kilt.
You
all
know,
day. It's
actually,
all
now I
good.
think about it, I think I do have some lederhosen from around Halloween in my car. I could have thrown
Your
those on.
Oktoberfest ventures.
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
on, man.
What was it like when you left at noon and you did have to walk through the law firm and down to the doctor's office? And no issues.
I scurried to the staircase and exited very quickly before anyone could see me. But at that point, like I said, I
The
was
staircase
still
was smart.
very like out of it at that. I went home
I
and
will
slept
confirm
for the entire
that-
day.
I would love to see that footage.
Even after the show was over, I was like, I'm going to call and check on Ty. I was worried about you. I thought you were depressed or something. It just sounded like you were down. I was like, man, are you okay? He goes, I didn't sleep last night.
Yeah, I remember saying he didn't sleep, but I didn't hear this story. Oh man, I would love to see the footage, the obviously the camera footage of you scurrying down the hallway to the stairs and then out of the stairs on the first floor out the door, because I'm sure there's a camera somewhere that has that footage. It is probably amazing.
Yeah, no,
That's
let's burn that footage.
Yeah, well,
It's not a part of
it's
Ty's
good-
challenges on Instagram. That one won't be. That
Good
won't
times with
No.
Ty. We need to come back to some of those Ty's challenges,
That was a
but
great
that was
time.
fun.
That was really good. That was a good story, man. Oof.
An
We
emergency.
can't top that. We can't top that. That's the peak of the show today. We said it.
No.
You told the story at 7:30, and I don't think we've topped it since.
No, we won't. You can't beat that. I mean, there's just some stories that'll live on in infamy. Yeah, for sure. But all right, so we'll see where we go from there. But we're going to go behind the burnt orange curtain coming up. We're talking
Wow.
Texas basketball with the big win last night. The upsets in college basketball. This time of year, we start turning your attention to some hoops, and it's good to see the Horns get a nice win. You played the Sound, and who said that, Rod? The bounce
Rodney
back
Terry?
game.
Big game.
And look, Rodney Terry. He knows the narrative out there that they should have gone outside the program to hire a new coach and that kind of stuff. He understands that. He's got to put together a roster, and anytime you make talk about the reasons, it's going to be sounding like an excuse, but they are inserting their best player back into the rotation. Right before Christmas. So that's a challenge right now. And this, Rod, I mean, this is a new roster for the most part, outside of Tyrese Hunter, Brock Cunningham, and Dylan Mitchell. So everybody else is new, and they've never played with Dylan DeSue.
Never played together.
I mean, they've never played with this guy, and the offense runs through him. So it's going to be a learning process. And for Dylan DeSue, too, he's never played with these guys.
Yep.
Now, he's been there watching and practicing at some level, but at the same time, that's not a game. And so it's going to be but boy, last night, it's hard to overstate how good he was last night with 33 points in 34 minutes. He, active on both ends, hitting three-pointers. He was awesome last night for Texas. If that continues, Texas will be okay because Max Aisman is going to get you 20 a night. That's the thing with me is they get the offense going and figure out the roles. They just got to play defense, Rod, because they're going to score. They're going to score. But Rodney Terry wants is the defense that they need to clamp down on to lead to some offense.
Yep. Yeah.
And that's why when Dylan DeSue is getting 4 steals and 2 blocks, that leads to offense the other way.
Buckets, yeah.
And again, Cincinnati, that was the thing. If you didn't watch the game, you don't know is that place was hopping. That was and Cincinnati is a great basketball school.
Yep.
I mean, Bob Huggins was there. They were number 1 in the country at times. I mean, that's that area in Ohio. Xavier's big basketball. Cincinnati's a big rival. Then Dayton's right down the road. The Flyers, they've had good teams. I mean, it's a basketball crazy area. And that crowd was their first ever home Big 12 contest. So as a member of the Big 12, and you got Texas in town, I'm sure that was played up big and come beat Texas kind of thing. And Longhorns won that game, so that showed you a lot that they could bounce back from what we saw against Texas Tech. Let's be honest, Texas Tech took it to Texas, and they didn't respond very well in that game. So a long season. Now they get West Virginia. Good to see that. And the upsets, it was Houston with the number 1 and number 2 loss last night. Yeah. Baylor rallied to beat BYU in a good basketball game. So college hoops starting to turn some attention. While we're talking NFL, and we'll go NFL and college football, which will go behind that burnt orange curtain. We just had the breaking news from Adam Schefter that the Bears are not moving on from Matt Eberflus.
I really can't believe it. And they're gonna fire or relieve the offensive coordinator of his duties. I believe the wide receiving coach also.
They better hire a great OC. They better get that right.
The offensive coordinator was Luke Getsy. He's out. Quarterbacks coach Andrew Janoko. He's out. And also, I think the wide receiving coach, Tyke Tolbert.
Who was the coach that got arrested during the season for the Bears? Remember this?
That was a defensive coach, I thought. Yeah.
By the feds.
And we still
that was a
don't know.
DC, wasn't it?
No, it was a defensive.
It's a defensive coach, but I don't know if we ever got specification on what the charges were. Remember, we just
it's kind of. I'm sure it's not in Chicago. It's still a conversation.
Open investigation kind of deal. Can't talk about it probably.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that. It could be that kind of thing, maybe. But it was a federal thing, though, right?
Yes, it was. It was feds.
That was the scary thing.
Well, and the crazy part of it was their defensive coordinator. Ty is right about that. I mean, it was craziness. But remember, the former Bear, Petey Tillman, Charles Tillman, the defensive back.
He works for the FBI.
He works for the feds.
Yeah, he works for the FBI.
He was
the one that I think informed the Bears about the investigation.
Since he's retired from football, his new career, and great for him, by the way, to have a second career.
I played with Peanut Tillman. Yeah, that's how I
Peanut. I called him Petey.
Yeah.
But former Bears star cornerback Charles Tillman, now an FBI agent, was reportedly one to inform Matt Eberflus and the general manager what was going on. So, yeah, it's been one of those years for the Bears. That's why you thought there was just going to be a whole house cleaning.
Yeah, so you're going to clean. So it's not a house cleaning. You're just going to allow the head coach to stay, who is basically, I don't know, it feels like he's almost, I don't know, a dead man walking. Like, how often does a coach survive the entire overhaul of their staff?
Yeah.
Usually that means that's the beginning of the end for a coach when you have to overhaul the entire staff. Now, you just brought the defensive coordinator. I don't know if that's Eberflus's fault. But Eberflus is a defensive mind. So if the defense is underachieving, that'll be on him. But now you're going to get rid of every offensive coach except for the O-line coach and the running back coach. And hell, they may get rid of them too and then keep Matt Eberflus there and allow him to hire the new coaches and then allow him to oversee the basically the Drake May or Caleb Williams era.
Yeah.
When you overhaul the roster with 2 top 10 picks, I'm not gonna lie, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
It makes no sense at all. I'm telling somebody make it make sense to me.
No, I don't disagree with you. The only thing I can say is they tried to call Jim Harbaugh and they didn't have a better option, but they should have a better option. Harbaugh said no because Harbaugh wants to go to Vegas or wherever else he's going to land. This is going to be interesting to see. But you're right. This is a critical offseason for that organization. It was we talking about the Texans and how they had to hit it right, and they did. Because last year they had the first pick, Rod. They could have taken C.J. Stroud. Like if they're analyzing the quarterbacks, they could have taken Stroud. They didn't. They felt good about Justin Fields, so they moved down. But they acquired the Panthers' first-round pick for this year in the move. And now they have the one pick that belonged to Carolina, and they have their own pick, which is a top 10 pick. So you got to hit both of them in a big way. And I guess the next big question, if they're keeping Eberflus in Chicago, is: are you keeping Justin Fields? And are you somehow not going to take a quarterback? How about make that make sense?
That'd be even dumber.
I know.
That'd be even dumber.
I think that's what's going to happen. I told you earlier this week. I don't think that's what they should do, but they're stupid. And
well, that's dumb.
No doubt.
No, I would say you did say that. You said because they doubled down on stupid, and that would be doubling down on stupid. If you just get Justin Fields weapons instead of drafting a quarterback, that's crazy. That's crazy, man.
Well, and maybe there's this. Let me say this for
they
Chicago.
Also fired the running backs coach. I just got that too. So if all the guys that were hired by Eberflus, they're gonna fire, but allow the guy that made all the hires to stay.
Yeah, that's a mess.
And then hire the next group of guys.
And this is organizational mismanagement or malfeasance because remember when they had Mitch Trubisky, and he then they 1 year into Mitch Trubisky they fired the coach and hired a new coach who didn't draft Mitch Trubisky. Right, so that coach that wasn't his guy. So then they fire him. I'm trying to think of the timeline.
Yeah, you're right because it was Matt Nagy was after that.
And then while Matt Nagy was still there, they drafted Justin Fields.
Yeah.
And then they fired him. And they hired Matt Eberflus, who didn't draft Justin Fields.
And they're going to do the same thing now with Drake May or with Caleb Williams because they're going to end up firing Matt Eberflus the way this looks.
Yeah.
But they'll fire him, like you said, 1 or 2 years into the rookie
No, Rod. You're not thinking like the Bears. Not if they don't draft a quarterback.
That is true. You got to be thinking as stupid as the Bears are.
I mean, they're probably thinking they can get a king's ransom for that first pick. Right.
Yeah.
One team is going to want Caleb Williams that bad. They're willing to, have an RG3 type trade.
They better be right about Justin Fields. I mean, that's obviously the key. They got to hire the right offensive coordinator because we said this. What if Justin Fields were traded to Atlanta? The key is who's going to be the OC. If you're Eberflus now and you're not thinking in Bears logic, you have to hire a great offensive staff to develop Justin Fields. If you're thinking we're going to put the number one pick up for ransom.
If you're a great offensive coach, you want to go there with a lame duck coach potentially. Look what Eric Bieniemy did.
No.
Went with a lame duck coach potentially. Now he's out. He's like, where am I going to end up now?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if you're a young, bright, rising star. Do you want to go there?
No. If you're going to be held to Justin Fields and making sure if he doesn't develop, it's going to be blamed on you.
Yes, it will be.
And
yeah.
So think about this for the Bears. If Ty is right, if Ty is correct with his pants on today, if that is accurate, the Bears are going to potentially move off the first pick in back-to-back years and not take a quarterback.
They would though. Look at their quarterback history.
I know.
Look at the quarterback.
Think what Ty's saying, that for the 2 years in a row, they're going to move off one and not take a transcendent franchise type quarterback. Could have taken C.J. Stroud last year. Could take Caleb Williams or Drake May this year. If they were to do that, Rod.
That's malpractice, bro.
Man.
That's straight up malpractice. It really is.
Because whatever Justin Fields can become, most people don't think he'll ever be Caleb Williams.
No.
I mean, come on.
I think we've seen enough to know. I don't think Justin Fields is a straight up bust. But I agree. I think Caleb Williams has a much higher ceiling and upside. It's like you have a chance to upgrade quarterback and head coach, and you're choosing not to upgrade it. Fire everybody.
That goes to ownership. That goes to ownership.
Yeah, because I like the GM. The GM did a good job of putting him in this position where they have multiple picks in the top 10. And
that's dumb. Because again, the big knock on Justin Fields is he doesn't read defense as well. He's slow to react in the pocket. He can run, but man, it doesn't. You can tell pretty quick. C.J. Stroud. It doesn't take long to figure out a guy can.
You'll know in the first year.
Even if they hadn't made the playoffs in Houston, which is a benefit, you still knew.
You see the flashes.
This guy can play.
Yeah, you see.
This guy can play. Justin Fields. What are we in year 4 now? Come on now. I mean, this
drafted him in 2021, so 21
going into year 4.
So he's going into year 4.
Yeah. I mean, and you're still not sure.
No. And so you're right. Here's the Bears. First of all, you remember when the Bears had Mark Trestman as their head coach?
I do.
So remember they hired John Fox in 2015, and he only lasted until 2017. But they draft Mitch Trubisky, I believe, in 2017. I believe he was a 2017 quarterback. Hired Matt Nagy in 2018. And then basically started moving on from the Trubisky experiment, around 2019, 2020? They were done with Trubisky by then. And then drafted Justin Fields in 2021, fired Matt Nagy the next year, and Matt Eberflus is in. And now they're going to basically repeat this same cycle with, if they draft a quarterback, if they're smart enough to at least draft a quarterback to potentially get them out of this hellhole of a downward spiral hellscape they're in, then they probably would repeat the same process. So history just keeps repeating itself. With the
not learning, and that's called what is it? Insanity.
Yes, definitely repeating the same thing over and over again.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, because if they take Caleb Williams and then Matt Eberflus is dead man walking, the new coach can come in having not drafted Caleb Williams. Again, unreal. But you know what? Until they do all that, we'll see. They could take the quarterback, trade Justin Fields. Hire a good staff. By the way, where is Eric Bieniemy going to land, do you think?
I think he might get the head coach job in Washington.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he proved himself this year to be a good offense coordinator with not many weapons and essentially a rookie QB.
Well, here's what I'll say on that, and I'm not saying he's not worthy. I'm saying the new owner is looking to make a splash, and fans in Washington are mad. Like, they're real mad.
They are mad.
And rightfully. Dan Snyder was a terrible owner for 20-plus years. Terrible. They have the worst stadium in football. But this new owner is trying to rebrand the whole thing. And that's the only thing I would say about Eric Bieniemy is I think he wants to bring in a new face, fresh face. I think they want to get in the Harbaugh thing.
They should.
And the more you read about Atlanta and Arthur Blank, they want to make a splash. They're not in this. They didn't fire Arthur Smith to hire a coordinator nobody knows. It might be the right hire, but for the fan base, they're going to hire – Kirby Smart was a name we heard. They want to go after that type of coach that's going to resonate.
They want to splash
with the fan base.
They want to splash.
And again, I keep going back to Houston, but Houston hired a coordinator, but it was DeMeco Ryans, who everybody loves. Every player, every fan in Houston was
he was
like,
a hometown favorite.
Oh man, I love
he played
this.
There,
and then to hear that DeMeco Ryans turned down the opportunity to interview with other jobs because he wanted the Houston
job.
That
job.
I think that's kind of what Washington fans are looking for. They want a coach that wants to come and resurrect the Washington football team.
I agree with that.
And because they're a proud fan base. Back to the Joe Gibbs days and before, Vince Lombardi. That's a proud fan base that Daniel Snyder has ruined and mistreated. You wonder who. I don't know. As a new owner, you got to make a splash hire. I don't know who that is.
Exactly. But it could be the name, like you said, or it could be just a proven commodity, like trading for a Belichick or something like that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no, I could see them trading.
How about
for
trading
Belichick.
for Belichick and then the Patriots just hire Mike Vrabel?
Like I said, that Vrabel one makes way too much sense. Him and Belichick actually have the same agents too. And he knows that's the ownership group. Since he's just got at odds with the Tennessee Titans ownership group, he knows he'll get along with the ownership of the Patriots.
Yeah.
He knows it. They love each other.
Well, and this would, you kind of keep the Patriot way going with with a fresh face. And I mentioned Arthur Smith. He could come as offensive coordinator if Vrabel likes him. Vrabel had him in Tennessee.
If he does,
that's what got him to the Atlanta job.
It's not a bad idea.
And then all of a sudden you have a new offensive mind where that offense is, in the Stone Ages. They got to bring it and develop it and make it a lot better. So yeah, a lot of moving parts happening in pro football right now. But the fact that we all thought the Bears were firing their coach and they're not is just befuddling.
But it also goes to we've talked about this with Jim Harbaugh. We talk about the state of these teams that have head coaching vacancies and the different advantages, right? Whether it be salary cap space or whether it be draft capital, those different types of factors. One of the ones we don't talk about enough is just, man, do you like the owner?
Yeah, that's 100%
and you don't
true.
know a lot about these owners, right? Because they're billionaires. They kind of stay behind the scenes. But some of these owners have really showed their hand over the years in the way they operate, right? And some of their impatience. We know the Panthers owner, you talked about you'd never want to work for a guy like that. So I do think in situations, Jim Harbaugh, since he does have he's in a catbird seat and will have his options, I think a big factor that we don't talk about enough because we don't have enough information about is what owners would he like to work for?
Well, that's the reason I mentioned the Raiders, because he does have Tom Brady there.
Yep.
And if Tom Brady can sell him on Mark Davis,
he'll stay out of the way, man.
Yeah,
I'll handle Mark.
That's
why you handle the team. I'll handle Mark.
That's why I mentioned the Chargers with the Spanos family. They, he was at San Diego for a while. I don't know if there's any history between the Spanos and Jim Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
And look, his brother John's been in the NFL forever. He knows everybody, and then he can get that intel of where you want to be and where you don't want to be. And yes, he is in the cat's bird seat without a doubt. Give me interesting. Can you imagine the same organization in Washington who after he built the Green Bay Packers brought in Vince Lombardi, if they brought in Bill Belichick here at the end of his career?
Yeah,
Vince Lombardi was a coach for the
Washington.
Yeah,
really?
that's where he died.
Yeah, at the end of his career.
He died while he was coaching?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, Vince Lombardi. Mm-hmm. And, if you're Bill Belichick, that's maybe why you don't want to do that. Not to make a joke.
No, I'm with you though. But I think Bill Belichick wants to coach again, and I think he will get a chance.
I do too.
He's gonna get a chance because, like you said, there are a couple of owners they want a proven coach. They don't want a young hotshot, riser because they probably have already hired one and it didn't work out potentially.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, Rod's taking us behind the BOC one more time. Texas football in the transition phase of their offseason. Who's coming, who's going? Rod will tell us next.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Yeah, it's that time of year. NFL coaching carousel up and running. It was interesting on the Rich Eisen show yesterday here on the Horn, Rod. He had the former Tennessee Titan tackle Taylor Lewan on.
Oh, yeah.
And they were talking about the Michigan win. Because he went to Michigan,
and
Taylor
then
Lewan.
the story broke?
Story broke about Mike
Wow.
Vrabel while he was on, and Taylor Lewan was like visibly angry.
Shaken.
He was
Yeah,
angry.
Yeah, it was, yeah. I bet because it was. I think it sent shockwaves through the Tennessee Titans fandom and community. People did not expect this.
No.
They expect, and honestly, they expected if there was a move made, it probably would have been siding with Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
But they just hired this GM, so they weren't going to fire the GM they just hired. It's just. Yeah, I mean, I think they believe that the relationship between Vrabel and Rand Carthen was irreparable. There was nothing they could do to salvage it. And because I'm with you, Mike Vrabel's a proven head coach. That's a bad ownership decision to get rid of a coach that has proven himself at the highest levels. Look, good for the GM, Rand Carthen, but he hadn't proven himself.
No.
We don't know if his vision's going to work. We know. Listen, guys, Mike Vrabel's winning games without an elite quarterback. You know how hard it is to win games, playoff games in the NFL without an elite quarterback? It's tough. And yet Mike Vrabel did it year after year with, whether it's Ryan Tannehill you threw out there, hell, lately, Blaine Gabbert, Malik Willis.
Yeah, you've taken us
Marcus
through it.
Mariota.
I mean, he
guys.
was just at odds with everybody in the front office, and maybe that's on the front office. And time will tell. In Tennessee, I don't root for anybody named Adams, so I hope for their demise. And I did like Mike Vrabel, so I could kind of root for it. Not anymore. Tennessee, I hope they get it wrong and get it wrong again and get it wrong again. That's my hope. Because the Texans, I want them to beat the Titans every time.
That's true.
I would also say this that. Go to the point you just made that they were the number one seed in the AFC a couple playoff runs ago, and they had Ryan Tannehill. And why didn't they win that playoff game in Nashville? Because Joe Burrow was a lot better than Ryan Tannehill. Ryan Tannehill threw 3 interceptions.
He looked like Ryan Tannehill in that game.
And Joe Burrow was Joe Burrow on their way to the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah.
So,
They still got him 3 playoff trips in 6 years.
and that's why if
with
there was a way in New England to bring him in, they have the 3rd pick in the draft. You could take a quarterback and maybe give him an elite quarterback to work with in New England, and we'll see from there. By the way, I didn't know this until I looked at it during the break. Vince Lombardi was only 57 years old when he died. Did you know that?
Yes.
a
Yeah,
different era.
I knew he was young, but I didn't know he was that young.
57.
That's really young.
Yeah.
I knew he was younger. I didn't know he was that young.
Yeah, he was. He did a lot in a short amount of time with the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, he did.
Building that team and that dynasty, the first NFL dynasty in Green Bay. Pretty cool stuff. So yeah, we're talking coaching and who's going where. You should be listening to that Rich Eisen show every single day. By the way, it's good stuff. He always has great guests, and of course, Rich Eisen is a Michigan guy.
Yes,
so they were
he is.
celebrating the Wolverines' win yesterday, and that was a moment with Taylor Lewan being on the air when his coach got fired, his former coach,
And
he
he's
was-
about to lose his college coach.
Yeah.
To the NFL.
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, speaking of Michigan, all Ohio State fans immediately wanted to say, okay, can we hire Mike Vrabel? I mean, we want Vrabel.
He said, we'll take him. I think a lot of NFL teams are like, we'll take that guy. I didn't know Vrabel was available. If I would have traded for him, I think some teams were like, no, I would have expedited that trade if I knew he was available.
Remember, if you're trying to hire Vrabel, he is on record saying he would cut off his junk to win a Super Bowl.
Don't you want your coach that committed?
He did say that on a podcast.
Cut off his job. He's basically like, I've had enough sex in my life. He said, and as I got kids and a family, he said, I've done enough.
I'm married
with
with
this.
3 kids. I don't need it.
A Super Bowl ring would matter more to me than my junk. And I was like,
I'd cut off the tip of my pinky, or maybe my full pinky, for a Texas national championship or a Cowboy Super Bowl.
That's not much of a. I think most Texas fans would do that.
cut off
Tip of their pinky?
Tip of the pinky for a national title?
Yeah.
I don't think I'd
What
do
about
that.
full
I don't think
pinky?
I wouldn't. I didn't go there.
I would mutilate myself for Texas football because I did it already.
You would be a hero.
You put your body on the line.
I already did it. So I don't think I'm
No,
good
but
on
like
that.
everybody in the fan base will know, like you're the reason. Like
That's true.
cutting off your pinky was the reason.
Everybody that's logical also know that you weren't the reason, but
Well, this is a hypothetical here.
No, I get you. I get you.
No, it's a good point about the hypothetical.
And I do think Mike Vrabel, he would miss it eventually.
Yeah.
He can say what he wants.
There's no doubt. He'd be like,
They
damn it.
got prosthetics these days.
That's true. You could get a bionic penis.
Super Bowls are nice, and he won them as a player.
Yeah.
But, you get to be
With enough money,
older, and your kids are all grown, and you're like, oh, damn.
penis transplants. I mean, I'm sure he can afford it. He's got a lot of money. So I'm with you, Ty. You cut the penis off
find
to
that
get
audio.
the Super Bowl ring, and then penis transplant. You can go bigger and better. Boom.
Bigger and better. Does it feel the same though? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Well, sure. Well, it's got it. Hopefully. Well, otherwise, what's the point? It's got to feel close to the same, right? I don't know. I mean,
Did you get to pick it?
I think you. Well, I don't know if you get to pick it. There's only so many out there. It's available. It's not.
What, you like go to the shop or what are we doing here?
I think whatever the first one's available. No, I think somebody's got to have a traumatic accident and they have to donate an organ to you.
I don't know. I mean,
you get to go down to the cadaver farm and
no, I think you have to get it. I don't know. Y'all got me down this rabbit hole. I have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. I do know you can have a penis transplant though. That's all I pretty much know. I don't know if it feels the same or whatever.
I need to move off of this. There's too much to say at that point.
He could be Michelle Variable.
You never know.
Nothing's wrong with that.
I had to. I'm sorry.
Out of control.
I mean, I guess what I'm thinking is, does it have to be a Caucasian? Does it? I mean, what are we doing?
No. I believe there was a penis transplant where a man of a different race, got a different colored penis. I will look it up right now. I swear.
So
my Google history is gonna be crazy.
Is there like a catalog for this? I mean, what are we doing?
No, I'm serious because it was a. I remember the headline because it was in the New York Post and it was specifically like I think a white dude got a black penis transplanted on his body. I swear to God.
That's like the guys that break their legs to get them lengthened. They'd be taller. And then they can't
disabled I've seen those dudes.
Yes. Break their legs. What?
To get taller.
The leg length or like height surgery.
Yeah. Oh,
they grow you can grow up to like 8 inches. So like
if you're a white dude and you get that, if you're a white dude and you do that, you got to tell the girl before.
What? The black.
I mean, I think that
different color job.
Like you'd have to let her know, right?
That's got to be a deal breaker. Like, why
is it a deal breaker? Whoa,
no,
you being racist toward different types of jobs?
I'm just saying if I'm sure if I pulled down my pants and a girl saw a strapped on penis, like they would have some questions.
Yeah, you'd have to tell them
strapped
ahead of time.
on, but sewed on, I guess. I don't know.
It's like my buddy in college, Mark. My buddy in college came home with a girl. Came home with a girl from 6th Street, Rod, and she didn't tell him that she had a prosthetic leg until he found out.
Oh well,
and she just threw it up on the nightstand.
Did it stop? Did it deter him?
Oh hell no.
Yeah, honestly, he probably perked up like, okay, we can do some different stuff here. We can get creative here now.
True story.
He was
a little taken aback when she started pulling that thing off.
That is great. That is fantastic. I thought we couldn't top the story about no pants top. I think we might have topped it. That's a great story right there. Can we get your roommate on to tell that story?
No, not my roommate, my buddy Mark.
Your buddy Mark?
I don't know where he's at. Let me try to see if I can find him.
We got to find your buddy Mark because that's a great story.
That is a great story. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you had a different color piece of you know what, you would have to tell them. You can't let them find that out and surprise.
You don't want to surprise them that way because maybe they are racist and then they see it and go, whoa! And you don't want the racists to come out at that time.
And then when she asks, why did you do that? You say, I won a Super Bowl.
You break out the Super Bowl ring. Why'd you do that?
Oh, Super Bowl ring.
Super Bowl ring. Oh. I'm a champion. Oh, I found the New York Daily News article. This was from 2017. Black man receives white penis transplant and plans to tattoo it black. So he was going to tattoo it. He was going to tattoo it the right color.
Do it before they put it on.
Yeah, so it's a white penis. He wanted it to be the same color as him, so he's gonna tattoo it.
So did he need the surgery, or did he want like a transplant?
He needed it because it was 17 years. He lost his penis in like a traumatic accident.
Oh God!
And he needed. And it was, now technology finally caught up, and they can have penis transplants. So he got one of the first. But like I said, you can't choose. You got to go with the first penis available, and it was a white penis. And he was like, "I'll take it, but I'll tattoo that thing."
Somebody said you probably order through Amazon.
Jeff Bezos.
Just says it's like the pick apart auto yard. You just need to get the same color.
So you know it. You can tattoo the color.
Did you ever go to one of those places, the pick apart yard?
Did not.
It's right over here, right on South Congress.
And like whatever you need for your car, you just
it's just a whole field of old junk cars.
And you just walk through and find the nearest model to yours.
And if you're looking for a specific part that you don't, then you can pull it out. You jump on there, you get your wrench, and you can pull that bad boy out of there.
Sounds like a really sick and morbid episode.
Oh, it's a weird place.
Dark.
Well, you can also sell your car to them. They'll buy your car if it's a junker. It's an old junker.
I'm thinking about your comparison to the transplant organ donation. People just walking by like, oh, that's a good one. Right? I'll take that one. That one's too big. That one's too small. I like that one. Whatever. But either way, anyway, I don't know how we got on this story, but yes.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Mike Vrabel should just let his wife pick it. You know. She's the one that's got it. Never mind.
That's
all right.
well. What if they get divorced? You don't want her picking.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
She may
Good
pick
point.
a small one because she don't want you to ever cheat on her. She's like, I want. You're right. Your wife might do that to
This
you,
little
man.
teeny weeny one.
It's cute.
It's so cute. Oh yeah. Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, it's 5th hour.
It is Wednesday.
Guys. Yep, hump day.
We'll
appropriately.
Let's go to the behind the. Do we have time for this? Let's do one more behind the burnt orange curtain. A quick one.
Yes, so.
And they were all asking themselves the same question: what is behind that curtain?
All right. Real quickly, the big headlines from behind the burnt orange curtain. David Benda announcing yesterday that he will return to the 40 acres. That is big news. A lot of changes in that linebacker room. This should stabilize things a little bit. Losing Jalen Ford, Jeff Choate, the linebackers coach, leaving to take the Nevada job, but bringing back Anthony Hill, bringing back Mo Blackwell, now bringing back David Benda. I do think you have enough veteran experience to now stabilize that room. And as E pointed out, last two recruiting classes ago, you did bring in like 5 linebackers in that recruiting class. Leon Lafau, Samaje Burrell. You brought in a good crew of linebackers, and they recruited 1 linebacker in this class. They signed 1, I should say. In this class, they only offered 1.
Yeah, the kid at the very end. Ty Anthony Smith,
Yeah,
who just played in the All-American game last weekend.
They must really like him because, they
Out
really,
of Jasper.
Yeah, they only offered 1 linebacker because they didn't need, based on the numbers, the recruiting numbers, I don't know if they needed a linebacker in this class because, as E pointed out, they had 5 in the recruiting class 2 cycles ago. And
the Arch Manning class.
The Arch Manning class. You're right. I should start referring to it as the Arch Manning class. And Mo Blackwell, I think, gave you some quality reps last year. Anthony Hill's going to be a star. You're going to move him around. But then bringing back David Benda with that kind of experience, that's a veteran guy. Is he only a 5th-year senior?
I think he's using his COVID year, so this will be 6.
6 years. Well, my point is that's good.
That is good.
Experience in that room. So, and having a new linebackers coach, and I hear nothing but great things about Johnny Nansen, by the way, that he's an ace recruiter. He's a guy that can develop talent. He coaches more than one position. He's coached running backs, coached wide receivers. He's coached linebackers, coached D-line. So he's got some of that Belichickian aspect in his background. And I hear, because he's originally from Samoa, that in the Polynesian community, the Pacific Islander community, the Samoan community, that he can be a hell of a rainmaker for you and get some of those, those elite prospects from that community too. Because you got to be in that community. You got to have an in that community to really be able to recruit it. Because they're really kind of their own football culture, and because that's why they're if you will look at it per capita. Look at American Samoans and Pacific Islanders. They have a higher hit rate on NFL players per capita than almost any other ethnicity or any other culture.
It's crazy.
It is crazy. So it's important to have an inroad there, and he has one because he is a part of that community. So love that, Johnny Nansen, and you're going to bring back Benda. So that's good news there. On A.D. Mitchell, he made his declaration to go to the NFL. He made that announcement yesterday via social media. He declared for the NFL via a letter to his daughter on the Players Tribune website, and he announced it on his social media accounts that he was declaring for the draft. So now, indeed, you will have to replace 80% of your receiving touchdowns, of your receiving yards, about over 75% of your receptions overall, if you include JT Sanders and Jay Brooks in there with the Jay Witt, X-Man, and AD departures. That's a lot for the passing game to replace. So I think this offseason, bringing those receivers up to speed and the development in the receiver room is probably going to be top of mind for most Longhorn fans. What's going on in that receiving room?
Yeah, 100%. And gosh, if Jahdae Barron were to come back, he would give the secondary a similar piece to David Benda.
Yes.
Just that veteran player, but we have not heard yet from Jahdae. Word from our insider CJ Vogel that it's kind of a 50-50 thing right now. He's trying to weigh the decision. And I do think having Andrew Makuba in that secondary coming in, a friend of his from back in their high school days, might be of interest. But and you said this, Rod, with NIL, as a local guy who can maybe cash in on some of those things a little more than someone who's got ties into Pflugerville and Austin, and he's made a lot of relationships while here. If you could come back and improve your draft stock from the 5th round to the 2nd or 3rd,
I agree with that.
That'd be worth it.
That's huge. Yeah, that's big time. And I think he can actually. I think
That's a big difference.
Yes, for him, and I think he does have that ability. How he runs a 40 time, that'll be huge in terms of his workout. But I think Jahdae Barron can come back and really increase his draft stock, showing more versatility, showing he can play nickel, playing corner, and can play safety if need be. I mean, you could really make the argument if he comes back, he could make the argument if they cross train him properly that he's the most versatile DB in the country. He can make that kind of argument, and they would have the different metrics and the stats to back it up these days in terms of where guys align on the field. That stuff increases your draft stock, man. Teams love that. We just talked about positionless football and how I think it's the future of football and how many teams are now dabbling in it, including Dan Quinn. Jahdae Barron can really, really turn his draft stock into a rocket ship, proving that he can be that kind of versatile defender.
The next thing we'll be watching into tomorrow and the rest of the week, Longhorns bringing in Silas. Who's the Oregon receiver?
Bowden.
Oh, Silas Bolden,
Silas Bowden.
Oregon State receiver for a visit this weekend on the heels of C.J. Daniels being here. Jamar Caldwell's a defensive tackle out of Houston to keep an eye on out of the portal. And there's a linebacker from Alabama that's entered the portal out of Duncanville High that the Longhorns will be looking at too. So we'll keep an eye on all of those things by next week towards right out of MLK Day and into the next week is when the players return, school starts back up, and the winter workouts will begin. So we will keep you covered in behind the burnt orange curtain. Coming back, we'll hit what's popping, including is this clickbait or is Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk on to something? We'll mention it. Coming back on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Hey, it's What's Poppin' time. What are we doing tonight? What are we watching tonight? I will say last night, Rod, I got sucked into the end of season 5 of Sopranos.
Oh, yeah.
I got sucked in right after we did our Longhorn live stream, and I caught the back end of the episode, the second to last episode of that season when they whacked Adriana.
Oh, yeah.
When they had to take her out to the woods.
Yeah, man. That was a nice one.
Oh, man.
She knew it was going to happen.
Don't they whack Chris at the same, like right at the same time?
No. And then
spoil it for people?
Don't spoil it.
I mean, it's been like what, 25 years? I think.
Yeah, and then 25 years, yeah. And then when they and then the next episode is the season finale that year where he goes to see Johnny Sack and the feds raid the house.
Oh, and they had to run through the woods. Oh, I love that. That was a good scene too.
Oh man,
that was great, man.
Well, that's also the episode where he takes the shotgun to Tony, his cousin.
Yep.
And the great Van Morrison song, "Greetings from New York City," is the kind of the theme song of the episode. I was like, man,
is that the one that's Steve Buscemi?
Yeah,
yeah.
He's got to shoot him.
Yeah.
And oh man, Phil Leotardo's Fury. Oh, that's good.
That's good.
Like, dang, TV's not like this anymore. It's just not.
It's one of the greatest shows of all time. It really is.
It is. So good. So I got sucked into that. So that was popping last night. In addition to our Longhorn live stream on Texas Football, the Rod and I did with CJ Vogel. Tonight, Rod, in the NBA, interesting, you have a battle of a couple of the best teams in the league, maybe the two best teams. Minnesota, the Timberwolves are 26-10. The Celtics are 28-8. They're going to play in Beantown tonight. At the same time, somebody's got to win this game. San Antonio's at Detroit. The two teams are combined 8-64.
Yeah.
The Spurs are 5-30. The Pistons are 3-34. So someone's got to win that game.
That does not make me. It does not incentivize me to want to watch NBA games. That's terrible.
The Boston-Minnesota game, that'll be worth your time. Even though you surprised by this time, Boston's a 9-point favorite in that game over Minnesota. Is somebody hurt? I don't know. Houston's at Chicago to play the Bulls tonight as you're looking for the Texas contingent. So there you go. Spurs and Rockets in action tonight. Looking forward to that. And I don't know if this is I'm pretty sure this is clickbait. But here is a headline that just dropped on Pro Football Talk, Rod. Mike Florio and the gang. How about this? A Jerry Jones, Bill Belichick partnership isn't as crazy as it sounds.
No, that's not as crazy as it sounds.
When Cowboys owner Jerry Jones assessed the future of Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy this week by saying, "We'll see how each game goes," which is what he said on Tuesday, into the playoffs, my own mind went back to the notion that if McCarthy doesn't deliver at least an NFC championship, McCarthy could be out and Bill Belichick could be in.
Wow.
Would Jerry go there? I can't imagine this show if that happened.
I just can't.
If all that happened.
My question will be, who's the offensive coordinator you're bringing with you? Are you bringing in Josh McDaniels with you? Like,
Hell
are you
yeah.
trying to recreate
Let's
the
do
Patriot way? You down with that, Ty?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what a story. I mean, that would be, I remember doing this. Actually, I went on radio when the Barry Switzer thing happened. I was covering it as a wannabe radio guy. But that was when Jimmy Johnson stepped aside and they hired Barry Switzer. That's the stuff you can't believe is happening.
Jerry Jones. I mean, I can see it, but I don't know if that makes you. I don't know if that makes you a Super Bowl contender.
No, it doesn't guarantee anything.
I don't know if that makes you better. Does it make them better?
Is Dan Quinn a better defensive coordinator right now than Bill Belichick? I mean, they're both really good.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
so I don't know if it makes you better. It's a splash move, but I don't know if it makes you better.
Yeah, it's a splash move. Jerry selling hope. We'll see. That seems to be clickbait. Would I be surprised Mike McCarthy is fired if they don't achieve in this playoffs? No. But yeah, that would be huge. All right, Rod, have a wonderful Wednesday,
too,
my
brother.
friend. Ty, you too. Get better. Wear your pants.
Thanks, Ty.
Every hour podcast at hornfm.com.